The Hawaiian winter nears its peak as the WSL Championship Tour returns to Oahu's North Shore to begin a new season. Along the 7 Mile Miracle, one wave stands above all others.
We are at Ehukai Beach Park, home of the wave known as Pipeline.
It is the scariest wave in the world.
You have to have quite a bit of respect for the pipeline. And if you don't, sometimes that wave's going to slap you down hard.
There he is, look at that back door, Kate. Oh my Lord, have mercy.
Yeah, what a day.
Throughout history, pipe champions have given us iconic performances.
This is like everything I ever dreamed of.
Pipelines for the girl.
As surfing's elite prepare for a new year, their first challenge could be the toughest.
Yeah.
Absolutely charging.
It's a new era on the championship tour.
It honestly is bringing tears to my eyes. This is history being made right now.
Looking for the exit.
Who will be crowned at this year's Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI?
That mine's super scary, but the wave of your life is out there.
Griffin Colapinto, good morning. Hey, Lulu. All getting their warm-ups, ready to go. Oh, yeah, looks like we're back on, and Vahine wants to sprint to her heat. She's been on deck to run every morning through all the lay days. Miggy Pupo, Molly Picklum, surfer that got a 10 last year and accumulated the most points at the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI, is trying to make her season debut today. After about 7 days of lay days, Molly Picklum, Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, and Vahine Fierro will finally get to go play a pipeline. Thanks for being with us. We're still here. Joe Trappell is right next to Felicity Palmatier and Flick. It's been interesting going through the ups and downs of those hold calls, and as a competitor, just trying to stay focused when you get called off and have to bring it another day. For everyone's case here today, it's been about a week.
Yeah, it's been a week, but you know what? This morning we've been watching it for the last sort of half an hour to an hour, and it's the best day that we've seen in the last week. The conditions are beautiful. You can see it right here, nice and glassy, and it's looking better than yesterday. I will say that. We saw a couple of nice waves in the free surf. It's tricky, but there's opportunity out there.
We get to watch pro surfing today, and we all deserve it. Molly Picklum, Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, and Vahine Fierro have been on deck since we ran on January 29th, which was opening day of competition. That was third day of the waiting period, and that's when we got to see their signs of what they did in the off season, see who was going to get those early wins. We had to wait to finish this round for the women, so even Gabby Bryan, Sawyer Lindblad, and Erin Brooks have been in that same situation all week.
Oh, and what a situation to be in, because we've had to be on call every morning, coming down here, having a look. I mean, obviously, when we were on hold at the beginning, we were kind of calling it off the next day, and it's like, okay, I've got a day off here and I can prepare for that. Whereas the last few days, if you're in this first heat, you're coming down and doing the fire drill every single day and going through those motions and sort of having to prepare mentally every single day. I mean, it'd be a roller coaster.
Let's see how the vets kind of handle this, as we have AJ down on the sand with Alejo Muniz. Good morning.
Good morning, Joe. It's a beautiful day to be down here on the beach at Pipeline. Alejo, you got a chance to catch some waves this morning. Describe the conditions for us.
Yeah, we had a nice surf this morning. The waves are here. Finally, the wind is really nice. It's a lot cleaner. We still have a lot of current, but if you're in the right place, you can get like really barrels. So yeah, I'm stoked to be here. Yeah.
You're coming up a little bit later in the day. What's going to be your strategy to make sure you make it through this next round?
Yeah, like I said, the conditions are a lot cleaner, but there is no many barrels, so I would try to find a barrel. I think that's where the score will be. We already got really blessed by God with this amazing rainbow this morning. We have amazing waves, so it will be an amazing day for sure.
Looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Send it back to you, Joey.
Thank you, AJ, and thank you, muito obrigado to Alejo Muniz, a great competitor, finished in the top 10 as a rookie. when he was in that race with Julian Wilson, and now we're celebrating his comeback to the Jersey. It didn't really go to plan in his opening round. One thing Alejo told me was all he could hear was his son on the beach screaming for him, which kind of helped him kind of deal with the loss, and he shook it off quickly as we see the opening turn for Vahine Fierro on her debut as a full rookie on the championship tour. She even went to her social media yesterday and was just going, I am losing my marbles, being first heat on hold for the last week. So she is more than thrilled to get this one out of the way.
For sure. And, you know, she's a rookie on tour, Vahine, and she has been competing on the Challenger Series, and you don't really get that many lay days consecutively like what we've had in the last 6 days. So, I mean, it'd be toying with her head, and, you know, it actually makes sense that she just wants to rip the Band-Aid off and catch this wave right here, get the feet on the wax. One nice turn on the backhand here, but I think we're going to see a lot of that today. We're going to see a lot of one-turn waves, and I think just to say what, go back to what Alejo was talking about, the point of difference is going to be the barrel, and if you can find it. Alejo will be in the second heat of the elimination round this morning. He has rookie Jackson Bunch and also last year's sixth in the world, Yago Dora, as they're all trying to avoid an elimination round loss to kick off the season. Stop number one, the World Surf League Championship Tour. So we'll finish this round right into the men's elimination round, and then get the women back there planning on a big day of action. Clean offshore conditions is a welcome sign this morning, and also that double rainbow that Alejo mentioned this morning, one of the best I've seen all winter long. Oh, the vibrancy was off the charts. It was just so vibrant, so colorful. Yeah, and when that second one started to pop up, I mean, we can kind of still see one off in the distance. It's the same one. But no, it was very beautiful and good start to the day. Just got to find that pot of gold, Joey. That's what it's all about. And speaking of pot of gold, sometimes you just grow up and you're lucky to be in paradise. For Vahine Fierro, growing up on a tiny island, it was actually more important for her to know how to drive a boat or a ski before a car. You know, that was way more important. You know, for a car, she was like, yeah, that's not going to really help me out. She grew up starting the engine, taking her little sisters out to a reef, dropping anchor, and jumping off a boat. That was normal for her growing up. Yeah, you get the boat license before you get the car license, aren't you? Exactly. Betty Lou, local to Haleiwa, and Molly Picklum from Australia. Really makes a great balance to this heat. It's pretty wild to see the new school rivalries and the changing of the guard happen, and that was really clear last year. And the semifinal with Betty Lou and Molly, one of my all-time favorites, and that included Picklum getting the perfect 10. That heat to me is still, it's one of my favorites of last year, or ever really on the women's tour. It was just, you could really see the progression of women's surfing just going through the roof, and they had the opportunity and they absolutely took it, and just going blow for blow back to back, and it's awesome to see them, you know, already matched up in this opening round heat. One of our good friends, co-commentators in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. He likes comfort. He likes to be in the nice places on the facility. Ross Anthony Williams from Loose Change and the Momentum Star. Big coach from last season, worked with Sakura as well. Before we get there, Ross, just hi, good morning. What are you seeing for conditions today?
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Flick. Yeah, thanks for that. Well, first, I just wanted to note, you know, the wind is so much better today. Alejo Moniz was out in the water. AJ caught up with him, and he's right. That, you know, that's the main factor. That's a huge improvement today. There's still 2 swells in the water, so it is challenging. You know, you're gonna have to kind of go back and forth between a mindset of waiting for an A-frame, which is going to be those rare barrels that you guys touched on. But your typical sort of grindy backup score today, those 3s, 4s, and maybe 5-point rides, they're going to be those northerly swells where they kind of move across the sand really quick, and you might see some really big floats, maybe the rare air today, you know, big finishing turn into the closeout at off the wall. So there will be some cool big one moves today just to get those backup scores, but it's all going to be about finding that one really nice A-frame wave to give you that chance of pulling into the barrel. But it's beautiful down here. The rainbow was huge this morning. It was really bright. But just kind of standing, looking at the Jerry Lopez's old house, and saw Jack Robbo walking by. Everyone's kind of moving around, trying to go, oh, wow, we're on. You know, everyone's waking up.
Yeah, it's awesome, Ross. After about a week off, it was almost a surprise to read the on message this morning. I did want to touch on just your coaching relationship with Betty Lou. You know, as we know, you're going to be staying home this year, still coaching, but kind of looking at the last few years, you know, what are you the most proud of when you've seen her develop her career on the championship tour? Before we get there, Ross, we're just watching the backhand hack of Vahine, complete second wave ridden there. And back to what I was saying with Betty Lou, Ross.
Yeah, Betty's obviously really young, and she's been, you know, maturing right in front of our eyes on tour and trying to learn the ropes of all the different surf spots, all the ins and outs of competing, you know, putting that competitor's hat on, and she's been learning on the fly. Last year, you know, on top of that, she was dealing with a couple needling injuries. She had the shoulder thing, sort of a needling injury in her hip. So Sakura has been grinding through that, and in the meantime, still making the top 10, still competing and showing some brilliance. But she's only scratched the surface. That's my take from Sakura is, you know, she's a world title contender. She's really strong. She's exciting. She's good in the barrel. She's good at performance surfing. She's a very well-rounded surfer. But she's been dealing with learning how to be a rookie and some injuries. So I think this is going to be her breakthrough year.
And Ross, I'm still just going, wait, she's still 19.
Yeah.
She's got her whole career ahead of her, really, when you think about how much she accomplished so soon.
Absolutely. And, you know, it's really hard for me to, you know, kind of let go of the whole coaching thing, but I really wanted to stay home with my family. And Tommy Whitaker is going to be coaching Sakura this year. Adriano de Souza is going to be coaching Tati. So it's cool, and I really like those guys. You know, I was happy to kind of share any kind of information they wanted. And Tommy Witz has got a really great demeanor, really good competitor. So I got high confidence in those surfers. They'll be good this year.
Well, I'm stoked that you're going to be commentating with us this event, because now it's like you're a coach. You know, kept a lot of things private. Now you'll be an open book for any question. Well, but in all honesty, with a rivalry that we can't ignore right now, Ross, Betty Lou, Molly, and it's 6-0 in Molly's favor. That is wild.
Yeah.
As a competitor, I mean, that just seems like a nightmare. Can you reference any conversations that you might have had with Betty Lou about this rivalry and how it makes her feel coming into a new season?
The number one thing as like the relationship between coach and surfer is digesting those frustrating heat losses and trying to figure out where she can get better. But the other big thing is emotions and just try not to get too you know, angry about it. Here she goes, big wave there.
Big wave there for Betty Lou. Cool redirect on the open face, big section, and she steps off.
Oh.
So putting herself in the right spot at the right time to deal with a nice sizable facey wave. Picklum onto the shoulder, catching up with her on that cutty into the pocket. So every surfer's getting a score on the board. Vahine 2.33 and a 3.0. And now Molly and Betty Lou getting into the mix. Big thanks to Ross. So stoked you're on the team. We'll be catching up with you throughout the day.
Thanks, guys. Be here.
Ross Williams, finalist out here at Pipe back when he was on tour. Has done a lot for pro surfing. Still in love with it. Just like he caught his first wave yesterday. As we look at those early scores, Betty Lou finally getting into the mix. We'll see how the judges are going to set the scale for the day.
Here we go. This one here is definitely the biggest wave we've seen ridden this morning by the women. Up into the little pocket hack there. And this big section here, I mean, we heard Ross go boom, like as if she should have hit that, but they're big, scary converging bits of whitewash. And then we see Molly behind her opening up her account, sort of just trying to keep it pace, I'd say. You know, everyone's had a wave. It's kind of like, okay, let's just get one on the drawing board, but not much eventuating for Molly there. But, you know, even before Molly and Betty Lou took off, they were jostling. You know, the priority hadn't been set yet, and you could see that intensity, that sort of rivalry there, sort of keeping it pace. I think Betty Lou was trying to keep that inside position, and I'm interested to see where they go for that one big turn on the big wave.
This is the heat that all competitors will be watching. They're looking at the conditions. It's been about a week of lay days, and they're going to wait to see how the judges will react to that last exchange. So next heat with Gabby Bryant, Sawyer Lindblad, Erin Brooks. Sometimes they could be a step ahead as far as what the judges will be rewarding to set up for a new day. The scale all based on the conditions. You can't compare a 4 from today to what we had on opening day of competition. It's all about the comparisons within the matchup. Betty Lou, a 4 over Molly Picklum's 2.0.
Yeah, obviously bigger wave, bigger turn, judges rewarding that. But I really have to go back to what Ross was saying. That point of difference today is going to be the Barron, if you can find it. And it's a different sort of looking wave to what we've seen the women take off already on this morning. They're going to be rare. They're going to be diamonds in the rough, as we see Betty Lou having a look here.
Nice early entry. Nice easy pace drop, just trimming down the line. And just an exit there, didn't find a place to lay down that rail. Mom Shinobu, always a bright light, fun hanging out with her around the world, and she's so proud of her daughter, Betty Lou, for what she's accomplished, just 19 years of age. So that's just a quick 0.8. Vahine still the heat leader with a 3 and a 2.33. The goal is to get out of this opening round heat and not have to deal with the elimination round. So if you end up in third, you'll be surfing in that ER round later on today. But a win helps your seeding in top 2, reseeded into the round of 16.
Potentially today, these women in these couple of heats are going to be surfing 3 times. You know, that's a lot for today, and just how much water's moving to. Ross also touched on that, and I think Alejo did this morning when he was talking to AJ, but there's some current out there, and it's really pushing down the beach, you know, towards off the wall and even further. So it's going to be a bit of a marathon today for these women.
Definitely. So a long wait, but a lot of action, and hopefully for yourself, you're surfing all the way through the day and setting up for a quarterfinal to kick off stop number 1 of the season. Vahine representing France and Tahiti. Got to compete in the Olympics and also got to win as a wild card last year at Teahupo'o at her home break. She's been putting a lot of time in here at Pipe. She said watching a lot due to the crowd and noticing the big differences in her mind from the 2 heavy water waves on tour.
There's a lot of differences between these 2 waves. You know, her, you know, where she's Tahiti, Teahupo'o is, I would say, more of a, you could say this, more of a perfect barrel, but at the same time, I mean, they've each got their intricacies, they've each got their differences, but the crowd factor alone, and not, you know, just the local crowd factor and trying to hold your own in a lineup there. I mean, more often than not, when you're coming here and you're putting in the time in the beginning, it's just, you're out there, we'll get back to that, Molly up and riding.
Molly Picklum just up and out, just a short ride. But yeah, like you're saying, it is a big difference. I think the one thing that people saw on surf media back in the 90s when all the images from Chopes were becoming really popular as covers was just gigantic barrels. But really the lineup, the intensity, really just a dominant left at Chopes. She's a rare right maybe once a year that you see people go into dry reef. But yeah, this one's shifting more. You've got to change your position on the fly and adapt to all the sand on the reef. So yeah, a lot more to think about as far as the challenge of getting a great barrel for Vahine. At the moment, she's in the lead. Betty Lou's second. Picklum in the 3rd spot. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Welcome back, everybody, as we always enjoy a flashback, especially when it's with Molly and Betty Lou. Ideal conditions on finals day last year for the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI, and it ended up being 15.6 to 15.33 to decide this semifinal in Molly's favor.
This semifinal was definitely one for the history books. You could just see that level of women's surfing just being pushed by both of these girls, and I mean, Betty Lou really impressed me. I mean, this wave here, I mean, we were waiting for the score to come in. It was like, is it the score? Is it not the score? And I mean, it was just so exciting to watch. And the conditions were as good as they got. You know, they got the opportunity and they absolutely seized it. And obviously Molly coming out with the heat win there, going on to the final. But I mean, in my eyes, Betty Lou's still a winner as well, because I mean, just the technicality of what they showed on their backhand at pipe that day was something else.
Oh, it was insane to see that back and forth battle, as we now see Molly Picklum in this one, live action under the hood. Driving off the top in a nice controlled carve to get her best numbers so far and crawl out of third position. Molly gunning for a world title this year. She's featured in the WSL finals multiple times as we focus in on the CT by the numbers and just really looking at average heat score from last year's event. Molly Picklum on top of the list by a lot when it comes to averages there.
It doesn't surprise me, because that last year she put on a clinic. Every heat she was having big numbers drop, and you know, in the final, how Caity got that win, the conditions sort of deteriorated halfway through that final, and I don't know if Molly was really aware that she ended up getting her backup score and it ended up being 2 turns, right? And I think that was it must have been hard for Molly to let that one go, because it just felt like all the momentum was going in her way. The talk was about her. She was in the highlight reels, you know, she was in that top 5 every day at the end of the day in the post show, and I think that would have been a hard pill to swallow. But she had redemption down the road at sunset, you know, a few days later. But it just, for me, she was the standout.
I'm right there with you. When I looked at the numbers round by round at the end of the event last year, I just added up everyone's top 2 scoring rides. And when you just compare Caity Simmers and Molly Picklum, Caity getting the win last year, Molly had 70+ points when you counted her top 2 from round 1, where Caity had 55. You know, and it was just every round Molly was adapting. She had different conditions, but she seemed to find so many big scores as we look at a replay here.
Yeah, so this one for Molly coming in, you know, 383. Obviously, she gets a little barrel here, very short, very quick, bit of a head dip, comes out, gets that turn as we go to live action.
Big section, finding the pocket is Picklum. And on a day like today, it's going to be pretty tough to get that kind of view. But with her positioning and her dedication to pipe, that's just showing off again how she can be versatile and adapt to different parts of the reef. It doesn't have to be flawless, perfect pipe, and she'll find a way to pull in. Molly's already taken the lead with her last wave at a 383, and now her 2.0 is going to be gone.
Yeah, for sure. I think that 2 is going to be gone. And that wave, I mean, let's have a look at it here. So this one a bit bigger. You can just see it really throws over to. Look, obviously she wasn't that deep. You could still see the nose of the board, but she's got the right idea. She, like you said, Joe, she's got the right read on the reef. And, I mean, she's the kind of surfer, too, that we know if the opportunity comes and there's a big heaving barrel, she's not going to shy away from it. You know, she is definitely going to have a crack as we look out the back.
Mahine Fierro steps down into this ride. Big open wall to work with. Throws down a nice first turn. Super smooth and has to eject. So just one maneuver for Vahine. Look to protect that second spot, which will take you to the round of 16 in this format. And what a great face to see on the sand. An absolute legend of the game. The coach for Vahine Fierro, a 2-time pipe champion, Jeremy Flores.
Yeah. Jeremy looked, you know, there's a couple of shakes of the head there, and I'm going to assume here, but I'm assuming that it was that last turn, and hey, okay, let's try and hit that. And we sort of, Ross was sort of saying that when we crossed to him and he was in the Rebel athlete zone, you know, when Betty went up for that sort of second turn but pulled out, and I think that is going to be that point of difference. It's going to maybe, you know, 1 point, 2 points extra, but that could be the point of difference today, because those barrels are sort of a diamond in the rough. As we look here, let's have a look what Vahine got done. Nice first crack there, but I think that section there, he was just looking at it like, oh, we should have had a crack. We should have at least had a go. You know, that could be the difference between surfing an extra heat today or not.
So Vahine working out the system quickly, doing well in the Challenger Series last year after quite a few tries to get in the mix. Now a 25-year-old rookie on the championship tour. Excited for it all. Working closely with her shaper, Britt Merrick from Channel Island Surfboards on a Happy Traveler model, which she likes to rename as the Happy Tahitian. She had a lot of fun working out her boards for the Olympics and for the CT event that she won last season. And the prep continued even weeks before her debut here at Pipeline. So single maneuver option for Vahine before kicking out. She'll keep that score for the moment, 2.83. Picklam's last, a 5.33. Her lead extends. Betty Lou down to third with priority.
Yeah, the 5.33, the biggest way, the highest score of the heat so far. It's just, if you can find those barrels and be in that position, judges are going to reward it. And that's going to be the point of difference today. I mean, Molly's sort of inching out in front of the pack now and making it a bit harder, 6:50 on the clock. I mean, you've got to be thinking, Betty's actually, even though she's in third right now, she actually has priority and she's got the second highest score of that heat. She's going to be dropping that 0.8. You've got to be thinking, so Vahine right now, really, it's sort of not a true representation, I don't think, right now where the leaderboard is. Vahine's got a bit of work to do because I'd be thinking as soon as Betty Lou takes off, she's going to be replacing that 0.8.
Good call. 6:20 on the clock. Molly Picklam trying to make it back to the final here at Pipe. Has a cupped out right, setting up here. Goes a bit flat now. She lays down an aggressive carve. Drives off the bottom into a big float with some commitment. Not much water underneath her. But absolutely going for it. Has to shake that one off. Always surfing for the excellent range, and she would have gotten it if she could have found a way to land that thing.
Yeah, and that's to speak to what Ross was talking about. We're going to see a lot of those attempts today on those big sections and those big lip line floaters as she looks at her foot there. Hopefully she's all right, but those big lip lines, and as we see Vahine.
Big open face on the backhand for the Tahitian. Vahine Fierro lays into that backhand section. Another single maneuver option. You could see that lost a lot of wave height down the stretch and held her to one turn. We always love saying a big aloha and good morning to our friend Strider Raspberry Wazalewski. The Waz, what a great heat to get competition back underway.
Yeah, good morning, Joe. It's on. I mean, there's some heavy slabs coming in out there. Really just looking at the head on a swivel, like, each and every wave that approaches a sandbar, you just can't tell what it's going to do until it actually hits the ledge. And then you can see, Molly falling out of the sky and also going for the big turns off the end. We saw her last year at Sunset. She hasn't missed a beat out here. She got Kate Copacalso over there at the Rip Curl House, and she's kind of pushing on a local knowledge as well. So a lot of good things going for her right now.
Definitely, yeah. Molly's back-to-back fifth place finishes the last 2 years. Where are we going to see that go this year, Strider?
Well, she wants to win. It's obvious. And that's why every one of these athletes are here for one thing, and that's the victory. And you have to pay to play. We just saw her pay the price on that end section. That it is literally a foot deep right there where she came off that wave. So, you know what? Right back on the board, right back out there.
Thanks so much, Waz. We'll be checking in with you throughout the day. Guy loves Pipeline so much. His favorite wave in the whole world. Gave him a lot for his career. As we check in on the numbers, last for Picklam with the fall. It's a throwaway, 3.27.
Yeah, this wave here, beautiful hack in the lip, and I just love that she's going for this final maneuver here. I mean, she's the only girl in this heat that's actually had a crack at that last section. It just speaks to her hungerness and how hungry she is to have a crack at here. I sort of mentioned it before. If she's not going to shy away from a section like that, and it's scary going up for a lip line like that. I think sometimes when you're watching at home, it doesn't really justify how gnarly it is, how shallow it is, how much intensity there is on that end section. You're kind of thinking, oh, why are they not hitting that? Why are they not hitting that? Like, that looks like so easy to make, but let me tell you right now, there is so much water moving. There's so much energy. And I mean, yes, it's a bit smaller today. It's not your traditional pipe or backdoor, what we're used to seeing, but it has a lot of grunt and it has a lot of bite.
It certainly does, yeah. You see broken boards at 1 foot pipe. It's just the reef's there. They're very aware of that. You'd say probably Betty Lou spent the most time on this reef, being a local here to the North Shore of Oahu. We saw her rise at Haleiwa. You know, you kind of go, if Moana Jones-Wong is the queen of pipeline, Betty Lou would be the queen of Haleiwa as she took over that Challenger Series event when it was on the calendar. She was so young, 15, 16, and you could tell. It was like, wow, she knew that lineup like the back of her hand. But then when you got to know her, she likes to move up and down this coastline. She likes to get barreled. She's got a lot of great surfers to push her in the lineup when it's bigger. And gosh, we've seen some serious improvements in the 19-year-old over the last couple of years.
Yeah, Betty Lou definitely has range. She's really impressed me. And I mean, we were speaking about it earlier with Ross, but I feel like this could be her year. She hasn't won an event yet, which surprises me for how good a surfer she is. And just the range that she has and the performances we saw from her last year. I mean, she came really close with Molly in that final at Sunset last year, finishing second. And I just think she's right there. Like well, obviously it's only a matter of time, but I just feel just for the caliber of surfer she is, it's right there. Yeah, you know, this is the year.
Such a fun tour. Yeah, you referenced that final at Sunset. That was where the rivalry really just kept going. It was Betty Lou and Molly semifinal here. Then Molly went back-to-back at Sunset, beat Betty Lou in the final that time, which appeared to sting even further because the CT win was on the line. Then they had heats at Tahiti, Rio, Bells, J-Bay. It was one of those years where Betty Lou's going, how am I going to beat this woman on tour? And you just go, this is exactly what the tour needs. You know, a new school rivalry. And I think what makes it so exciting is Sakura could easily flip that whole narrative around and maybe go 6-0 this season, you know, with all the prep she's done in the offseason. Jumping on to surfboards from Matt Biolas, who has won back-to-back Vissla CT Shaper ranking. So his squad just got even better heading into 2025.
Oh, yeah, incredible. I don't know, are we going to see a three-peat this year? Possibly. I mean, you know, at the WSL Awards, he got all the athletes on the stage. Like, he's got a big team this year, and the caliber of surfers, pretty incredible.
Down to 43 seconds. Betty Lou did have to go through the elimination round last season, but it fired her up to a semifinal finish. Only needs a 1.83. And she does have first priority. So you can see Betty Lou in the blue jersey fishing around for something to avoid the ER.
Wow.
And now she's starting to float down the beach. Not a whole lot heading her way. Picklum out front, 5.33 and a 3.83. And Vahine Fierro, after waiting a week as a rookie on tour, is able to sit in the second spot and will be able to be reseeded straight into the round of 16. So a big name of Betty Lou here at Pipe and Backdoor. Last year's semifinalist will be sent to the elimination round, only chasing a 1.83.
That's got to hurt. That's really got to hurt. You know, potentially maybe sat there a little bit long with that priority, but wow, that's really got to sting.
Coming up next, we're going to finish the opening round for the women. Gabrielle O'Brien takes on Sawyer Lindblad and Erin Brooks. We'll be right back.
heart is like racing. Oh, life's so sweet.
It's so cool to have Erin here now in this full circle moment. She was there at the very first Rising Tides that we ever did, and now she's here as one of the icons of the sport.
The first Rising Tides I did was kind of around when I first started surfing, and I was able to hang out with girls like Carissa and Stephanie. They were so nice to me and so encouraging. Since I was a beginner, I didn't know too much, and they're even giving me tips and stuff.
What advice do you have for a young competitive surfer like us?
I wanted to be able to compete with them one day, so that definitely motivated me to work hard. And now I'm here, so it's kind of crazy.
What a beautiful morning here in Pipeline. Erin Brooks, officially a rookie on tour, a product of the WSL Rising Tides program, as we got to meet her at Honolulu Bay. So just a few years ago, feels like yesterday. Bright-eyed, asking questions to her favorite surfers. Well, now her favorite surfers are looking at her to push the bar for professional surfing this season. And at 17, already has a championship tour victory that she earned at Cloudbreak last year. Now she's surfing against two athletes that achieved Rookie of the Year in their first strike, Gabrielle O'Brien and Sawyer Lindblad. Joe Turpel and Felicity Palmatier, who competed in the YETI event this year, on hand for the call. Where do we go with this narrative for Erin Brooks this season? Quickly, the other day, we were already making world title calls. You don't get to do that with every surfer every year. This is a special season that we have.
It is, and you know what? It's you don't want to get too far ahead of yourself, but I feel that the writing is somewhat already on the wall. When you look at the performance that she put on at Cloudbreak last year, getting a win, not even on tour yet, as a wild card, and just we've seen her coming from a mile away, this prodigy child. Just all the clips on social media, the airs at the wave pools. It's just her technique, how fast she surfs. Just to see her now, as a full-time rookie on the tour. I'm so excited, and of course, that call is being made. We potentially see another world champion like what Steph did in her rookie year, potentially.
And it's one of those cool stories where you spend a little time thinking, okay, what is her official home break? Because she's already living that life of a citizen of the world. Coming from Texas, family moved to Maui. She's about 9. A friend of hers took her surfing, and it wasn't just, oh, surfing's fun. It's like, I want to be a world champ, actually. It was like that quick of a switch. Next thing you know, she's at Rocky Point working with Kehea Hart. Next thing you know, she's like in Waco, Texas at the pool systems every day. Then in Indonesia, beating the guys in barrel contests, and now representing Canada. It's like she is just her own unique individual, works incredibly hard. And that's why this rookie debut is so exciting. A generational kind of talent, and very comfortable out here at Pipeline.
Oh, so comfortable out here at Pipeline. I mean, they had the specialty event in December this year, and obviously she put on an absolute clinic there. It was big, it was meaty, it was hard work, and she pulled into some amazing barrels. We've already seen what she can do out here and what she's capable of. But back to what you were saying, just with the experience that she's had all around the world, and I mean, the opportunities as well, it's absolutely incredible. And I think, she's a product of, you give the opportunities and you put the time in at different places. Obviously, the talent is going to come and it's here. And I just can't wait to see her at all the different locations on tour. I mean, with Snapper Rocks being back, we got to see her there last year on the Challenger Series. 10-point ride, took off behind the rock, pulled in on her backhand. Honestly, in my opinion, that was the best barrel of the whole Challenger Series event, men or women. It was absolutely incredible. So I'm excited this year to watch her.
And if that's going to help her cause Snapper a CT event once again this year. So for her, she's going to be looking to get another 10-point ride behind the rock as Snapper back to championship tour status this season. Sawyer Lindblad, Rookie of the Year last year, hitting some turbulence, and she'll step off. Lots happened for Sawyer in a year. Remember, she got that little inside backdoor barrel, and she came in last season, was like, well, that's the first one I've had. It was like she's getting so many firsts done, and, including the wave of her life in a jersey at Teahupo last season. She has one of those natural instincts in the ocean, and not just surf-wise, but also as a competitor. where I think she's going to have a very long career on this tour.
Yeah, she kind of spoke about it, when she accepted her Rookie of the Year at WSL Award. She sort of took us back to that moment in Tahiti at Chos when she got that wave, and she remembered she was the only one out the back, can't remember who she was up against, but they'd caught a wave, and she was like, you could hear the channel erupting and people being calling out, and she was like, okay, a set's coming. I'm the only one out here. I guess I got to go. And she just, hungry to take it, and took the chance and took the risk, and it paid off. Best wave of her life.
What a story. 22:45 on the clock. Let's check in with one of our favorite Australians. Molly Picklum is with AJ.
Thanks, Joe. Molly, what a way to start out your 2025 campaign. Walk me through what you wanted to accomplish in that heat, knowing what you were up against with the ocean.
For sure. I mean, I just conserved all the energy. Like I said, I didn't surf beforehand because I just wanted maximum energy to just paddle against that current. But I guess the plan was just to keep your eyes open and be open to ride turns or barrels. And I was really surprised that I found a couple barrels, and it was fun though.
And you were joking with me that it was pretty much you against the ocean, not you against the other women in your heat. How did you pick out what you wanted to take off on?
Yeah, for sure. It was funny out there. Like the girls, I was kind of just like, oh, how's your heat going? Because it's just like you're so focused with not versing the ocean, you're just trying to work with her, and that was funny. But I guess for me, it was just like, had those couple of waves, and like I said, I just had my eyes open to try and, be open for anything to come, because the ocean is just manipulating you around, and you can't really skate. I'm going to sit here and try and get this wave. It doesn't really happen like that on days like this. So I was glad that I was like at the end and the girls weren't near me and I got my waves.
You got your waves, got the heat win, first one in 2025. Congratulations.
Yeah, I'm stoked. Let's keep going.
Congratulations, Molly. And of course, Joe, right now it's Erin Brooks out in the water. I got a chance to catch up with her coach, Shane Dorian, right after he sent her out paddling for her very first heat as a CT rookie. And he said one of the biggest things that they have had to work on in this week off is structure. They have been down here every single morning at 6:15, 20 plus minutes before it even gets light outside, to make sure that they are ready for when this competition got called on. I asked him, what's the last thing you said to her before she paddled out? And he said, remember the hours, remember the waves. We have spent so much time out here at Pipeline over the last few months. This is practically a home break for you. So go out, get after it. I love you. You're going to do great.
Magic. Thanks so much, AJ. What a report. Gosh, Shane Dorian in the corner of Erin Brooks. And when you have a super talent like Erin, it's not just talent, but it's personality, it's dedication. Basically, if you ask a legend to help you, they see that in you, and they are more than honored to give you all the time you need to perform the best of your ability. That's like Shane. That's even like Kelly last year at Cloudbreak, who was so moved by Erin's dedication that he wanted to be a part of it as well. So Shane understands the system of how this whole thing works, not just at Pipe, but in the world title race as well, as he was former top 5 in the world. So now he can give it all back. I mean, Flick, when you look at it, it's like everyone has the same goal. The goal is the same. That's not the problem. You want to be a world champ, but it's the system that you've got to create to be the best in the world. As we look at Erin's opening ride of a rookie season.
Yeah, so this is the first two-turn combo we've seen from the women so far this morning. And she didn't shy away from that last section, but I want to say wave selection for Erin was pretty crucial there. I mean, she picked a wave that allowed her to really go straight up into the lip a couple of times. That last turn, not as meaty a section as what we saw Molly sort of having to deal with in that in the last heat there. So good little two-turn combo, and probably a nice backup for today.
It's cool when you look at Erin Brooks and just her technique and flow. Watching this quickly, though, this is going to be Gabrielle O'Brien kicking off her season. Quick connection on the forehand. Throws down the front side arc. Little sticky there, but now having the flow. Whitewater section, guttering out, attacking the top, and completely disappearing on the finish.
That was a really hard section to navigate there. I mean, that one, it almost looked like she just didn't. You kind of got to match the speed at what that oncoming section had, and she got really stuck in that aerated water. It's super hard to manufacture speed there, and sort of hit it a little bit slower than what that oncoming section was, and it just absolutely gobbled her up. So, yeah, that was very tricky.
Tricky end section for Gabrielle O'Brien, who's so thrilled to kick off her year. Let's see how this one started off.
Yeah, so smaller wave here for Gabby, but throwing spray there on that first turn. Little carving maneuver here, and she's sort of just trying to generate speed here, but just gets stuck in that aerated foam, and that oncoming section just so much bigger than the wave that she was on, and just absolutely getting detonated there.
Gabriella Bryant finishing 7th in the world last year. Almost had the opportunity of competing at the WSL finals last season, but it was a fired up Erin Brooks that changed that script around at the final event of the season. Gabby told me, she's like, yeah, that was tough. And she said the best thing I did to recover from that was surf perfect restaurants for 6 hours straight. She said her mom was on the beach going, am I going to be able to talk to her? She's like, nope, still surfing. And she said it was the best thing for her. Just get back to being a pure surfer at heart and just burn off a loss and actually even think about what you did accomplish that season, which included her very first CT win back at Margaret River.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it stings. She had a chance of potentially fighting for her first world title, but not making that, she has to reflect on that. I mean, that win at Margaret's was incredible, and when I think of waves where she's going to perform well, that was one of them on my list. I mean, she's such a powerful surfer, if not the most powerful surfer on the women's tour, with that carving maneuver that she's got, as we see Erin. But yeah, just a quick in and out there for her. But Gabriella had an incredible year, and I mean, Fiji's going to sting, but you get knocked out, you're in tropical paradise there. It's the end of the year, everyone's having a good time, perfect restaurants.
Life's not too bad. Yeah, I mean, the one thing that's crazy too is Gabby Bryant was surfing with a torn labrum in her right shoulder the entire year. And oddly enough, when she was going into Margaret Rivers, we see that backwash on the inside Gabby's dealing with. Let's see how shallow it is there. We have so much sand on the reef as well. And the current is moving, so she's still working her way back out after that 267. But right going into Margaret River last year, Gabby was going, okay, if this doesn't work out, she ended up winning. She was actually going right into rehab for her shoulder. She was actually thinking about missing the Challenger season to get totally 100%. And then next thing you know, went all the way. And she's like, well, it looks like I'm surfing through the year with this injury. She said she felt at times it was just even hard to paddle. But with the rhythm of winning that she had, she just had to keep it going. So off season kicked off. She actually just spent 8 weeks out of the water, and now she feels 100%.
Yeah, that's really tough. When you're factoring that in, an injury all year, niggling, hurting, sometimes not even really being able to surf, and probably only surfing during the contest and in the heats. And when you think of the year she put together, it's pretty incredible. Also, sometimes I feel like when you are injured like that, you sort of are like, okay, yeah, I'm on a roll here. I won Margaret River and I'm going to continue with that momentum. But sometimes you drop that expectation because you're like, oh, and somehow that sort of clicks something in your brain where if you don't have that expectation, sometimes you can just keep winning. It's like that saying, beware of the wounded warrior, and they just keep advancing, they keep winning. And so something happens in your mindset where, I don't know, it's just, you don't, the expectation's not really quite there. So you just, surfing with a bit more ease, maybe a little bit less pressure.
And now with the shoulder recovered, she said her confidence is even stronger, knowing what she did accomplish last year injured throughout that year. She did a lot of great work with Violas once again. She told me the other day that she's never had a bad board from Matt, like this entire time. And they've done some changes, increased some volume. She knows her bread and butter is like what you mentioned, that big open face frontside power hack. I'm not sure if anyone has a better, more powerful version, like you said, on tour. And she really wanted to lean into that to enhance that turn even further. Little extra foam. She's going to be throwing more water, and she's strong enough to really push that for the panel upstairs.
Yeah, I like that. What you mentioned, just a little bit more foam, a little bit more volume. But I just can't wait to see her this year, because I think she's going to be so fired up knowing how close she got to potentially fighting for her first world title. And I mean, I'm also excited to see her at waves like J-Bay and Snapper. It's going to be exciting. Forehand, big open carving maneuvers.
Well, we've got an all mayhem heat, so let's just dive right back into the story of the Vissla CT Shaper rankings. Matt Biolas has gone back-to-back, and he'll be watching this one closely because Gabby Bryant's up, backing up for 267. Nice, loose, freeing first turn. Frames it vertical, healthy little two-turn combo. And now Sawyer Lindblad. And I had to fade that first cutty, attacking more of the lip on the second effort. Back to the top again. This one really moving down at a nice pace, but misses the finishing move. Sawyer's best number so far, trying to crawl out of third. Gabby Bryan also adding a second scoring ride. And we talked about Biola's coming with the numbers, adding Erin Brooks this year to a squad that's looking to go 3 in a row for the CT Shaper rankings. He brought his entire team up at the Lexus WSL Awards to show off and kind of flex, I think, what's coming for the new tour this year.
And also, like, hey, look how many surfers trust me and trust my board building and my whole team. I mean, it was definitely a big flex, and interesting to see. He's going to be hard to knock off that perch. I'm going to say that much, because caliber of surfers is big and very, very good.
Gosh, when I'd watch the old Lost movies when I was a kid, my mom's like, "You're not allowed to go to that house." But, you know, Matt wasn't messing around. He was dedicated to the business. He's crafty, he's creative, and he obviously wanted to be the best shaper he could possibly be. And look at what he's created over the years. Every surfer on his team, if they're in the world title race or if they're just trying to re-qualify, they've got everything they need. Unlimited boards, whatever needs to change throughout a year. And I think the proof is there of that complete dedication for everyone from the Challenger Series to the regional QSs to some of the top surfers like his MVP, Caroline Marks, from last year.
Yeah, the proof is in the pudding, Joe. It really is. But, I mean, Caroline Marks, 2 years ago on the World Tour, wow. I mean, the surfing we saw from her. And, I mean, it's just, testament to Matt and the team, everyone, you know, at Lost, Surfboards, the whole team, the Glasses, the Shapers, the Sanders, you know, all over the world, just making sure that all these athletes are dialed. And, I mean, yeah, the proof is in the pudding.
Yeah, all those behind-the-scenes type heroes, you know. Got Wiley Archibald on the stage, working as a great sander as part of the team for Lost Surfboards. Look out for Timmy Patterson this year. He just got Al Cleland Jr. to back up Italo Ferreira as we look at Gabby's last wave.
Yeah, so smaller wave again, but she manages to get a couple of nice turns there and really dynamic. And then behind her, Sawyer. So this wave was really funky in the beginning, but she sticks with it. She sees a little bit more steep face down the line, throws some spray there, tries to fit in a third, and then just gets a bit unstuck. Just such a hard section to navigate. And we had a really good drone shot before. You could just see how much sand really is on this reef, and just obviously that's contributing to just how meaty and just how really sucky those last end sections are and how difficult they are to navigate.
When you get those strong swells from the northeast angle, it just moves all this sand on top of the reefed pipeline, and it creates a stepped out closeout. And then you're always hoping for some west in the direction of the swell to push that sand off the reef, head back the other way, and make that left in pipeline really clean. I don't know if I've ever seen a beach that's this malleable or movable. You know, you can take a few days off from coming down to check it and the beach will look completely different. And it's always scary for all the beachfront properties when a big swell comes and they'll end up with some water in their backyard. 9:50 on the clock. It's Gabby Bryan setting the pace in heat number 6 of the opening round. Be right back.
mate. How's it going?
How's it going?
This is really cool in here.
So we're gonna get you measured up via Zoom with our head of product, Bruce Moore.
Brucey, let's go. This is a different experience, getting a custom measurement wetsuit.
Yeah, let's get personal.
Let's do it. So what do we do? Let's not put that on the broadcast, thank you.
10.5.
Yep, the big biceps, let's go. This is my first experience in this new store and it's really nice in here.
Yeah, it's pretty sick, right?
Yeah, it's so nice. It's really cute from the outside. Looks good.
What a great experience. If you head into Haleiwa Town, you can check out Florence Marine X. Nalu's probably working right now. Morning, Nalu. A lot of great people there, like Joel Centeo, part of the fabric of this family, along with the Florence brothers. But Flick, how cool was that? A custom suit heading your way? You deserve it.
Yeah, no, it was such an epic experience. It's my first ever custom suit, and it was one of the modular impact suits. So what makes that really cool is basically it's the impact suit, but it's got these removable pads, right? And it comes with 2 different sets. So if you want a really big wave, David, it's got the big bulky one, so you can put all the padding that you might need. But if it's your 6 to 10 foot day and you're at pipe and you just want a little bit less padding, you can rip those ones out and chuck in the smaller ones. And it's all custom made. Every single measurement was taken, and I can't wait to test it out because I think it's going to be the best wetsuit I've ever had.
That's a breakthrough.
Yeah.
It's changeable. So for you, competing in the YETI, you could put the bigger pads in, and if you want to be a little bit leaner, you could change it up for, say, like a 6 foot dead pipe, but you could also take them out completely, right? And it's still effective.
And then it's just a spring suit. And you know what? Tried and tested by 2 of the very best, John Florence and Nathan Florence. You know, John actually tested that wetsuit 2 YETIs ago. So it is tried and tested by the best. It's really been through the R&D process. So I can't wait to receive this YETI. I'll give you an update, Joey, on how good it is.
Can't wait. Congratulations. Yeah, if you guys get a chance, stop by the shop for Florence Marine X. Had a great grand opening. A lot of happy people, and it's just such a part of the fabric now of the North Shore community. When you paddle out these days, you're seeing Florence Marine gear everywhere, which makes a lot of sense. It's really functional. You know, it's really purposefully based, and I'm just proud of the brothers for all getting together. Ivan's one of my favorites to watch. The goofy footer, part of the crew. Nathan winning the pipe specialty event this year. That was absolutely massive. And also John coming off a 3rd world title, a wild card for this event as we watch Gabriella Bryan looking to better a 2.67. Beautiful bottom turn, hammer on the open face. Carves it off the top before the thing shuts down. Real aggressive and smooth approach. Her mom looks at Dog and goes, "What do you think?" Richard Dog Marsh, a class act, one of our favorites to hang out with, passionate about pro surfing. Had a really meaningful post on social media saying how proud he was to still be doing what he loves and giving back after all these years, and thanking his athletes like Gabby Bryan for inspiring him as well.
Yeah, let's have a look at what Gabby got done here. She's trying to replace that 2.67. So nice hack in the lip. That's that trademark hack that we're talking about. Got a little slash in the pocket, and I mean, she's up in the lead right now, and she's just trying to replace that 2.67. We'll wait for scores there, but I think the danger person right now is Erin. I mean, she's sitting out there. She's got the highest wave score of the heat, that 4.33, and she has priority. So she's going to look to drop that 0.5, and I mean, I've got to say that she's probably going to get another opportunity. So Sawyer right now with a bit of work to do.
You think about how great athletes prepare. I think of Carissa Moore being a 5-time world champ, Olympic gold medalist, and she kind of subscribed to the whole thing of working with a lot of different legends of the sport. You know, from time to time, you'd see her with Poncho Sullivan, CJ Hopgood, and many others to really work out her craft.
Yeah, well, I think it's super smart. You know, every location on tour has different intricacies and different lineups, different places, and what better than to go to the people that know that wave the best, and she's done that at every single location. She's had a lot of success, obviously.
So 3:45 to go. Get some more intel on our lineup with Ross Williams. Ross, what's happening out there?
Hey Joey. So this is actually really interesting. Right now I'm sitting pretty much on the takeoff spot, but I'm giving the surfers a wide berth here, so I'm about 50 yards away from them. But as you can see, where they're trying to get to constantly, like a treadmill, is where the best waves are. And that's right on the cusp of kind of where you take off when pipe is traditional, when there's a west swell. But because today is a northeast swell, it kind of cups from gums and then shoves down the line towards off the wall. So these surfers all day long, they'll be fighting that rip, trying to get into that perfect takeoff spot.
Good man, Ross. Thanks so much for paddling out today. Love your insight here at Pipeline. We go right into the backhand of Sawyer Lindblad. And it had to be very creative with riding away from that section. It guttered out behind her. It didn't have a clear road to attack the lip, but she was able to ride away clean. So Lindblad ditching a 1.5, only needing a 2.01 to take Erin Brooks to third. Here's Gabby Bryan, late takeoff, pulls up and under. Can she punch out? And that lift's going to get her. But a good effort from Gabriella Bryan from Kauai. Now Erin Brooks, the rookie, 17-year-old, representing Canada. Puts in a little torque off the lip there. A ton of speed off the bottom. Big section. Puts everything into it, but disappears.
Yeah, that was a really, really hard section to read. I mean, you got to give her, credit for going for it. But I can't stop thinking about Sawyer. I think she really nailed that. I mean, she was down in the danger position. She was in that third place, needing a score. And the way she read that last section was pretty incredible. It had a lot of lump and bump. There was a few different steps. So this is the wave I'm talking about. So nice deep bottom turn here. Absolutely cracks it up in the lip. Sends a lot of spray, but little jab here. But this is the section. I mean, this was difficult. And she just did so well. The read on that was great. I mean, it wasn't an incredible turn there at the end, but just to get the finish and the read on that, I mean, a lot of the points are going to be coming from that. I mean, that was really well timed. Such a deep bottom turn. Really well timed. And, I mean, as she comes down to that next section, the read was great. So it's going to go do good things for Sawyer.
Griffin Colapinto throws a nice happy shaka to the broadcast as he is preparing for elimination round heat number 1. He takes on David Silva and Eli Hanneman coming up next.
Bit of fashion on the fields. Just something to note, longboard shorts, are they making a comeback?
Oh yeah, they're big.
There's some Hawaiian print on there too, some aloha.
There's some young groms that go on the internet just looking for board shorts from the early 2000s that go down to their ankles.
I believe it. Fashion's on the field. Maybe we should make that a new little segment.
Griff with some big dreams here at Pipe. Hasn't been the easiest for him to work out this event. He does have one semifinal, but that's going back to 2019-ish era, 2018. Ever since then, it's been tough for him to get back in the final series, meaning quarters or better. As Johnny DeCesare looks on, right next to Shane Dorian, focusing on Erin Brooks, who's in that third spot, trying to avoid the elimination round. Brooks does have priority and just needs a 3.34 here in her official rookie debut to the tour. She could end up having a very busy day today. Sawyer's last a 4.83. Gabby out front, her high score of 4.17, and we will see the 17-year-old phenom sent to the elimination round. And remember, there's some big names in there, like the Queen of Pipeline, Moana Jones-Wong, as she will have a busy day here on Wednesday on the North Shore. Men's ER coming up next. We'll bring in Kaipo and Jesse for the call. Be right back.
The Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI is brought to you by Eero, the way Wi-Fi should be. By Visla and Florence, official outfitters of the Lexus Pipe Pro. By YETI, built for the wild. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
And welcome back to the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. We got competition going again. Welcome to the set. I'm Kuiper Grow, joined by former Triple Crown champ Jesse Mendez. And Jesse, as we're picking up right now, and as you're starting off right now, this is when things get real. We're in the men's elimination round. That's when we start losing competitors.
And I mean, for the first time in this whole event so far, it feels like we've been here for like 7 days already, and no one has lost yet. But so that just builds up a lot of excitement for the athletes and a lot of pressure added as well. And we have a stacked heat just to start things off. And Eli, the guy with the least pressure, because, you know, like just a wild card and a phenom as well. So it's going to be a hard one to look out today.
Yeah, Eli Hanneman coming in as an injury replacement for the injured younger brother of Griffin Colapinto, Crosby Colapinto. We got Griff out there. First time for Griffin to have to go through an elimination round here at Pipe after 8 showings in this event. So kind of uncharted water for our high seed Griffin Colapinto. Also, the Goofy Foot, David Silva out there. And we're going to have that regular foot versus Goofy Foot conversation a bit today because not a lot of lefts. So it's going to be the backhand and the precise surfing like this of David Silva. Actually, a little bobble there for Silva, but that's going to be the contrast that we're going to see through this heat.
It's just a warm-up, you know, like it seemed like it was a little bit smaller wave for a day like today, and that board looks a bit long as well as far as for that wave, but it's just something for him to get the foot on the wax and start to warm up and see how the wave feels, because it's completely different out there than the usual pipeline. Obviously we've got a very steep northeast swell as a primary swell with kind of a combo of a northwest as well, but dominant rights today.
Yeah, and we're tracking another northwest swell to come through. Here's a replay of Silva.
Yeah, just a lot of chatter on that wave. He managed it well. It actually timed and get that second turn up in vertical, but just not much scoring potential on that wave as he was probably hoping for. But yeah, sometimes you just want to ride your wave into rhythm. You know, you don't want to sit too long out there. That really can run the clock down. And on a day like today, it's very hard to identify and know when the good wave is going to come. So yeah, I think it's smart for him to just keep moving.
Yeah, put a score in your pocket for David Silva, 29 years old, and David is actually an example of how the tiered system at the World Surf League works. Got on tour, got cut in 2022, had to re-qualify via the Challenger Series in 2023, where he finished 10th. He was the last man there. Back on tour, 2024, and got cut yet again. Had to put the grind on, go back to the Challenger Series, and once again re-qualified for the 25 this year's championship tour by finishing 5th overall in the Challenger Series. So he's a perfect example. You know, we talk a lot. We have 7 events before the midseason cut now, Jesse. We talk a lot about that cut, but immediately, if you are cut from the championship tour, you got a chance to re-qualify for the next year via that Challenger Series.
Yeah, right away, which is great for them. It feels like you just lose a few events instead of losing a whole year to get back in it. And sometimes that can change the momentum and you just get back right there. We've seen that happen before a few times with a few guys, and they get back on track and they're like, you know, starting again in pipeline as the top 34.
Eli Hanneman, another surfer out there, just 22 years old. We talked about the Maui boy. Made it onto the championship tour by grinding away at the Challenger Series back in 23. Finished number 5. Was his rookie year last year on the championship tour. Unfortunately, he was a victim of the cut, so he was going to have to chase back if he wants to be a full-timer on the championship tour. Chase back those Challenger Series events.
And that's how brutal the tour is. You know, the level of everyone in it makes guys like Eli get kicked out. Like, he's one of the most talented surfers we've seen in the past few years. He's good at everything. Good in the air, good in the barrel, good in big waves, small waves, amazing rail game, and he still fell off. So in for us, it's great because it makes everything exciting and every heat super fun to watch. But definitely the level makes it tricky for the surfers right now, and mostly for the rookies that have to adapt so quick into the tour.
Yeah, when we look at the men's side of those CT rookies, it's about a 50% attrition rate when we look at the analytics through the years of what rookies kind of survived that mid-season cut and those that had fall off a tour just on their first year on the championship tour. So maybe that's going to improve right now. The rookies are going to have this year an extra 2 events before they're going to have to face that daunting task of making that cut. And we'll see how all of our rookies perform. In a unusual position right now, and what do you think, Jesse, about what Griffin Colapinto's doing right now out there, really holding on to priority, but clock ticking?
I think in that situation itself, nothing really came that was worth it having. I mean, I'm sure he had a look at it, but was worth it pulling the trigger. So I think he's just playing a smart heat. And you see he's active. Like I saw, that's the second time I see him paddling to the left side of the screen. So that means he's identified maybe waves that are coming a little bit wider. He knows he doesn't want to sit for too long. So he's active out there. The problem is you just sit out there, put the anchor, and hopefully for a perfect backdoor wave roll your way, which most likely won't happen on a day like today. So
check out the boiling water here, Jess. Like, the sand is moving as we're watching it from this drone shot, and that's probably why Griffin has to stay active, because you know how these rips pop up at any given time. They appear and disappear really quickly.
And that's 10 minutes of your heat gone. As soon as that rip starts coming, like about a minute and a half ago, the rip was a little bit down below more, and then we probably had some sets at Pupukea, which is to the right of the scaffolding, and all that water exit, as you see right in the middle right there, it's kind of creating kind of like a river feeling type of current right there. So what that does, it just creates a lot of turbulence, and once that's in the surfer zone, basically every wave is kind of unridden. Like, it's very hard for you to get traction with your fins and rails. So they got to make the most of it when the path's clear.
Right. Yeah. And that's a, you know, I think it's a live by the sword, die by the sword moment when we look at Griffin Colapinto. We're going to look, see if Griffin takes this one. Here he goes. Good sized wave, delays that bottom turn, settles for a nice carve. The wave really tapers off quickly because of where he's positioned on the reef and this mixed swell angle. Getting a couple turns in there, so nice start for Griffin Colapinto. And I'll go out to Ross Williams out in the water for the report. What's going on, Ross?
Just another little hit on the conditions here and what the surfers have to deal with, type of. So you can see, if you want to point the camera right towards the beach, how backlit it is. It's really tough to see sort of your marks on a beach where you would like to line up. And the other thing that's really interesting is the current is really bad, obviously, and there's lots of sand, but there's still pockets of reef. So it's a little bit skitsy out here. Like, the surfers, you can tell they're kind of darting back and forth. They don't know for sure where to sit. They obviously want that honeypot of a big barrel. So they're kind of like skitsy looking around. But meanwhile, you got David Silva, who's trying to get busy and do some maneuvers. So it's a little bit of everything out here, but if you look towards the beach with the camera, you can see how backlit it is. It's pretty tough to see where you are.
Wow, and probably tough to see any kind of landmarks that you might have in the lineup, Ross.
You can't see anything. It's really, every minute that goes by, the sun's getting a little higher, so it is getting easier, but those first couple heats, it was really backlit. You can see Griff right now paddling back out from off the wall. By the way, there's some giant barrels at off the wall. It's madness out here. It's really cool.
Thanks so much for the reporting, Ross Williams, aka the Cat, and just a fixture on. Yes, Ross Williams' nickname was the Cat. He was one of the as a Grom, already heralded by the magazines as one of the 4 amigos.
There you go. Oh, that's the wave that Ross was just talking about. See how big that barrel is, and obviously to the left it goes into that shallow backdoor low road and it closes out, but the right of that thing was probably a giant barrel.
Yeah, and there's Ross right there with Griffin paddling by.
Little high five.
Ross testing that water mic, making sure it's all good. So Griff checks in. Patient Colapinto, 4.17 onto the lead there. Smart play of the priority, and I feel we've been talking about the glare, we've been talking about the rip that's going on out there. So many different challenges, and the other challenge is priority rotation, because there's not a ton of really good waves, and if you got that P, if you have that priority, you're setting yourself up. Oh, let's go to last heat winner. Gabriella Bryant with Strider Wazalewski.
Thank you, Kaipo. Gabby, straight onto the glass. How's it feel?
It feels so good. The day finally came. I had a lot of lay days and tried to stay busy and keep surfing, but I'm so glad to be competing again.
And when you're out in a heat like that, your expectations are probably really high, yet you didn't need huge scores to make it through.
Yeah, it's super tricky out there, just like a lot of sand, a lot of water moving, so I was just trying to find at least a wave where I could do one big carve or two is ideal, and then there's a couple, the odd barrel, but yeah, lowering my expectations and just getting the job done is kind of what we talked about before going out, so yeah, happy I got it done.
Definitely got it done. I got on the phone with Matt Biolis during your heat. He was on a snowcat in the powder, but broke down all your surfboards, said your boards are super straight and ready to use all your power.
Yeah, Matt has been making me magic boards, and I'm so grateful. This is actually a board that he made me for Fiji, a bigger day at Cloudbreak, and I feel like it's kind of the same out there right now, big carves and stuff. So yeah, I took this out and we worked a lot on my shortboards in the off season, and they feel really good. So I'm stoked for the whole year, and literally couldn't do it without Matt, Dion, and the whole crew at Mayhem.
Well, congratulations, starting out with the win. Next heat's coming up.
Thanks, Strider.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, Gabby Bryant. She's actually, there was a time, Jesse, that we had a pro junior event here. So it was on the schedule, our local QSs. So we had a pro junior event at Pipe for like the juniors. And that was the first time I really took notice of Gabby Bryant. She was surfing in that pro junior event. She got a 10-point ride at backdoor. And it was a legit solid drainer. And there was this tiny teenage girl, went out there, and from then I've taken note of her, and since then she's become a fixture on the championship tour.
And just to, that's great for her, because a lot of the girls have never barely surfed this wave.
Yeah.
Like mostly the rookies, because obviously the men's, we've been coming here for the past 30, 40 years, and we need to put a lot of time into these waves in order, if you want to do good on tour, right? Because you expect that you're gonna have to be in this spot. But for the women's, not so much. So for her to have that advantage is great.
This is David Silva.
Nice critical turn right there. He found the clean water, but he needs a combination of those two maneuvers like that. Just one turn, it's probably going to be short. Like it's going to be a little bit on the lower side of the score. So if he finds something just like that first section and can combo it up with a big closeout, he's going to be looking with a very healthy score.
Yeah, tagged it, and that was a 3-point ride for Silva. So he's in the lead, but that's a deceiving lead because no one's got their second wave, and second wave here for Griffin Colapinto. In the barrel, out the barrel, Griff floats that and score that for Colapinto. He's going to run away with the lead right now. Big lead change.
Yeah, that was beautiful from Griffin. Like, what a way to snake out a very good score without priority. Like, right, he had second priority at the moment. Eli was sitting a little bit out the back, and he was able to just kind of snake that one underneath. Look, as you see it, he lets it go. He actually was in a better position than Griffin was. He would have been on the barrel where Griffin was taking off. He just didn't see that wave somehow. And that's just props to Griffin to be sniffing and kind of looking around everything. Nothing crazy, but for a day like today, this is going to be a great score for Griffin. And look at that barrel. It was very hollow from the takeoff. He was going to get at least one section and probably like a second or two of tube riding before more than what Griffin had.
Yeah.
Not to mention, waters are very clear. Finish it off strong. A little bit lateral, but just very smart. Made the turn look big. You can see him stalling with both arms right there. Get completely covered on that section. The wave gets a little bit funky right there, so he comes out perfectly and clean and finish it off with a massive turn. Lip line floater. Lateral, but still aggressive on the lip line. So yeah, that was good stuff for Griffin.
Nice illustration of the 4 Ps of professional surfing. He positioned himself, first P, inside of Eli Hanneman. He picked the right wave. He identified that, look at, Eli's not going to go. Paddle, of course, got to get in the wave, and then perform to a 6.5. Tricky conditions out there. How did we get here? What are we looking forward to at the Lexus Pipe Pro? Well, we asked Surfline, Jesse, and this is the data that they've given us.
Let's check that out. We do have, like, obviously that fading northeast swell, but still a lot of pressure pushing that water down the line, and kind of like a beauty northwest, which is going to help us get everything a little bit cleaner, and maybe get that sand out of the reef a little bit more as the day comes through. And then the next few days, I think Friday and Saturday looks great for us, and Saturday probably being the best of it. Just that nice, clean northwest swell with east winds, and it could be a very exciting way to finish the event.
Good stuff today. 5 to 7 foot faces this afternoon, so it doesn't fall off too much. Wind good offshore. Let's keep it that way all day long and clean up, sweep up Ehukai and Pipeline, setting up for these next 3 days. And like you said, Jess, look, our goal is finishing there on that Friday, but we got a good backup plan because Saturday still looks decent.
Yeah, and Saturday has that very clean. I think, like, with the next few days, we're gonna get everything kind of groomed, because there's obviously the offshore that's gonna help us make the seas very clear, and it's the best wind that we have here, so it should be just up from what we have now.
Yeah, and that more westerly swell coming in should sweep up and clean up all those bubbles and that sand that we see on the reef right now. So as this develops, especially through the day today and the overnight hours, the playing field is going to change a bit. And we're all crossing our fingers that we get some classic backdoor and Pipeline for finals day.
That wouldn't be bad. As you see it right there on the middle of your screen, that wave's kind of like doubling up on top of each other. And that doesn't happen if we have those clear rift bottoms. It's all because there's a lot of sand built up from all that northeast swell that came the last few days. See that little wave? It almost feels like a stationary kind of vibe.
Yeah.
And look, that's like completely random here at Pipeline. Doesn't happen so often, but with all that northeast, all that sand that comes from Rockies all the way down here is just stuck in that area. And you're gonna see it once again. And it just makes it a little bit trickier for the surfers. A lot of water moving, not clean surface. Harder to ride, but some diamonds in the rough, as Griffin found one already.
Here goes Eli, activated here, and that wave is not helping him out at all. So sat for a long time, used his priority, did not gather a score. We're going to chalk it up for a priority error for Eli Hanneman.
Yes, I think this was a priority error, but the biggest error was letting that wave go from Griffin Colapinto. He got a 6.5, and that's going to hurt so much Eli. Eli probably could have maximized that score to a 7.5, have taken off deeper than what Griffin had. So that was a huge priority mistake, and probably that creeps in your mind, you know, like, you let a wave go that is, for a day like today and the standards that we have, that was a very good wave. And then Eli's thinking about it. Oh my gosh, like, I let the time go. I gave a 6.5 to my opponent. I have to pull the trigger. I have only a 1 point right. And all of a sudden you take off on a bad wave, kind of burgery, going out to sea, and now it's even more trouble.
Now it is a ton of pressure to Eli Hanneman. Used priority for the Ophir. Ophir is a fractional score. This is 0.73. Griffin, our heat leader, and had to take a chance on that. He'll remain in the lead right now. Just going to burn some time off the clock as he paddles back out. Right behind him, opportunity. David Silva, smooth off the bottom, beautiful hook off the top, put in the critical part of the wave. Has to settle again, Jesse, though, for just one turn, but that was a dynamic turn.
I mean, if you think about it, like, he got a 3 point right for that critical section he found, but half the size of wave and half as dynamic. You see, like, just how critical he got on that wave and how that wave doubled up. It was so impressive from him.
Hey, it's time for a Bonsoy brew break. David Silva waiting for the score here. We'll come back with that score and more after this. Flossing up in the Lexus LX. Smooth operators. Cole Hauschman, Griffin Colapinto. There's the GX. And the different body styles. Remember, the GX is a critical piece of evolution of the next chapter of the Lexus, with new powertrains on those GXs, an impressive host of features, and the over-trail grades, which I like. Taking a look here, coming back to live action, flying over Ehukai, our fan picks. No surprise, Griffin Colapinto on top of the fan picks, Jesse mentioned.
I mean, that's kind of an obvious one. You're talking about one of the best surfers in the world in the last, what, 10 years? Well, a little bit less, maybe. He hasn't been on tour that long, but, and not just to mention, he's one of the biggest chargers we have on tour. So it's a perfect combination for the scenario we usually have at Pipeline and Backdoor.
Yep. Two-time number 3 in the world, 2023 and 2024, Griffin Colapinto. Wants a couple places better than that in 25. Maxing out with that number 99 on his jersey. Eli Hanneman wants to scrap back into this heat. Hanneman looking down the line. Goes for a big alley-oop, puts it down on the roof, and nearly rides out of that. That would have been huge.
That's what you're hoping for. Like when you take off on a wave like that, obviously he has all the tricks in the bag and just a massive alley-oop. But as he was landing, his front foot just gets a little bit unglued and then is just downwards from that on. But that was a massive attempt, and he was looking for a massive score if he would land that. Because he was coming out pretty clean, like with transitional speed, which the judges love that. Just unfortunately for him, that front foot just came unglued a little bit.
It looked like he had a soft landing there and a lot of amplitude on that alley-oop, but has to settle for a 1.23 and still is in the hunt of a fairly large number in the context of what we've seen so far this morning. Eli Hanneman needing a 6.77. Griffin Colapinto on the paddle here. Heat control to Colapinto. He's got priority and the lead. So what would have been scary times for Colapinto after being subjected to this elimination round. Looks like he's going to sail through this. Again, top two going to move on into round of 32. Third place in this elimination round, eliminated from competition. Take a look at this alley-oop again.
Yeah, that was perfect execution from him right there. Massive ramp, but as he was landing, kind of like it's a little bit delayed and on the lip. And you're going to see it right here. We're going to try and pull that off. Why didn't he land that? If you keep going forward, he eyes it down that section. Hits it perfectly. Look at the rotation of his head. He's going to start looking down this way where he's going to land. And right now, lands it perfect. And you can stop right there. You're going to see his front foot just get disengaged a little bit because he's landing on the lip instead of landing in transition. And that's going to make him buckled off. You keep moving forward. Right there, the movement of the foot going a little bit to the rail, and as soon as he lands it once again, all the weight's on the inside of the rail, and then he gets unbuckled.
Yeah, a little bit on his heels on the landing instead of centered on the board, and that's you know how that was in completion. I like what he's doing though. He needs something big. He needs to think out of the box. He needs actually something desperate at this moment because, again, we talked about the chapters here at Backdoor and Pipeline. The chapter right now is a big rip running through, again, the lineup. So that's going to diminish opportunities for Eli Hanneman in these final 4 minutes.
And how crazy just to break down that he did 99% of the work done. The hardest part was to do that air, land in perfect transition to it. But just that foot movement turned a 1 point ride, an 8 point ride into a 1.23.
Yeah, because that would have been the highest score in this heat for sure if he was able to pull that off.
I have no doubt on that. David Silva with the massive backside snap got a 5 point ride. If you think about degree of difficulty, progression, how dynamic
has to be a few
that turn
points
was,
over that.
Has to be over.
Yeah. Here we go, Eli. He's going to dig deep here. Whoa. Finds a little puka, finds a little bubble, little barrel. He's going to need more than that. Looking for a second section. Gets a nice little second section there. He's going to chip away at it. I don't know if that's the 6.77 that he's looking for, but he should be chipping away at his overall heat total.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, the situation that he sits right now, he had third priority, had to kind of find something and build rhythm because he only has a 1.223. And the total heat of David Silva, it's not that massive. It's only 8 point ride. So if he gets something in that 3 point to 4 point range, he's already closing that gap so much and gives him actually like a way better opportunity in order to get the score. And we're going to see it here. Look how crumbly that water, the surface is, but he's actually able to slow himself down, get a barrel, get a second barrel right there, which I almostly rather him just give up on that section and just go for a big turn and finish it off. I think there's going to be more of an expression, and the judges would have liked more, because that second barrel got a bit small, got a bit funky, kind of went over out to sea the angle of the wave, and didn't help him so much. But I think it was a great strategy for him to get something on the board.
Yeah, now he's really going to have to paddle fast, get back out there and sneak another one, because we suspect he's going to need another score. How much? It depends on the number that we're waiting for. A couple of judges. It's going to be a mid-range score, or actually under a mid-range score for Eli Hanneman. With 2 minutes, so 2-minute drill right now for Eli. And a 2.9 comes in for Hanneman. Now he needs a 5.1 in third priority, and still needs to make some way back to the peak.
Yeah, in 1 minute and 40, and most likely with all this rip, he's going to end up probably at off the wall right now, which we've already seen that on the smaller day. And then on a day like today, that is twice the size of the first day of competition we had. Look at that wave. That's you know, a 6-foot face wave that he is having to duck dive on probably about 1 foot of water. So makes it very tricky.
Yeah, but I mean, look at how far he just got pulled back.
Yeah, it's such a bad spot to be. It's like one of the toughest spots you can actually pick to be when you're trying to get back out in between backdoor and off the wall.
And why is that, Jess?
It's just because there's obviously a lot of pressure from the waves coming, but also zero water under you. So it gives you no depth for duck diving. Like, those guys can duck dive massive conditions. Yeah. But just because there's no depth of water right there, he's just not capable of going under the wave, so he just gets pushed back.
Scrape your knuckles.
Scrape your knuckles.
Scrape your fins.
Yeah.
Put holes on the bottom of your board. All typical in a surf at this stretch right here in these conditions.
And it's crazy, you know, because you're a surfer, but for people that are sitting at home, it actually happens way more than we think about it. But the surfers are not going to be posting about a little puka on their board, right?
Yeah.
Or a scrape on the fins. But it happens
all the time.
A lot of heats.
Yeah. Board wrecker right here. Okay, looks at his watch and realizes, you know what? 33rd is looming for Eli Hanneman. Blast that finish, but I don't think that's going to be enough for him, needing that 5.1.
Had priority on the best time he could ask for on this heat. Let that wave go for Griffin 6.5. That was what put him in the third spot, and that's why I said it's going to weigh him. He was going to weigh in his score line so much as the heat finishes, and that's what happened right there. Unfortunately for him, that one wave made total difference for the advancing to the.
Well, our first men's competitor has been eliminated. Eli Hanneman out of competition. David Silva, Crosby Colapinto onto the round of 32. We're on to a quick break. We're back with heat number 2 in the elimination round when we return. That's right. WSL One Ocean got together to protect some of the habitat of the albatross. And the albatross here, and also planting native species plants. I mean, I'm doing some gardening there, planting an Lima plant, a Veil plant as well, but also protecting the albatross. It's all thanks to YETI, as well as Lexus, Open Water, and of course, WSL One Ocean. Fun albatross fact for you, Jesse Mendez.
What is it?
That albatrosses are expert gliders. They ride airwaves, and they can sometimes go up to 10,000 miles without flapping their wings.
10,000?
That's right.
That's the dream of all the wing foilers out there.
It is.
10,000 miles with one, just gliding.
Just gliding. All right, well, here we are. Elimination heat number 2. Yago Dora, Alejo Muniz, and the rookie Jackson Bunch. 3 enter the ring, just 2 exit into the round of 32. And we already saw Eli Hanneman eliminated in that last elimination round heat.
This is a very intimidating heat for a guy like Jackson Bunch, you know, like a teenager and just a young guy that first year on tour going against 2 veterans and very aggressive, like mostly Alejo, aggressive surfer. It's going to be one for us. It could be a breaking point for us to see how he's going to adapt to that.
I love it. I mean, it's the scouting report right here. This is the 21-year-old from Paia, Maui. He's a rookie on the championship tour. He is the youngest male on the championship tour. So this is going to be a test, a test for Jackson Bunch. 21, he chose on his jersey because he qualified for the championship tour at 21 years old. Alejo Muniz, right next to him, been on and off the tour. Last time Alejo was on tour was back in 2016. He's made the quarterfinals here at Pipeline. That was back in 2014. Alejo Muniz, 34 years old. He's the oldest in this heat, and he's happy to be back in on the championship tour as a much more mature adult. Had a great run through last year's Challenger Series, finishing number 4 in that series. Also out is Yago Dora, our top seed. Dora, when you talk about a performer at Pipeline, I think about Yago Dora. He's had some great results here, but we're going to open with Alejo pulls into a nice barrel, and sneaky open priority move by Alejo Muniz in and out of that barrel. That's the way to start a heat.
And that's where he's dangerous on a day like today. Like he's going to find waves. He has a lot of maturity. He's actually beaten some big names here before at backdoor. Different day than today, more like a standard normal backdoor, but he's with the left foot forward. He's a regular footer. He's going to be able to identify those runners a little bit easier than the opponents on this heat that are going to be goofy footers. As you see right here, that wave stretching down the line, and that one first big pump just putting him in the sweet spot, exiting right before the wave clamped on him and got all weird. So yeah, beautiful read there for Alejo. Not just in the barrel, but you're finding and identifying that wave.
Yeah, Alejo, when we talk about equipment, a new brand onto the championship tour and the Vista Shaper rankings, SRS surfboards out of Brazil.
Yeah, he's actually one of the guys that did for years Channel Islands down in Brazil as well. I worked with him for a little bit, a lot of knowledge. Designed his own
machine, right?
Yeah. So
he's been doing it since I think the late 90s.
Correct.
And SRS Surfboards, which is the house brand for the factory, but actually produces a lot of boards. Like you said, they're the Brazilian manufacturer and distributor for Channel Island surfboards, JR surfboards out of Australia, Emery, and a host of other brands, all in that compound right there. So.
And it's an incredible machine. Obviously, when I worked with him a few years back, just they developed with the university, the public university that they have in Florianopolis, where the factory is based, and it's a very good machine. Everyone wants a piece of it.
All right, well, technology. I'm going to go the old-fashioned way and call Ross, though, because he's out in the water. And Ross, I got a question for you. Your thoughts on a couple of the goofy foots out here, Yago Dora and Jackson Bunch?
It's actually a really cool heat, Kaipo, with, you know, personally, these are a couple of my favorite surfers. Obviously, Jackson's a rookie. He's a young Grom from Hawaii that we've been watching for the past few years. But he's kind of like a Yago 2.0. They surf very similar. Both have good style. Both are really comfortable in the air. But guess what? It's all rights right now. So they're going to have to show us what they got on their backside. But very interesting there. It's kind of like Obi-Wan Kenobi with Luke Skywalker here. Those two surfers are on everyone's radar. But of course you got Alejo Moniz, who he's gonna love to spoil the party, and he sure did with that first barrel.
Ross, you are amazing. You just, that wave just like, you didn't even flinch right there. You kept on with your sentence as you nearly got caught inside.
Michael, if I get clipped, I know it's gonna make everyone really happy, so that's one of my goals today, is to go over the falls.
All right, well, day's young.
We'll try and do it.
Thank you so much, Ross Williams, absolute legend. So good to have Ross in the water, pointing out, you know, not just because of his exceptional, his great professional surfing career, but then his career as a coach, where he's made a big impact in surfing. And then you add on top of that, North Shore resident and just a veteran. So he's like the trifecta of knowledge. Ex-pro, an incredible coach, and a North Shore guy, and he doesn't mind paddling against the current.
He was actually excited about it. That's the first thing he said. Like, oh, the current's not so bad out there. Not to mention, it's like a river, but he just didn't see that side of things. Yeah. And he lives on top of the mountain, and he sees this wave every day of his life. So yeah, the knowledge that he has, he can see it from his house. It's second to none.
Yeah. Oh, the Williams estate is a beautiful, glacious pad on top of the hills of Pupukea.
I'm right there on the house to the side of it.
Oh, you're prime time.
It's
Prime
not
time,
bad.
Jesse
It's not
Mendez. Well, Iago Dora, we're still waiting for Iago to activate, as well as Jackson Bunch. The tricky rip pulls through. Let's go to the CT by the numbers for Iago Dora and take a look at some of his heat wins here. Pre-cut, post-cut in 2024. Had a couple of runner-up finishes both in El Salvador and in Rio, Jesse.
It's crazy to see, like, he almost doubled the heat win percentage on the post cut season that we had, and that just shows how tough just everyone is on this pre-cut.
Yeah, and you know, 7 excellent heats. Iago, not like a Gabe Medina who gets going in the back half of the year. Jackson Bunch in a big barrel comes through there and gets eaten up. Looks like he was on his way, just couldn't get past that second foam ball for Bunch.
I think that might have been Iago, though.
Oh, I'm sorry. Iago Dora, yeah.
But that was...
My bad on the colors. Iago Dora could have been a big one, but no exit.
So close from a very good score. Once again, like kind of like the same deal as Eli. I wonder how much that's going to hurt on Iago. Obviously, the heat, it's only been 10 minutes yet, and no one kind of made a move besides Alejo with the 4.83. But that was a good opportunity for him. A guy like Alejo on his forehand probably would have made that barrel. He's on his backhand, try to sneak in, gets very tight on the beginning, but the barrel starts to open up right there as you see it. He's going through the foam bowl. Just sometimes a little bit too much weight forward on your backhand can kind of bite you back and just makes you fall forward. Luckily for him, he fell off, and you can see it right there on the screen. He was right back
out
to the lineup.
Best results for Iago Dora. Quarterfinals both in 2018 and 2019 here at Pipe. That wave just bottomed out for Dora, and I think that's really what happened. And he just, what his physics were really hard on it. Let's hear from Griffin Colapinto, a relieved Griffin Colapinto. He's on to the round of 32. Griffin's with Strider.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, Griffin starting out this event into the elimination round, but you never seemed there was no worry, and you pretty much just felt like you were going to trust the process.
Yeah, pretty much. It's always the plan, but there's always different thoughts that try and get in the way. So just becoming the observer, and yeah, happy to get through that round because that's always a gritty round, and you lose the first heat. Everyone's lost the first heat, so like, you get a little nervous to lose in that round. So I'm pretty psyched to get through there.
Second priority, you got that really nice barrel. Talk me through that situation.
Yeah, Eli had first priority, and then I was sitting a little bit under him, probably about 5 feet under him, and he looked at the wave and didn't want to go, and I had a good feeling it was going to barrel, and then I swung and got it and got my best score. But the heat before, I was Eli doing that. I was letting Leo and Ian get waves all around me when I had priority. So yeah, a little lesson transfer right there.
And what about the equipment? Are you riding the same board as you did in the first round, or you got something different?
I got 6'4", so lot bigger than the first round. I think I rode a 6-1 in the first round, and I ended up missing a wave that I think I would have got the score on the last like minute. And I'm like, I'm not missing any more waves. 6-4. So yeah, psyched to be in Hawaii. It's beautiful. Offshore winds are coming through, and been golfing a bunch. So I don't know, life's good. What about you, Strider?
Yeah, things are amazing. Beach walks with my buddies and hanging out on the glass with Griff. So congratulations, and we'll see you in the next round.
All right, thanks.
Back to you guys.
Not just a talented surfer, but also a young man, Griffin Colapinto, 26 years old, who's been flexing his cognitive skills. I mean, when you're using words like lesson transfer in your post heat, that means he's already digesting. He's coaching himself, basically.
I picked that as well, and I think we tend to mention that a lot. Like, as soon as the surfers come in, they kind of know exactly the mistake they had on the heat that cost them the heat, or actually made things go fine. Sometimes mistakes turns into surfing, you know. Sometimes mistakes turns into good things. But on that situation, he understood that he needed to get a bigger board, and today's obviously bigger than the first day as well. So he showed that he had great paddle, great stability, mostly on that closeout turn. Maybe he lacked a little bit of being dynamic, you know, and have that tail blow that you usually see from Griffin, but you see it on that lip line. The board was so stable. Everything looked perfect for him right there, and that's what he needed for a day like today.
Yeah, a longer rail line, you know, on a board, you go even a couple of inches. The aggregate kind of effect of just a couple of inches more of rail line, certainly you can feel, not just paddling, but you can feel in how much projection you get out of the board, especially coming around sections, keeping that straight line speed.
And mostly on a day like today, Akaipo, you see how much rips going through. You see it right there. Look at that. It looks like a river, and we're going to keep mentioning this all day long because it's evident. Like, it's going to play a factor into the decisions that the surfers have to make on choosing equipment, choosing waves, and how they're going to ride the waves. And a bigger board is going to help you.
And we don't talk about it a lot in professional surfing. We talk about performance, charging, all that stuff, but with these guys, their paddle ability, these guys are the best paddlers, the most fit paddlers in the world. They paddle probably twice as fast as your normal civilian. If you're ever around any of these guys and surfing a section, you will be blown away on how fast these guys paddle and how strong they are. But even with that, it's the challenge, you know, and these guys are great paddlers. Well, the paddling continues. We're going to get on to some surfing, though, but we'll take a break right now. We'll be back. Alejo Muniz, he's in the lead. This was a 4.83.
My name's Glenn Minami, been shaping since probably late 60s, early 70s. We're all sad, oh man, he's not gonna make it, and then a couple seconds and he catches this wave and gets a huge barrel, you know. We're all like, yeah. It's gotta feel good, huh? It's gotta feel good. feel more happy for Jackson. You know, I'm glad he's riding on boards, but man, I want him to make it. You know, for example, Jackson or any other guy, but you want them to progress. You want them to surf good, you know. And if I can help, man, that's a reward, sort of, you know.
It's a master shaper, Glenn Minami. He's been at it for decades, and Jackson Bunch trusts his hand shapes under the feet of the rookie. Jackson's searching for a score, doesn't need a big one. Out there on the Minami shape. Mostly, and it's interesting, you know, and thank you again to Visla for everything that they're doing, celebrating the shapers. A lot of shapers approach things in different ways. Some are designers where they're at the computer and catting out designs a lot. Glenn Minami's still fairly old school, where mostly those boards are hand shapes from the start. From
scratch.
Yeah.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah.
Not many do this anymore,
No. Yeah, and Glenn, you know, also, we got to give it up to Glenn Minami, 1989. Our friend Martin Potter used those Minamis to a world title. And Jackson's Minami's also being painted, the color applied by the Queen of Ala Moana, Jeannie Chesser, who's also been spraying boards and putting color on boards since the 80s. Let's hear from Jackson talking about some of his equipment, his Minamis.
Yeah, I mean, Uncle Glenn has been doing it forever, you know. He shaped boards for Town and Country back in the day, and he had his own company called Blue Hawaii, and he had insane team riders, and he had Martin Potter riding his boards, and that's Martin Potter was riding Uncle Glenn's boards when he won his world title, so he's already got one world champion under his belt, and hopefully we can keep the boards rolling good and get it done soon.
There you go. A lot expected from Jackson Bunch, but he's got to get through this elimination round. This is the first big rookie test for him.
That is a massive rookie test. Like, just to think about it, he's been sitting for 19 minutes right now. The added pressure, the build-up pressure that he had from all this lay days consecutive, that we had, like 5 or 6 lay days back to back?
6 lay, I think
so. 6 lay
so.
days. And then you're just sitting on your heat for 20 minutes. It builds up. There's no doubt on that. Let's see how he's going to deal with next time. He has to pull the trigger either on deciding which wave to catch, or when he catches, if he's going to look solid in his foot, because it's not easy to manage all of that.
Yeah, a lot of working parts here as we look up the North Shore towards Rocky Point. You can see that outcropping there on the screen. That's Rocky Point, performance wave offering lefts and rights. Rocky Point, original name for Rocky Point, Amahut, as there was Quonset huts. You know, this used to be it's still the country. Look how beautiful it is, but there's a population here. There was a time here on the North Shore where there was very, very little development, and it was almost like you could claim your territory. So there would be people on the fringe who would move out to the North Shore of Oahu and set up the most inexpensive housing they possibly could. And those are those military kit kind of Quonset huts. And people would live in those Quonset huts. And a couple of guys just, you know, dropping out of society, riding single fins. Imagine sunset all to yourself out here.
Not bad.
Jesse, probably like a little taboo on the pipeline side of stuff until they start really getting going, you know, but yeah.
And then into backdoor after a few years
Yeah.
again. And yeah, just breaking barriers until we have now.
It's the Mecca. That's why it's the Mecca. I mean, we've gone from longboard through the shortboard revolution to where we are today and opening up spots, and it never ceases to amaze me, the power of this place. I sat hypnotized on the beach yesterday afternoon just watching so much energy explode in an empty lineup here. It was onshore, things were doubling up, and the explosions from the waves on the reef were just something that I never get tired of. Here's our fan picks. Well, Yagadora ran away with it.
I mean, it's typical, right? You expect that from the big names, red jersey in the heat. Obviously, we have one rookie and one guy that hasn't been on tour for quite a few years, so it's just more expectation than proven ground. So, like, Yago has proved that he deserves to be there, so he's going to have the edge of it.
Yeah, thank you, Pacifico, for the fan picks. You can get involved, too. Go to worldsurfleague.com, check out the draw, click your pick. We're going to take all that data, put it together, and deliver to you the Pacifico fan picks throughout this entire event. Yagodora wants to go, but he has to give up to Jackson Bunch. Jackson, and a tidy little pipe tube for Jackson Bunch. And there you go. Jackson with, you see those camouflage tees too. That's the Jackson Bunch tee that Quicksilver put out, celebrating their rookie.
That was very impressive from him. I did not expect anyone to find a left, mostly a left barrel here today, but that's the glimpse of the new Northwest swell filling in. It filled in yesterday, actually, and with the Northeast kind of fading, we might have some peakier conditions, and he actually found a clean wave. Like, there was a moment right there that things kind of got smooth in the lineup, and kind of came from the skies that left for him.
Here it is.
And great way to block as well. Like, Yago was in an even better spot than him, just a little bit deeper. Beautiful bottom turn. Just passed through the barrel, but for the situation that we have right now, 7 minutes and 30 seconds, no one has scores. Look how much wobble there is on that wave. That wave kind of breathes through, gets a little big, and then clamps it. All the energy dissipates. It's a full-on A-frame. And he was just able to maximize that potential of the wave and kick out clean. And the good thing for him, he got a left, his paddle back straight out, and he's in a good position to get a better, or not better, just get a backup score because he doesn't have one yet.
Wave coming through here. We'll see if there are any takers. Yeah, and speaking of lineup, remember, Fantasy Surf, your team's lock at the round of 32. So next time the men hit the water, you want to make sure you've looked over your team and locked it in. I actually took all the goofy foots off of my team just to update because of a lot of rights today. But I might have to reevaluate. Everyone can still reevaluate it because a goofy foot just got a 4-point ride. Jackson Bunch, and here goes Jackson again. Hearing that news, a lot of foam there.
But I think you're right with your pick. I think we
leave the goofies off. Yeah.
Not leave the goofies off, but I think the black sheep is going to be a left out there today. You know,
Yeah.
like it's not going to happen so much.
Alejo poised there and looked what should have been. It looked like that would have been an easy barrel and an easy backup for his 4.83. Unfortunately, just gets caught up there at the end.
Yeah, but still, I think there's an exit there. Just felt like he got a little stiff, maybe thinking too much.
Looks like he had it.
Yeah, he had it, but just got maybe just a touch stiff right there on the end of it. Obviously, it's easy to say it from here, sitting down, but we're gonna check that out right now. He's gonna set up. That wave gets a little bit wobbly, but then right there, maybe he needed to just be a little looser and tuck in a little bit more, get high line a little bit more, and try and find that exit on the high line, but. Because unfortunately for him, he had no backup. So that was going to be a small score, but better than a 1-point ride. And with the situation we have in the heat right now, that could play a big factor in it.
2 rides for 5.83 for Alejo Moniz. Priority with Yago Dora. Just putting in context, Yago Dora can easily, Yago gets a 6-point ride. He's on top with a single wave. So this is no way over. This is a big deal. Oh, wait, I got Ross. Ross wants to get into the conversation, Jesse. Yeah. Ross, what do you got for us?
Just a quick little note. I think you guys are both goofy footers there in the booth, so you could probably give me a little note on this. But they got goofy footitis. Other than Alejo's, obviously, he's got a couple barrels. There's been incredible barrels right here on this peak. So it's kind of just this unusual mutant of an outside Aints wave. But there's been a couple big barrels that spit right into off the wall. All these guys sitting here off the wall are jonesing. So actually, that left that Jackson got, the right was about 4 times better.
Wow. Thank you, Ross. That's why we need Ross on the water.
I agree with Ross. But like, it's hard to find those waves out of backdoor. And only being a goofy footer, you know how hard it is. You know, it's like hard to identify. They stretch out so much. It's hard to figure out which one's just going to slow down enough in order for you to get out. But at this moment right now, the problem is we saw a lot of waves, a lot of big waves like Ross mentioned. And they're most likely going to be a big rip going through, and that's what we see right now.
Ross used the medical term goofy foot-itis, and that means just looking left all the time. Do you think these guys are looking left too much, Yago and Jackson?
I'll tell you, I don't think they were actually thinking about left. It was just adaptation to the situation. I think they were looking right the whole time. A left game, scoring opportunity, why not? I'm a goofy footer, even easier for me being frontside. But yeah, I doubted they're looking left out there.
So it's probably not an acute case of goofy footitis. It's actually a mild case of goofy footitis.
But for Ross's point, we tend to have trouble looking at backdoor waves.
Yeah.
And
it's hard.
It's very hard. It's the fact is it's just hard. I mean, all the regular footers are probably scratching their heads right now and saying we're just we're just trying out. But yeah, it is.
No, it really is, and that's why you see there's very few goofy foots that have performed so well at backdoor, because you have to adjust your line, which is really hard on the back end. In a long barrel that shifts speed and the line shifts. I mean, the only guy, Gabe Medina's pretty much the only guy that comes to mind that it doesn't matter if it's pipe or back.
He goes head to head. I agree with you. I 100% agree with you.
Jackson. And not going to get much out of this one, but just looking for a backup score. He knows he's got a half-point ride, so anything above a half point is going to help his cause. He's under priority, so may as well take a wave.
I don't think that was the time to pull the trigger. There's still 3 minutes left. Second priority right there. That wave looked like very short already, you know, like not enough energy.
Rookie mistake?
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to bite him back, but yeah, I would have waited a little bit longer, because he already proved to himself and to us that he could wait for a long time and still perform well. Obviously, it was a small score of a 4-point ride, but that was not easy to do what he did. That was a hard wave to read, and he did an incredible job there. But right there, maybe a little too early. Or if you're going to pull the trigger, maybe a big closeout section like David Silva had. You know, one big hack, you're going to get a 3-point ride, and that's applying a lot of pressure into Iago that only has 1.5. Good things for Iago, though. That rip that was going through from all the big sets kind of seems to mellow out from that drone shot that we just saw it.
Here we go. This is going to shake things up. Set coming through in the final 2 minutes of this heat. And remember, we talked about locking the team. Scan the QR code. Join the Mega League, the lineup Mega League. And Iago Dora pulls into a clampy one there, so Iago's not going to add to his score too much, but join Fantasy, get involved. And this year, with that Mega League, that lineup podcast Mega League, we got prizes for you folks at the end of the year. Gift cards to the WSL store. So get involved. Challenge us. Shake it up. Iago Dora now has to be on the gas pedal and make things happen. Fouled by Jackson Bunch, and Souls
did his job. Now it's about a minute and 13 left. You get a 3.9. And on the 1.4 in Jackson Bunch's situation right now, it's actually not that easy to find. You know, it's very easy for you to just get a straight closeout, a wave that just dissipates and goes into whitewash and steps everywhere because of all that sand that we have there. But Alejo is always keeping a close eye into him. Let's see what's going to happen here.
Ultra important wave. Iago doesn't go. Jackson's got an air game, and that wave was just way too difficult, but you saw, like, hey, very limited options on that wave.
Yeah, and that's why I said, like, it's only a 1.4 he needs to get better, but it's not that simple. If you would have tagged that turn, he would have not bettered his 1.4 most likely.
Iago in a clutch situation here, 20 seconds, needs a 4-point ride. And he's going to have one more chance. But Alejo Muniz does have priority and can just sweep this peak away from Iago Dora. Countdown here.
Alejo's not going to let that wave go in a million years.
And there's the block with priority. Alejo Muniz. Nice snap there. And Alejo could be a dark horse here. He's into the round of 32. The rookie, Jackson Bunch, survived his first big rookie test, and a surprise to all. Iago Dora eliminated from competition. There is Alejo on the ride back in. Just workman-like, chipped away at it, had an early start, got it going, and a successful mission for Alejo Muniz. There's all the numbers. We'll be back with more of this elimination round here at the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI.
The Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL. By Neutrogena, sunscreen you'll love to wear. By Pacifico, live life anchors up. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
Parabéns, Alejo Muniz. Back on tour, back to winning, getting the jump out of the elimination round and getting a big hug from a world champ, a pipe champ, Adriano de Souza. He's got his family here. He's worked hard. He felt the dream slip away, maybe in front of the global spotlight, but he never gave up. And Alejo absolutely blitzed the Challenger Series. His focus is on getting past the cut and be a part of the WSL Final Five. Already some great stories and fun waves this morning. Joe Turpel, Strider Wazalewski, Felicity Palmatier. You got to roam a little bit, Waz. You went down to the beach, checked the conditions.
That was pretty fun
nice
down
purple
there.
shirt. Yeah, having a good day.
Got laced up by Visla. Very, very happy about that. But really, the reality of this morning, I think that Alejo just kind of talked about it right away, live on TV, and then went out and did it live. So backing up his talk is, is pretty amazing to watch.
Definitely, yeah. As we look at this heat just getting started, elimination round, heat number 3, Ryan Callanan, Samuel Pupo, and a rookie named Joel Vaughn. Joel Vaughn from North Shelley Board Riders, excited to make his rookie debut. Sammy had to go to the Challenger Series last year, won the thing to put himself back on tour. And our Cal, the Aussie vet, looking for a lot of big things this year, Flick.
Yeah, this is a great matchup, and I'm pretty excited to see Joel, actually. I mean, as we see here, so we've got Ryan getting things underway here on the backhand. Nice carve down. And let's see, does he get a finish here? Bit of oncoming, converging whitewater. Pretty hard to cut that one. And then Joel behind him, Strider.
Oh, Joel trying to negotiate that little reverb coming up from the wave before. Kind of pushed him right up into the lip. He might have got sucked over the falls right there.
Wow, what a quick start. Already have the priority order. Priority is with Sammy Pupo. And as we know, Samuel had a wipeout between the run days and has been cleared by the WSL medical team to surf his heat. I saw him in the neighborhood driving by with his family, had a big smile on his face, and he was happy to get things going here at Pipe. As we remember, his rookie year out here, he had a huge performance.
I was in the water for that.
Got all the way to the quarterfinal, Strider.
That was some of the most incredible surfing I've ever seen out at Pipeline. The waves were gigantic, 12-foot second reefers, and Sammy was just sending it, as well as Joao. And it was so fun to watch, that heat between John Florence and Joao. I mean, come on, that was a nail biter. I could have went either way.
Yeah, that was a big statement for the rookies. I also think Luca Macinas was in the mix on that finals day. There was a lot of rookies that really made a statement, the toughest wave, the heaviest wave on tour. And even for Sammy, he wasn't thinking that it was going to go that well in his debut. And since then, we've seen him final at the CT level in Brazil and having that emotional roller coaster of being a pro surfer in Flick's hometown, where the cut is, when he was just in tears when he thought he just knocked his big brother off tour. Thing was, he got knocked off as well, and they joined forces on the Challenger Series, and both were able to make another great comeback. As we look at Yago coming through, having a quick talk with his manager, Daniel Cortez. Checking the conditions. Definitely a tough result and a tough start for Yago. His worst result at Pipe in his career. We reflected back on last season where Yago took a while to get going and actually almost fell off at the midseason cut, but then his back half of the season was so brilliant. He finished 6th in the world. He's been more than ready to compete. Just a tough loss that Yago's going to have to shake off as he heads to Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, it's tough for a guy like Yago. If he was probably, 2 inches away from a 9 on that right barrel that he had, and if he would have come blowing out of that thing, it would have been a whole different situation. And that's surfing for you. You can be so close, but the make is the make, and you got to come out of the barrel. You got to ride out of the whitewash on your maneuvers. All these little, little details that really define each and every performance.
So Yago Dora already thinking that he's just got to perform big time in the pool, which he's definitely going to be a favorite in that format. Samuel Pupo hitting that lip high off the top. Little floaty under his feet there, but able to get the completion. So a wipeout in the days between competition, cleared from the WSL medical staff. Opened up about it on his social media, on Instagram. And he was excited to be here with his mom and dad. He gave them both a big shout out at the Lexus WSL Awards when he accepted his Challenger Series trophy. Now with elimination heat number 3 underway, we will be catching up with Ross Williams in a moment. He's getting a good position in the lineup to break it down for us. Ross, what's happening out there?
Just a dog in his bone. I wanted to give you guys a quick visual of the lineup right here. We're now on the pipe side, and you can see how shallow the sandbar is right here. That's the legendary little surf spot right there, my favorite spot in the world, Gums. Just a fun sandbar. But right there, the last week of that northeast swell has brought a ton of sand right at the top of the lineup. You can see Joel right behind me getting in position. And it goes from these square, ledgy, sort of like snapper rocks barrels into the more traditional backdoor reef wave. So the lineup is very different right now from that week-long northeast swell.
Ross, are you going to catch a couple waves? Look like you're right in the competition area. They put you into a wild card spot.
You know what? The last heat, I was right by a couple trainers. It was really hard to not pull the trigger. This is fun. I love it.
You're doing a great job, Ross.
Welcome to the water world. I love it.
I love it. Thank you.
That was just the water on water talk. We always see Strider out there, and we have these meetings before events over the years. And it'd always be like, Strider, you can't catch waves. You know? And the first thing Ross asked was like, am I allowed to catch waves with this water pack on? And Strider kind of made a face. He's like, kind of up to you, right? You know?
Discretionary, you know.
Oh, man.
Well, here's the reality of that position is you can't fall because you don't want anything to happen to the equipment.
Oh, smart.
So,
okay.
So if you've
you're
never
good
seen
enough,
the
go
water,
ahead, take off.
yeah, exactly.
And Ross is good enough.
And if you don't see the water pack for a while, you know, well, Strider must have had a wipeout, and he's still rinsing
I have
it
lost
out.
last year got caught inside a back door. This rogue huge wave came through and blew the earpiece to pieces just by getting caught inside. But, you know, there are some good times out there.
Yeah, big thanks to Robert Wardy, and the rest of the crew that works hard on that equipment to get the water reporting. Ross out there, local boy, has been in a pipe final in the past. He's surfed every shape and size to pipe and backdoor. And right now, Sammy Pupo is getting his early numbers in, 317. Ryan Callanan, a 2.0. And Joel Vaughn, just a 0.7 as he holds priority. Joel Vaughn comes in with a big air rep, you know, giant alley-oops on the Challenger Series. And I really think he's ready to show the tour that he's got it all.
Oh, I think so, 100%. I mean, you think back to last year and his performance on the Challenger Series, my mind instantly goes to those big airs that he was doing, Sakurama. I mean, the giant scores he was posting. But, I mean, he's definitely got a rail game. I mean, you know, fellow Aussie, I've seen him coming from a mile away, and I think he's well and truly capable, but there's definitely question marks there. I think, for, you know, people within the industry, you've seen a little bit of chatter online and people are saying, okay, like he's got a good air game, but, you know, what's that rail game like? But he 100% has it, and I'm just stoked to see him on tour for, you know, let's see what he can do before the cut, and he's got some good events coming up.
I feel like, and with the conditions as they are right now, we saw Eli go for a pretty big alley-oop in his heat. I feel like there's some, you know, available ramps out there for him. Obviously, the barrel is going to be scoring the highest points today, but we have seen like backup waves where they're doing big carves and nice turns, and if you go above the lip and you land in a critical section, you're going to get a big number. So he's got what he needs in this heat.
Joel Vaughn choosing his jersey number, dedicating it to his mother who passed away a few years ago. She was born in 1968, so he's got the number 68 to represent his late mother, and also has 1968 tattooed on his chest. Proud of his family, really kind human being. He's got brothers that rip, Zach and Curtis, and I think everyone knows the youngest brother, Huey Vaughn, who's a character. He's funny, really explosive too, and I think we'll be seeing a lot of Huey Vaughn on the big stage in years to come.
For sure, you know, I was actually on the same flight over as a lot of the Vaughn family. So got talking to them, and I was like, okay, so how many exactly of you are there to come over to support? And he's, adding them all up, and he's like, holy, there's actually 15 members here that have flown out to watch Joel's debut on the World Tour, which is pretty special, I mean, Hawaii's, it's a long way away from home, but to feel that support, like from, your Aussie family on the beach is pretty incredible. And 15 family members.
That's a lot.
That's a ton of support.
It is.
Well, you need that. You're in a heat like this. I mean, Ryan Callanan, arguably one of the best goofy footers, or if not, on tour. And then, Samuel Pupo, we've seen his damage. I mean, the fact that he fell off tour is just baffling to me. He's such a great surfer. So, he's got a rough go right here. Joel does.
Yeah, Joel Vaughn, priority, not needing much, just getting things started in his rookie debut, as we'll catch up to a very familiar face on Alejo Muniza's comeback to the championship tour. He gets to hang out with AJ.
What a comeback it is, Joey. Welcome back, Alejo, back on the glass, first event of the 2025 CT. We talked earlier this morning about just your perspective this time around on the championship tour. How would you describe your approach?
Yeah, my very first round was a shocker, to be honest. I've been waiting for this moment for 8 years, and I was so excited to go to my first round. My son and my wife were on the beach, and I had a shocker, so I had to regroup, It was good to have a couple of days off. I talked a lot with Adriano, my coach, and I was stoked when I saw the waves this morning. There is some really nice waves. The wind it's nice. There is a lot of current, but it's not easy to find the diamonds, but there is some out there for sure.
And you found a few of them. Congratulations. Você me dice sua perspectiva diferente neste ano comparado a 2016. Como você mudou?
Desde 2016 eu me tornei pai, eu me casei, eu enxergo a vida diferente. Eu tive um primeiro round difícil, depois de 8 anos esperando, acabei não me encontrando e perdendo logo na primeira bateria, mas foi bom ter uns dias off para me reencontrar e agora felizmente ter passado.
Parabéns.
Obrigado.
Parabéns. Congratulations. That's what that translates to from Portuguese. It's really a great story from Alejo Muniz. Waiting for that heat for 8 years after falling off the tour as sets pour through. Late takeoff and controlling it, the Aussie vet Arcal, looking for a big arc to start. Speeding down the line, frames up that board from JS Industries. Nice power punch to seal the deal for Ryan Callanan from Meriwether Beach. Had the 2.0 opener. And now Ryan doing some damage with some big backhand blows, really accomplishing a solid finishing move. And during the catch-up with Alejo, we saw Joel Vaughn get shacked.
How good does that feel? You pick off a perfect little nugget. You got priority, and one of those little diamonds come to you. We just heard Alejo talking about.
Yeah, I mean, today, if you can find one of these diamonds in the rough, exactly like what Joel does here, perfect positioning, and just gets absolutely shacked, comes out clean, the barrel stayed open. Got to feel good as a rookie to find one of those today because they are rare.
And, slowing down the technique to try to get behind the curtain completely was, everything right here. And I'm really stoked on seeing the turns after the barrel. Tom Carroll once said, don't ever just kick out.
Oh, I agree. I mean, if you can maximize your score a little bit more today, why wouldn't you? I mean, it's a day of margins. And as we see Ryan, he surfed this really well. I mean, that was difficult. That wave section changed as he went up to hit it. There was no barbling in between turns. It was just smooth transitions, right? I mean, really well done. 3 belts on the backhand.
He could have easily given up on this wave with this first turn, not giving him that section because he wanted to go straight up right there. But he kind of had to, turn it down, and then a lot of surfers would have just kicked out right here. Instead, he's like, you know what? I'm just going to finish this thing off, and it's going to benefit him because this last turn, he punches it straight up into the corner. Nice early value to ride out in front of it.
Great job to Ryan Callanan as he's doing the run up the beach, waiting for the score to come through. We always love hearing from you to see your favorites and to make your predictions. Go to worldsurfleague.com and join the conversation with the Pacifico fan picks. 51% going to Samuel Pupo, earning the overall favorite, but pretty close with the votes for Ryan Callanan. And hey, JV, that's going to turn around. People are getting to know you as a rookie on tour. But I think a lot of people have that recent memory of Sammy Pupo getting that big quarterfinal in his rookie debut in pumping conditions. But I remember a young Ryan Callanan just minding his own business, hanging out, wasn't in the event. Sometimes there's late injury withdrawals from the event, and all of a sudden he got tapped on the shoulder and was like, hey, Ryan, you could get in this pipe event right now. And he's like, yep, got up, had to find his stuff, got right into gear, had a heat with Dane Reynolds in the early morning, went backside at back door and got a 9.87. He was just like, didn't have time to even think about it and just absolutely packed it. Next thing you know, he's on tour as a full-timer and enjoying longevity on this tour. Scores coming through for Joel Vaughn in the barrel of 5.5. Ryan's last of 4.5. The Aussies in the top two. Take a Bonsoy brew break. Be back for more after this.
Hey guys, it's Soleil. Devastating wildfires have and continue to spread through Southern California, displacing families, destroying homes, and impacting entire communities. With so much destruction, pain, and loss, I'm using this platform to be a voice on behalf of those who've been affected. As a member of the Malibu community and resident of Los Angeles, we want to say thank you from the bottom of our hearts to all the amazing first responders who constantly risk their lives to fight these fires and save our homes, including mine. This has been a difficult few weeks, and there is a long road ahead. But together, we can make a difference. By donating to the relief efforts, you're helping provide shelter, food, and resources to those in need. Every contribution, no matter the size, brings hope and healing to those who've lost so much. To learn more about how you can help, scan the QR code on your screen or visit worldsurfleague.com. Thank you.
You can help everybody that has dealt with the devastating fires throughout Southern California, the wildlife relief efforts. You can scan to donate right now. Every contribution can make a difference. You're helping provide food, shelter, and all the resources to those in need. Every contribution, no matter the size, will bring hope and healing to those who have lost so much. And walk up to your screen, scan that code, and really make a difference. Thank you so much. And thanks for watching Pro Surfing today here at the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI. Ryan Callanan, Joel Vaughn, Samuel Pupo still in the water, with Ryan holding down the lead with his 4.5 on turns. Joel Vaughn's best of 5.5 in the barrel. Nice patience with priority, and found one that was going to open up. These kind of days at Pipe, it's so nice to see someone get barreled, but you know you got to be able to adapt on the fly and might have to settle for turns, because last thing you want to do is pack things up at stop number one in the elimination round.
Yeah, you know, I don't know if it's a stat, but in these heats, there seems to have been one really good barrel. And those guys are obviously, pushing through, like Griffin Colapinto. He got that one really great wave. And, I think that there's not a lot of them out there, but if you can find one, you're going to put yourself in a really great position, and Joel has that right now. You know, he gets a backup wave with a couple of turns, and he's going to put himself right into the lead of this heat.
Always interesting how things go with priority. During the break, we saw Samuel Pupo just up and out, and now he's in the back of the line, Flick.
Yeah, so definitely a little bit of a mistake there. He obviously knows that, so quick in and out, bad wave selection there for him, but I mean, he's just going to have to reframe now. I mean, unfortunately, it's not a good position to be in because, I mean, Ryan and Joel kind of, you know, a 4 and a 5.5, a 4.5 and a 5.5, they don't seem like big scores, but for today, they are, right? And the conditions that we have on hand, and Sammy's playing catch-up. He's got that last place priority, the third priority right now, so definitely a mistake. But he's seasoned. I mean, he's won the Challengers Series last season. He knows what he's doing. He's surfed a fair few heats, so if anyone's going to be able to reframe right now and sort of maybe potentially make a comeback, it's going to be him. But, I mean, right now, Joel's put himself in a really great spot in this heat. I mean, he's sitting on that barrel. He's going to be taking so much confidence from that as a rookie, finding basically what you said, Strata, that only one that's been coming through basically every heat. Really all he needs to do now is sort of find a wave where he can just sort of lay a couple of turns, and it's almost signed, sealed, delivered.
Yeah, definitely. It's a cool moment where you see a comfy start for a rookie, dealing with the pressures of the tour and the anticipation. I caught up with Joel Vaughn during the break. It's like once you qualify, it's just this anticipation through a long off season. Everyone in your neighborhoods wishing you luck. You have a lot of time to think about it. And he said he's actually just been embracing it. It's felt really good. I mean, he grew up with Molly Picklum. And he said that already gave him comfort. Seeing her instant success, he's going, it kind of feels like home, seeing her translate from their local break all the way to the main stage with such great success so early on, Strider.
Yeah, I like his confidence. And when you see him out on the beach or even, you know, in passing, and he's just got that real good, happy look on his face, and he's stoked to be here, and he's enjoying every moment of it. And, you know, he's got a great vibe to him, so I'm stoked to have him on tour. And I think that, you know, leaning into Molly's success, I mean, she has been an inspiration to so many, just seeing her go for the, you know, lip line on any occasion. So, and she got hurt. She was out for, I think, 10 weeks coming into this event. So she's solid. She looks amazing. She looks, I guess, stronger, but, you know, less volume. She just looks really good.
Looking for a great year for Molly Picklum, coming from the same zone as Joel Vaughn, North Shelley board riders. And JV doing a good job to get his 5.5 on the board. Really explosive athlete. Grew up really competing a lot with George Pittar, who's another great rookie on tour this year. We've had a lot of names mentioned in the favor of Jackson Bunch for the Rookie of the Year honor. We'll see how things go. Marco Mignot kind of exploded on that opening day with some crazy punts in the flats. We'll see how that conversation evolves over the next few events.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we see Miggy right now just having a bit of a quiet moment because he's up in that next heat, but
this guy, one of my favorite moments out here at Pipeline was when he went black to green, they call it. He got this massive wave off the first reef, pulled into this huge barrel, and over the reef, it's just like really like a kind of a darker looking barrel, like scary. And then it just went onto the sandbar and went green, and we call it black to green. Just beautiful work. I mean, one of the most amazing ways. I was watching it live with Ross Williams and Kelly Slater, and it was one of those moments I'll never forget. So Miggy, no stranger to Pipeline.
And yeah, he's not afraid of hard work either. You know, for his longevity on tour, he's had to redefine himself a few times. He's been knocked off a couple times. He's kind of felt outshadowed or outperformed by Medina and John in his rookie class, and he's had to really just stick to his game, believe in himself, and know that he belongs on this tour. It's like, I always love how he spends his off season, fell in love with all the hard work. He used to just rely on his talent. His first few years on tour, he was that good. He didn't really worry about anything else. And now putting in the hard work behind the scenes with a serious training program has really completed his act. Here's Joel Vaughn searching for a backup score. Hit a couple targets there. Now Samuel Pupo will just go up and down. So Sammy kind of taking a look at a few before committing. Ryan being the classic vet, just drop an anchor with priority. And Joel Vaughn only needed a 1 to take the lead. We'll see that switch, Flick.
yeah, you've definitely got to think Joel's going into the lead now, and then, you know, Ryan's dropping down into that second. But Ryan's so smart. And to speak to what you were saying, Joe, it really is a veteran move. Looks like he's maybe having a look at something here now. Decides not to go, but, I mean, he's sitting on a 4-5 and a pretty commanding position, you know, over Sammy as well. I mean, but in saying all of that, I still feel that these heats are wide open. I mean, yeah, we said that there's maybe only one really good barreling wave coming through in these heats right now, but all it takes is one and it can completely flip the heat, you know. Even if I think back to the last heat, Yago, I think in the early stages of that heat, I mean, he could have had that win if he'd just made it out of that one barrel. I mean, all it takes is one wave, as we see Ryan.
Callanan throwing the first turn off the lip, spits underneath him, tags it, stays on his feet, backhand float, and will be ditching a 2.0 low score. You always keep your top two. No wave backs on the championship tour. And his backhand is so reliable. He's almost maxed out the score on a single maneuver at Margaret River Main Break in the past. He's finaled with his backhand at Bells Beach, runner-up to Ethan Ewing, as we watch this one was.
What I get out of Ryan is precision. I mean, he is so unbelievable at putting his board in the perfect place on the backhand. It's really fun to watch.
And then Joel Von Flick.
Yeah, so Joel here, up into the lip, gets a little slash, bit of an airdrop there, and you can just tell he's looking for this wave. He just wants one more section just to sort of cement it. You know, he's obviously improved. He's dropped that 0.7, but I think he's going to probably want to, you know, you're wanting something a bit more than a 2.6 if you really want to cement yourself getting through this heat.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting right now because Sammy does not need a huge score and he's got priority. So really, you know, two big hits we've seen, and then that closeout bang, if it's offered up, can put him right back into this and into second place. So Joel just became in a dangerous position.
Scores in, Joel Vaughn's 2.6, Ryan Callanan's last 3.83, Arkout back in first, Joel Vaughn second, Sammy Pupo with a minute to go needs a 4.94 to avoid elimination at stop number 1 of the season. We just lost a huge name in Yago Dora. Also lost wild card Eli Hanneman, who is a full-blown rookie last season. So after about a week wait in the waiting period, the eliminations are starting now, and Sammy Pupo is trying to avoid that conversation. Joel Vaughn paddling with him in the rip. Down to 30 seconds. His big brother Miguel will be on the hot seat up next in elimination round heat number 4.
Beautiful day here on the North Shore. Look at that. Just there's action everywhere from log cabins all the way up to V-Land. I mean, there are waves all over this place. Everywhere you look, you see a wave spinning. It's so cool.
Yeah, it's a good place to mind surf.
5 seconds on the clock, and Sammy Pupo winning the Challenger Series. A tough start to 2025 on the championship tour. We'll have to regroup for Abu Dhabi. And Joel Vaughn, see his pops there with the 2 thumbs up. Happy with that performance. Reseeded into the round of 32, along with Ryan Callanan. Up next, Imai Kalani DeVault takes on Liam O'Brien and Miguel Pupo. Surf night happened the other night. It's one of the coolest traditions on the North Shore of Oahu. That was Marley Beshin, Gavin's daughter, singing some beautiful songs. Katy Perry, a local here, puts in so much hard work, all for the kids. And all the pro surfers gather in what is the cafeteria where they're all eating lunch. And they get to talk to every Grom who's here on the North Shore, get signatures, put their posters on the wall and be inspired to be on tour or be a free surfer someday. Live music happened also from Landon McNamara, the Eddie Aikau champ. Gave away a surfboard as well as we look at Imai Kalani DeVault getting down the line to kick things off for elimination round, heat number 4. The Maui boys with Liam O'Brien from Australia, Miguel Pupo from Brazil, 3rd place. Ends their run here at stop number 1 of the season. Top 2 move on to the round of 32. Ross Williams was putting in hard work at Surf Night, getting tickets to everybody.
Ticket sales.
Yeah, doing a great job.
Saw Jen Williams there too, next to him.
Ellie Williams still goes to school there, his youngest daughter, 6th grader.
Yep.
She's ready to move on to Wailua. Usually the kids that move on from Sunset Beach, it's a decision to make, usually based on where they live or where their parents might have gone, either Wailua High School or Kahuku. But a fun tradition for, gosh, decades now, having Surf Night. Kelly, I don't think has missed one. He came in hot and he's usually one of the last guys there.
I'm pretty sure he started the whole thing. He's been there for like 40 years.
As we see Joel Vaughn enjoying the emotion of a solid performance to get him through to the next round. Getting some good boards from Darren Hanley.
How cool is that to walk up and have all your family and all your friends like hanging out there and making it through your heat and just feeling so good about it.
And also getting a sponsor change in the off season. Got the O'Neill stickers on the top of his board, and it's not just a sticker change or a contract change. You end up hanging around different types of people because you're staying at different houses, and you know, all of a sudden he'll be hanging out with Jordy Smith and maybe getting on some different types of trips. So that's a really fresh change for Joel Vaughn.
The whole rebrand, that's what it is. It's a new fresh start, I think, and I don't know, I think it just injects some, I don't know, something different into your career and into your surfing, and you know, first time on the CT, new sponsor, let's go.
I think he's going to adapt just fine. He's going to have a really good time, and these guys are living the life. You know? There is a lot of hard work put in, but these guys are shredding waves for a living.
Imai Kalani DeVault pulls in, comes out, and lights up the end section, loses the handle there, so won't get credit for the finishing move, but a tight little tube to go into his top 2. Imai's got a great story, real powerful charges. Been learning a lot over the years. Last year kicked off his season equal 5th in the world after finishing in the quarterfinals. Came very close to the semifinals. Basically would have had a 10, but got blown off his board on what would have been one of the best waves of his life at Backdoor. And Miguel Pupo up and out. So just a couple of warm-ups waves to find your feet. The elimination round, always stressful. We'll continue on with the women after this with Moana Jones-Wong, Bella Kenworthy, Brisa Hennessy in heat number 1.
It's interesting to see that view right there. You see Imai on the inside having to pick a line to get back out through the lineup. So you can go for the paddle straight to the left there on your screen and see if you can make it out without being completely annihilated by a closeout on your head, really shallow, or you take the escalator ride, usually with the current that comes around the bottom of your screen where you see Imai, and then, you know, find yourself into the riptide that gets you back out there. We'll see if Imai, looks like he's just going to try and run back around there on this little bit of sandbar and get back out, but it's a challenge today. There's water coming from so many different directions.
You look at the wave over all these years, Strider. Has anything changed as far as the wave itself, or has it just been new faces? Really has the biggest change at Pipeline.
Yeah, no, the wave stays the same, and they all change ages.
What was the feeling like those early sessions at Pipeline? Who were some of the characters that you ran into in the lineup, and how long did it take before you got a wave that you were hoping for?
You know what? I was probably one of the most terrifying parts about Pipeline is the wave itself. I mean, as you can see here, Imai just looking like he's having fun out there, getting in a flow, gets a little cover up, comes out. If he would have completed that, would have been a great, I feel like, backup score or even maybe a higher score for him. But the wave itself is terrifying. But then your characters, like you're talking about, Joe, could be, you know, give you nightmares at night. Sometimes they're looking at you when all the local boys are out, and you know, you have to earn your way in there, and it's not easy. That's for sure.
A lot of different eras, and you go back to maybe the first covered session that was ever recorded and put in a surf movie, Phil Edwards, you know, back in '61 in the movie Surfing Holidays by Bruce Brown. That's when the global audience got to see was wave called Pipeline. And you could see how his board was really a board that he had built for Sunset, and then just happened to go try things out at Pipe. Then soon enough, people were starting to redefine the craft, making them shorter to fit into real hollow part of the wave. But it was cool to see then Butch Van Arsdalen, all those early characters starting to push it.
Jock Sutherland.
Jock Sutherland got in the mix as well, and then the boards got better and better, leading into
Jerry Lopez
and Rory Russell, Larry Blair, as we look at an up and out for Imai Kalani Devon.
Back then they weren't really looking at the right.
Yeah, it was really all about going left with those beautiful west swells, northwest swells, as we see Liam O'Brien getting started, his opening ride here of elimination round heat number 4. He'll just step off. Liam O'Brien received the WSL Impact Award at the Lexus WSL Awards this year. Give it back.
Felt like he walked away with the world title trophy. That board that he got was so beautiful, you know?
Oh, it was really beautiful. Beautiful Alaya surfboard that he's going to be cherishing for the rest of his career. Let's catch up with Ryan Callanan with AJ.
Thanks so much, Joey. Ryan, what a way to start 2025. You get the elimination round under your belt, out of the way. Just how did you approach that heat?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long wait in between heats, and my other one was super close. I mean, that's not the way I wanted to start it, being in there, but yeah, I guess these days when it's tricky like this and, you know, it's not like perfect pipe, so you're just kind of trying to survive and live to hopefully get some better waves later in the week or tomorrow or whenever it is.
Survive in advance. You did that in the water, out of the water. Some pretty big news for you this off-season. Congratulations, you and your wife expecting a baby in May. How has that shifted the way that you've approached this season?
It's made it a little more stressful probably, but no, I don't know. It's just a new perspective. It's obviously very exciting news, and I can't wait for it all to happen. But yeah, I'm just we're just taking it as it comes for now, and when it gets to that point, we'll kind of sort it then. But yeah, I'm super excited and can't wait to meet her.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, AJ. Fantastic news. We're going to be rooting for you guys till we see this little baby girl in May. His wonderful wife, Nina, has made some posts about the excitement of motherhood, and they're going to be incredible parents living over in Newcastle, close to Meriwether Beach. And Ryan, just a standout human being, as an extra motivating factor this year.
Dad power.
That's right. I always reference one of the coolest dad stories on tour is, you know, Joel Parkinson taking his kids everywhere and winning a world title at the same time. It wasn't really common to see that happen in the past. I think Danny Wills was one of them doing it, but it's a lot. You're trying to focus, you're trying to make sure you're ready, you've got board bags, and you know, next thing you know, Parko's making it look easy, winning events and his title run with his family with him at every stop on tour.
You got to give it up to the missus, right? Because you know they're doing a lot of the work.
First turn there, wrapping off the top for Liam O'Brien from Burley Heads, ends up getting stuck on the second turn, so a slow roll to get things started for Liam.
Back to the dad combo. Did you know that Steph and Connor O'Leary also expecting a baby this year, 1 day apart from Ryan and Nina? Isn't that crazy?
The coolest. Best of friends going through that journey together. How cool is that? Imai on the wind up and rifles off a beautiful hammer timed it well with that lift off the reef. And good for one solid section. He's got a couple of twos, so this has been scrappy just to get a score. Looked good, felt good. Still riding boards from Channel Islands this year, as they're trying to get in the mix. The Vissla CT Shaper rankings. They've been in the top 5 every season, but they've added some weapons to their squad as well, including Brisa Hennessy, who's coming up next.
Looks like he's taking that route around the inside again. Paddling back out the other way. You could, basically be duck diving on a foot of water into the sandbar or the reef and buckle your board pretty quickly. Your equipment could go down.
Yeah, just such a good shot there of just how much sand is on the reef, right? I mean, it's just so crazy. It's like inches of water right there.
Not exactly what we want to see.
No, not really, but potentially with that northwest. What do you reckon, Strider?
We got action coming for sure. I think, Friday is the biggest part of the swell. And tomorrow, I think there's actually going to be some potential because this with the sand out there and then a little bit smaller of a swell, you're going to have a little bit more opportunity opening up some good waves. I mean, we've seen all these double ups that are happening. They're kind of the medium ones.
Love it. Remember, brand new season, brand new merch as well. You can grab your Pipe Pro clothing at WSLstore.com. Big thanks to Vissla and Florence Marine X for making that happen. As we see the backside slap there from Miguel Pupo. Trying to get a little start in this heat. Kick off his season with a better result than the elimination round. He just saw his younger brother get knocked out of the event in the heat before.
How cool was that when he's paddling back out? You saw the surfers in the water, just off the wall. You can basically be on the court side for free. Watch your favorite athletes. It's pretty awesome.
As we watch this wave, Flick, what'd you see?
Yeah, so obviously Miggy's just trying to make something happen. Gets a little crack there underneath the lip, but not much more eventuating. I mean, he kind of needs to get this show on the road because there's not much time. Then we see Imai, just one big belt in the lip there, and just does well to ride out in front of that converging water. Really well timed by going up just that little bit earlier so that he can make it out in front of that converging white water.
So the experience of Miguel Pupo, able to get the completion, but not much of a score, 1.93, as it's very tight about the halfway mark. Wide open from third to first. Liam O'Brien in the driver's seat. We know he is absolutely fearless. One of those quiet guys that absolutely charges. A couple of big swells last year where there's 2-3 guys out, Liam being one of them. Loves to sample the big swells at Waimea Bay and just looks so calm about it. If you see him after a big session, he might not even tell you about it. He's not one of those guys that seems like his heart rate's changing and his adrenaline psyching him out. Keeps it real cool. Kind of reminds me of like Lori Towner, where they're just always oh yeah, I just surfed 30-foot waves today, no big deal,
He's got like that calm, kind of collected thing like Lori, but he's got the style of a Mark Richards.
True.
You just look at him and he's just got everything under control. And saw last year, or it was 2 years ago, that gigantic swell hit pipeline. It was just out of control. And there was a diamond in the rough, and he was on.
Rolling into this one is Liam O'Brien. Nice smooth bottom turn, attacking the lip with a beauty of a frontside snap. Nice rip off the top. Third move, attacking the oncoming section, and redirects to try to find a way to finish. Ends up getting buckled off at the tail end, but what a smooth ride. Raised on those right point breaks. Sophie McCulloch loving that, and also his coach, Jay Bottle Thompson, who also spent some great years on the championship tour. Bottle even getting a perfect 10 at Jeffreys Bay a few years back. Imai's turn for the right. Throwing in that opening car, punching the fins out, releasing it, and incomplete.
It's a hard turn to land on a section like that for sure. You're blowing out that fins, landing in aerated water. Bit of backwash to deal with, but I just got to go back to Liam's wave. I think obviously it's got to be the best wave of the heat. It's going to put a bit of difference between himself and Miguel and Imai. So we see Liam going for a little jog / sprint.
Your feet are just sinking. They feel like lead.
That's not easy sand to run in.
I think it's the hardest to run in this sand. You're sinking the whole time. You see people, just warriors out there doing a jog, and it even looks like the fittest people are in slow motion. Liam O'Brien on the runaround, hoping that he'll be in a better position as elimination round heat number 4 still has 13 minutes to go.
Shall we?
Time to set up your fantasy teams. If you haven't done it, you still have time. Time to lock in the whole lineup. You have Tier A, Tier B, Tier C. You also have your power surfer to think about. That's worth double points. And you can make those changes all the way through the end of the elimination round. So we've got elimination round heat number 4 for the men, but the ER is about to continue for the women. And just a heads up, if you lose someone in this round, make a change. So if you have Samuel Pupo, Yago Dora, Eli Hanneman, who is on my team this morning, I just made a quick shift and put on the goat. Wow. Kelly Slater's in my Tier C.
Wow, you didn't have Kelly in there before?
Well, I wanted him, and I must have. My thumb's so big, I just
exposed.
I've got him and Marco now in my Tier C.
Right.
I love my team.
Yeah,
looking good. So I'm not going to tell everybody because I want to win. But
You want to, yeah, keep it a secret if you can. Make a clubhouse, make it fun. A lot of prizes will be handed out this year.
You know, Erin Brooks went into the elimination round this morning.
Yeah, so if you have Erin Brooks on your team,
Tier C, she's my Tier C.
Yeah, keep an eye on heat number 2 of the elimination round if you have Erin Brooks on your team. As we have 9:30 on the clock, here's a use of priority flick during the break.
Yeah, so Miguel trying to lock in here on the backhand. He does his best to try and stall, but you can kind of see a little bit of frustration there from him. I think, like, you know, those stiff hands, just like, oh man, like I was right there. And this heat, I mean, yeah, okay, Liam's dropped in like we thought, a pretty good score, but it's still wide open. There's not much on the board. Definite frustration there.
I have to point this out. Miggy had the best wave of the heat so far and couldn't get behind the curtain. And it was just a little uneven water, and it was really hard for him to negotiate it, and it would have been a really big score for him. So I think the frustration has started much earlier in the heat than what we just saw.
Fishing for a good wave. We saw a similar thing happening to Samuel in the heat before, with priority, just up and downs, just not changing his score line. Now locking into this one is Michaelani. Nice clean bottom turn, nothing there for him, so score remains the same with 8:30 on the clock. And another look over the edge, and no takers. So Liam's still out front. We saw that stretched out right where he really got to perform that classic right-hand point break style that he grew up with at Burley. Oh. Now we're seeing Wave spin with no one on him.
Oh, that just like hurts internally.
Yeah, Liam just paddled for a wave before and he lost priority, so it's gone straight back to Miggy. So he's sitting out the back and he's going to have another roll of the dice here.
So Miguel Pupo with one of the best styles in surfing when you focus on how smooth he is. Above the lip, in the barrel. It's always been easy to watch on the eyes, and he's even had a couple little Quiet Jerry references because of that big approach and almost getting a perfect 10 out here, making the semifinals in 2022. But like we talked about before, this event was kind of owned by Goofies, you know, back in the day from that first pipe event back in '71. And it wasn't until Sean Thompson won his event at Pipe where the regular footers started getting in the mix. Really happy that this event is presented by YETI. Let's see where AJ's found herself.
I'm here at the YETI activation site over at the Ehukai Beach Park. A really cool thing to tell you about that YETI is doing here in Hawaii. So you can come down, make a donation when you buy one of these two, and it goes to the Mauka to Makai Makaha Foundation. It's a program that helps develop their junior lifeguard program over on the west side in Makaha. So a really cool thing that YETI is doing. Every single dollar goes to that foundation to help create more lifeguards, create more opportunities for young people on the west side in Makaha. So come on down, get your YETI, really good opportunity. And of course they got hydration stations all over the place. So make sure you keep the water coming while you're out here when you come down to the Ehukai Beach Park.
Thank you so much, AJ. Always a great bit of advice there. Stay really hydrated when you're hanging out at the beach all day long. Thanks to our friends at YETI. They'll hook you up. You can be hydrated all day long in that Ehukai Beach Park. It's a classic one. You see the legends of the sport walking through that park, checking the surf, talking shop with the amazing ocean guardians and the lifeguards at Tower 26 that are saving lives on the daily out here. Dave Wassel, always a great guy to say hi to. He tell you some great stories, teach you about history. But my favorite is when I get to see him in the water surfing himself, man. It still rips after all these years.
I ran into him on the beach. We were doing a beach walk, you know, trying to stay active. And he gave me a big tip, good tip. He said, you know, just wear black. You'll look skinny, don't worry.
A great bit of advice that I've used over the years. Mark Cunningham, another great lifeguard that sat right there at Tower 26, one of the best surfers ever, surfing in its purest form. Body surfing, big days at Pipe. One of the great legends, and also always thinking about Tamayo Perry. Always an amazing human being to catch up with. Got some just unbelievable waves out here in his career. As we look at a big snap, quick reaction for Miguel Pupo. And you can see still a bit of frustration from the Brazilian vet. Coming back on tour through the Challenger Series because he lost to his younger brother at Margaret River. And kind of similar to his brother, getting stuck in the third spot. One maneuver there. He'll use that as a keeper for the moment, but he'll still need something to move into the top two quick.
Yeah, he's definitely going to need something else. That was the best turn he's put together, and that's got to give him some sort of confidence. It looks like Liam. Was that a free surfer? Was that a Ross?
Yeah, I think that was Ross.
Oh, there you go. He took your advice.
To see what you can get away with as a water reporter. This one really bottoming out on the back end of Liam O'Brien. We've seen a lot of rights throughout the day, and he's paying attention to a cornering ball.
That's a great sign. That's having a little northwest push in there, a little pipeline wave. Looking at the forecast on the Surfline forecast, it looks like tomorrow in the afternoon, early in the morning actually, the numbers are there on the interval. It's a smaller swell, but then as the day goes on, it starts to pick up. And this could just be a little look into the future here. Maybe tomorrow we'll see a little bit more of it and it'll continue.
That's what we're hoping for. And then Pupo on the right, Flick.
Yeah, so that was just one nice big backhand belt. You can see he's just struggling to get around that. He was obviously looking for one more section. One more section, it would have done well for him, I think. He's still only chasing such a small score to move up into that advancing position. And yeah, just like you said, Joe, a bit of frustration there, but I mean, there's still time. And today, I mean, you're not really sitting in that traditional spot for backdoor. There's a lot of movement here, a lot of lump and bump. You can sort of try and position yourself, get a bit of space in the lineup, try and find something. I mean, it's just this heat is still so wide open. I mean, such small score needed for Miggy to move up into second.
The wave is just the ultimate, the proving grounds here, and also the stories of who's won it in the past as we look at the roll-in now from Miguel Pupo. Big section, connects so well and puts his hand to the sky. Well done for Pupo. Big sections are what the judges eat up, and he absolutely greased that connection.
I am excited to see the replay. That thing was a solid wave. It was obvious there was only going to be one maneuver available on it if you really had it in you to go after it. And really, I mean, that thing guttered out on the bottom turn. Watch this bottom turn, and then look at the section coming at him, Flick.
Oh, I mean, he did exactly what we did. This giant section, hits it up, matches the speed, lip line floater, and you can just see the emotion. I mean, he's absolutely stoked. It's a deep bottom turn, one big belt, times it perfectly, met it with the perfect amount of speed, and I mean, this is going to be a good score. He did exactly what we said to do. I mean, just going to find a little bit of space. Both Liam and Imai said, "Nah, I don't want that." And he said, "Thank you very much. All I need is one big section." And I'm excited, Strider, to see where this score goes.
It's an interesting score, though, because where he hit the lip, it was absolutely guttering. But then he transferred over into a nice foamy section to ride out of it. So I'm not exactly sure if the intensity was there for when he came out of the maneuver, but into the maneuver, it was 100% there. And I don't know if that's like, apples and oranges or how they're going to split that and make it look.
You think like he got a 2.7 for his last one turn, right? I think this was a lot more explosive than that, and he's only chasing a 2.8 to move up into an advancing position. I think he's definitely got it.
Yeah, nice comparison there as we've got Liam O'Brien under a minute. And he'll get lost on that first turn. He's still carrying a low score of a 1.77. Unable to get rid of it. And there's his corner. Sophie and Jay Bottle Thompson barely reacting. But synchronized porch watching there.
That was interesting. Yeah, both in the exact same position.
And the score's in. Pupo 5.83.
Yeah.
The Brazilian vet goes from third to first on one big section. And with Liam unable to improve on his low score, he'll drop to second. Imai to third. As priority, needs a 4.24, getting close to the buzzer.
Man, that's so fun to watch. Just a wave that everybody lets go.
Yeah.
And then he turns it into a banger of a number. And, literally just went straight into the most critical section.
You're kind of like doubling up on the conversion there. Not only did you jump to first, but you also got the wave under priority. That, honestly, that's such a good feeling.
And now watching rampy left for Miguel Pupo to enjoy. What a great save for himself to find a big section to go into the round of 32. We'll lose Imai Kalani Deval as he prepares for Abu Dhabi. Women's immolation round coming up next. We'll bring in Kaiko and Jesse for the call.
The Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing.
Last minute heroics by Miguel Pupo survives the elimination round with a clutch performance at some tricky pipe. Well, congratulations, Biggie. That wraps up our men's elimination round. We're getting ready for the women's elimination round, and thank you for joining us on the set. Kaipo Guerra, Jesse Mendez. And we have some really, really good heats coming up right now. You mentioned heat number 2 of the women's elimination round. That's going to be one to stick around for.
I mean, that's the tricky one, right? We're going to have already at least one of the surfers that are on tour to get their dream crushed straight away in the first event of the year. That's a confidence sometimes booster, but also if you're on the wrong side of the ball, you might get crushed a little bit. So very nerve-wracking heats coming up.
Here we go. This is going to be a challenge for the rookie Bella Kenworthy. She's set up against a solid North Shore performer in the way of Brisa Hennessy, who's the top seed in this elimination round for the women, and a former champ out here at Pipe, actually the queen of Pipeline, Moana Jones Wong. Again, 3 surfers out in this heat. Top 2 advance into the round of 16 for the women. 3rd place walks away with a 17th, equal 17th that nobody wants when you look at that the glaring mid-season cut. Moana Jones Wong, however, probably has the lightest shoes in this heat because she's a wild card. She's got nothing to lose. She's not going to gain any points, but she can gain a 2nd Pipeline Pro title. She's a 2022 Pipe Pro champion in an incredible year with incredible waves, and the wild card went all the way to taking out a championship.
Yeah, that was so impressive, and just the way she reads the ocean here, specifically at this break, it's second to none. And it's actually she has a good gap on top of her opponents as far as positioning and knowing which waves to catch. But today, Kaipo, it's a completely different game. Like, we obviously have the northeast, very steep swell, running down the point from Pipeline backdoor all the way through off the wall. So it's going to be a different game for her. And I actually heard, I was sitting with João Chumbinho, and the swell has been like this for the past few years. So they're all been practicing and surfing, and she mentioned to João, she's like, I don't even know where to sit out here right now. Like, I'm completely lost. And because this doesn't happen so often. It happens a few times during the season, but surfers, mostly pipe specialists, don't even surf when conditions are like this sometimes.
Agreed. Yeah, Moana would probably this would not be her pick to surf today if this won a competition. You know, she wants to be on her toes. She wants to engage that rail as the goofy foot and one of the best female barrel riders in the entire world. But she is in a position where she's going to have more of a challenge. You look at Brisa Hennessy, however, in this heat. Brisa is solid on the North Shore, and she's going to be the one to look out for. With her, facing the wall.
Yes, I agree with you, and just how she approached the wave. She's such a powerful surfer, very solid in her foot, and I just expect big hammers thrown down from her.
Yeah, 25 years old, 6th year on the championship tour. Brisa also recently had an equipment change at the end of the season and into this new year, now riding Channel Islands surfboards.
And it's looking good under her foot. I think it gave her a little bit more of spiciness, more dynamic. She's always been on rail, but that speed, acceleration that she's getting now with those boards are putting a great statement to her surfing.
There we go, Brett Power and Britt Merrick from Channel Islands Surfboard in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Britt's committed, and Channel Islands is so committed as a company that Britt comes over here in December, and all the CT Channel Islands riders come here as well, and he works out all of their boards way ahead of schedule. He says he takes it in chunks. He's looking at building boards for the entire year, but really focusing on the first kind of 3 events. So our CI team riders, they'll get their pipe boards here, obviously, and then they're going to have their hot rods for Surf Abu Dhabi, and then they're going to they'll also have their boards for stop number 3, the Male Rip Curl Pro, over there in Peniche.
And imagine how tough of a job he has, right? Like, he's probably thinking about guns over here. Even on a small day like today, more backdoor rippable. You've seen Griffin ride in a 6'4". Obviously, he doesn't ride for Channel Islands, but if you get him as a competitor, Like that's the equipment people are usually riding today. And then you go into Dubai, to Abu Dhabi, which is a
whole different world.
Whole different world. And then you go to Portugal, it's the third world as well. So like for them, he's shaping probably 40 boards an athlete.
And an illustration of how much he's shaping. He also has another team rider, Britt Merrick in the Channel Islands group, because Bella Kenworthy, who's in the blue jersey out there, also rides for Channel Islands. Bella Kenworthy, just an 18-year-old from San Clemente, California. There she is. Qualified for the tour by finishing a runner-up on the Challenger Series last year at a very, very young age, and she's one of our tour rookies. Now, I think we should see she has one of those hinged knee braces. She injured her knee, so she is surfing with one of the hinged knee braces.
Yeah, that's a bummer for her to start the year like that. Obviously, it plays a lot on your head, and also you're not 100%. You need to be in 100% of your game in order to minimize every aspect outside of like probabilities, because it's such a competitive environment that they're in. So it's just a little bit more pressure added to her, but hopefully she can pull it off and go through that injury in a few months or in a few weeks and get back to 100%, because that's really going to help her rookie year.
Yeah, Bella, one of that new generation, multi-sport, is, a surfer, but as a young girl, she was actually quite a skateboarder too, and that really gave her that balance in her, in her biomechanics and her technique that she's able to develop as one of the OG. Call him OG now. It's only about 5 years. The pink helmet squad. Let's take a look and talk to Bella a little bit about the skateboard influence.
Yeah, I think that skateboarding was like a big factor. I know, like, especially for me, because I grew up like competitively skateboarding, it really helped like my errors and progression in surfing. And I'm pretty sure, I think everyone else like grew up knowing how to skateboard too, like Sierra and Caity and even Erin. I think like we all like grew up skateboarding, so it definitely like helped our progression of errors for sure. And then just going to wave pools, we've all like been to we've all been to like Waco and like wave pools with air sections a decent amount of times. That's really helped us as well.
Yeah, the combination of those two has ushered in a new chapter in women's surfing, where all of these teenagers that are coming on board that she just described as a group are all proficient in aerials.
Yes, and not to mention just on the performance side of things, but for her, she mentioned she did a lot of competitive skateboarding, and we're going to the next next stop that we have on tour, and it's a very similar environment to how skateboarding competitive is.
Great pickup.
We're not used to that. Us as surfers, we have 30 minutes, 35 minutes, and we can surf as many waves as we can. But then when you go to Abu Dhabi or the wave pool, you just have that 4 waves you have, and that's what you're gonna have. You're gonna your destiny is right in front of you, and you have to perform.
You're channeling your inner Pedro Barros, and you got to put together a run. It's going to be about runs there, and it's going to be about preemptively thinking about what you're going to do and put those all together. That's why I'm excited about the shifting gears. Shifting gears through the last heat goes from third all the way to first is Miguel Pupo. Let's hear from Miguel.
Miguel Pupo finally catching his breath after a very hectic elimination round heat. You waited until the final minutes to find your best wave. How did you pick that one out?
Actually, I had third priority, so I had no choice, Imai was just sitting on me, and it was 2 minutes to go. I saw it was going to be a closeout. It was probably better for me because I only had one choice of like one turn, one big one, and I went all or nothing because I went really high on the lip, and then kind of the wind kind of held me up a little, but yeah, I was sick.
You'll take it. Depois de cair no corte o ano passado, como você se preparou para este ano?
Inglês ou português?
Português.
Foi difícil, né? Cair no corte ano passado, mas estou bem preparado. Tive um ano bom no Challenger também, então estou confiante e estou feliz de estar de volta.
Parabéns.
Thank you.
Yeah, Miggy Pupo, so good to see him. A clutch performance. One of the veterans now on the championship tour. Came up with you, Jesse, and he still, can't knock that guy off. He got knocked off with the cut last year. He put his head down, went through the Challenger Series, and he's back.
And not just too much of a warrior. It takes so much strength for you to pull that off, but I feel like if I look at Miggy, he's still in his prime. Like, he has every aspect in his game, so it seems like he deserves to be there.
Moana Jones-Wong on a frothy one, but just wanted to get things kicked off. We saw Bella Kenworthy also with a ride, so scores are up on the board, and we'll see how that plays out from the initial impressions of our judges in this heat. And let's see what we're zooming in over here, the runaround of, so the knee, in a brace, and the sand runaround for Bella Kenworthy. That's a warrior.
I'm sure you've ran on this.
I've been running every day. It's hard.
It's so hard. It like sinks you down. It's so heavy. Like, that's a good run she's gonna do right there.
And that's commitment, because she's got that knee injury and she's running in the sand, which is and this large grade sand, like you're talking about, Jesse, is so unstable. She's gonna get a word from Reynos Hayes, her coach, right here.
And she's not even in front of Pipeline right now. Like, she's still before. You see that rock? That's like typical where you pedal out on a normal Northwest day. That rock that's sticking out, you pedal out kind of right in front of that rock and it drags you down. But for her on a northeast swell, she's gonna have to go all the way to that deep water where the water is a little bit darker, so she can make it out.
We used to call that rock that she just ran by Harlow's Rock back in the day, because the Harlow family was the house that was right on, you know, in front of that rock. So Harlow's Rock.
I didn't know that one, and
No.
I've passed by that rock probably a million times.
But it's a real good indicator of pretty much where to paddle out and use the rip to get out.
Yeah, but that's not the case today. See how she paddled way down? Like, that's because the rips is like just going from the right of the screen to the left, and she has to get on that water exit right there, which is going to help her get out the back much easier.
She started a trend, because Moana is also going to do the runaround, but it's also something that's showing us how much drift or current there is right now.
Yes.
Let's take a Bonzoy brew break, you guys. We'll be back with more action from the elimination round for the women's heat number 1. More and the conclusion when we return. Welcome to the Pulse, where we get you caught up on all of the day's action so far. Women's opening round, heat number 5, Molly Pickles cruises through a barrel. Molly able to advance out of that round. Vahine Fierro got the backhand working, and Vahine also in second, skipping the elimination round. On to the elimination round for Sakura, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Griffin Colapinto waited a while for this wave, came through. First time we saw Colapinto in at pipe in the elimination round. He made fast work of it, Griff. Found this barrel under priority. Eli Hanneman kicking himself, had the priority right there. Griff takes the lead, takes the heat, along with David Silva. Take a look here, Alejo Muniz. Back on tour, back in the tube and back out for Muniz. He advances on with Jackson Bunch. This is the men's elimination round, and unfortunately we saw a tour favorite, Yago Dora, eliminated from competition. That's a big surprise today. Caught up on the Pulse. Back to live action here. at the Lexus Pipe Pro.
Wow, that's a great shot to just have a look at how that rip is getting created right there. See that deeper, kind of like a little valley inside, in between those two sandbanks right there. It's all that water. Every water that comes in has to come out somewhere, and it's going right, turning into that ripple, that pipeline and backdoor.
Now that we're talking about water, we're also going to celebrate Mahina Olelo Hawaii, which means the month of Hawaiian language. So I'm going to drop some, because it's the month, I hope I don't get irritating for you, Jesse, because I'm going to start dropping Hawaiian words every day for you. So the simple one right now, what we're looking at is the kai, is the ocean, is the water. The salt water is the kai. Now, if you go to a river or a waterfall, like Waimea Valley, that is the vai. The vai is the fresh water. Now, of course, the nalu there are the waves that are breaking. And way out on the horizon there, Jesse, in the deep blue water, we call that the moana. The moana is where you voyage from island to island.
So different types of waters.
Yes.
Which it makes sense because they are completely different.
But freshwater and saltwater mix, and that's what makes a lot of the channels around here. And that's why we have such epic waves. There used to be a stream that ran to Ehukai, and that's what kind of created, you know, the difference between the reef and the sand.
Yeah, the fresh water kills all the reef, and then it creates kind of that gap in between and opens up for us happily.
Here we go, North Shore local. Moana Jones-Wong skitters off the bottom, snaps off the top, and throws it away after that. Opened up with a 2-point ride, so she does have the, even though it's a meager score, it is the highest wave so far in this heat. She's quick and smart to get a backup there.
Yeah, she's actually, that was a great, nice clear water that she found right there. It seems like now, like things mellowed out, like the first 15 minutes of this heat, there's so much water going through, and now it's the time for them to capitalize and make the most of it, because that rip, as soon as a big set comes, that rip's gonna come back in. As you see right there, all the surfers are not even paddling that hard. Like there's still rip, but it's not like when there's a combination of the swell, rip, and also the water exit. That's when it's trouble for surfing and for being in position.
First look at Brisa Hennessy. Actually, she opened up with a 0.5 point ride. This is going to be much better. Finds a pretty rare left, and does some, you know, looked like some beach break surfing right there, having to adapt to the conditions. And another thing, Jesse, that wave probably felt a little bit slow under her foot because she's surfing into the current on that.
Yes, and the wave getting short, everything kind of going against you. As you see it, she obviously have a little bit of a bigger board, which everyone has it today, but that wave going very small in that sand because it's so shallow, the energy dissipates so quickly, and it gets tricky for you to ride, but she did well. And obviously in this heat, the way it's planning out, see how tall it gets in the beginning, but then it hits that very shallow water and just dissipates the energy. And she manages to keep the flow, gets that vertical turn, and it's a score. It's a score. For the situation of the heat right now, she has to kind of keep busy and try to make the most of the opportunity she has in front of her.
So put herself also in a position going left that she's not going to have to do the beach runaround. And when we saw that beach runaround earlier with a Bella Kenworthy, we're getting intel from the beach. Bella did switch boards there. She went from a 5.9 to a 5.11. And so to your point about the rip and the paddling, she went up a little bit for more paddle power, recognizing that the current is going to be a factor in these heats.
Yes, it is definitely. And you know what happens a lot sometimes as well with that rip, that the exit water rip, not the one that brings you down the line, it puts you a little bit too far up. So the wave kind of always seems to be a little bit underneath than what you're hoping for. So if you have that paddle power, it's going to help you glide and get that first speed before the takeoff in order to run down the line.
Yeah, I think we also talked about it earlier, just rail line. A little bit longer board is going to give you more drive through that board, and that's what you're going to need in these conditions. Brisa checks in with a 2.5 for her effort on the left. She's in second place, Moana in the lead, and the rookie patiently waiting with first priority.
You can't gamble, like, or it's too much of a gamble to pick anyone right now. Like, there's nothing decided. Look at the scoreboard we have with 8 minutes and 40. It's anyone's game.
You know what, Jesse? Like, I got a little irritated when I was coming into the set because there was all this noise where I'm like, who's cutting trees right now? This is not the time to cut trees. We're doing a show, but it actually was the wonderful sound of a skilled planer. And let's go to see where all that came from. I think Strider's in the vicinity.
I am down here at Ehukai Beach Park. We got the Vizsla shaping area going on right now. It's pretty impressive, actually. These guys are down here making boards on site. Right now in here, we got Gen Asano. He's a local shaper here in Hawaii. Gen, are you shaping this board right here? We're gonna raffle this one away.
Yeah, we're gonna raffle this 5.6 twin fin. Yeah, it's really fun shaping here at Pipe, especially when the waves are firing right now. So.
And you have your own brand, and you live here in Hawaii?
Yep, it's called Vessel Surfboards, and yeah, I live on the east side of Hawaii.
And this is gonna be a swallowtail?
Yes, swallowtail.
All right, well, if you come down, there's a QR code right here on site if you're in the park to enter into the raffle for this surfboard, or they're gonna put one up on the screen for you if you're watching live. So get involved, get yourself a new board right here at the beach.
Yeah, thanks, Strata. Yes, scan that QR code with a chance to either win a surfboard shaped here at Pipeline by Daniel Jones or Gen Asano, who we just had a visit with. Gen from the Tokoro family tree of board builders over in the east side, he said, Kahulu. And he's got his own label, but he started his shaping career as a team rider for the Tokoros. He came in, then he was helping cut the boards and set up the boards on the machine, and then now he's evolved into his own shaper, and it comes from a great surfing pedigree, because we talk about Hawaiian board shapers. Carrie and Wade Tokoro are some of the best, and Gen's a branch off of that tree.
And mostly for Hawaiian waters, and I think about Pipeline. Like, I remember until not so many years ago how much of a charger Wade Tokoro was out of Pipeline.
Yeah, yeah.
And such a good surfer.
And
so who knows how to test that board better than him into applying that into his shapes.
And the craziest dawn patroller, Wade Tokoro.
Yeah,
out there in the dark all the time. Moana finds a nice clean wall and taps it after that nice carve, so that's really going to help Moana Jones along. She's going to ditch that 1.53. Good looking wave here. Priority used by Bella Kenworthy. Kenworthy with a nice layback snap, gets up in the lip, a little slow there, and she's going to pay for it on the way down. Brisa Hennessy, third wave of the set. Brisa, nice snap there. Beautiful gouge in some aerated foamy face. So Brisa, like I said, Jesse, always just solid, dependable surfing.
Yes, and that's something we can expect from her, but what caught my attention was actually Moana's first snap. That was very critical, vertical, and on a clean wall. Like, what a wave choice she had right there. That's going to be very important for her. With 5 minutes and 30 left, both of those waves from white and red were super important. As you see it right here, look how clean that wave is. She's going to have a beautiful bottom turn and attack in the most critical part of the wave. Airdrops it out of it, which showed the commitment. Right here, lost a little bit of that drive in that second bottom turn. Unfortunately, she would have got a better second turn and finish it off with the right foot forward. But this is critical. As she airdrops it right there, you're probably hoping she would engage that rail again and generate speed, but it was a bit tricky. There's a lot of white water in the face. The wave was kind of splitting, but she finished it off, and that first turn was money.
And here's Bella.
Yeah, this was going to be a massive score if she would have finished that turn on the closeout right here. But the problem is the wave comes with the momentum and its speed, and you have to match that momentum. And she didn't on that turn, so she ended up getting stuck. And Brisa, as expected, just throwing buckets out the back. Probably the worst wave out of the three waves, but probably the most damage was done on this wave, and just shows how much skill she has. Beautiful first turn, setting up for a nice carve right now. You're going to see her bring it all the way back around. And always puts an exclamation point, and that's the difference of the top 5 surfer, you know, always making the most of every section in front of them. And Brisa did very well right there.
So scores are trickling in. We just saw 4.33 populate for Moana Jones Wong. Bella Kenworthy on her last wave, basically a 3-point ride, a 3.67 for Brisa Hennessy. So
still such a nerve-wracking.
It's still a very tight heat. And again, we talk about challenge for rookie. This is going to be a challenging situation for Bella Kenworthy. She's trailing, and she's also last in line priority-wise.
Yeah, that was a great run of waves and how everything panned out to Moana with the best score of the heat. and sitting with priority with 3 minutes and 30 left. But both of surfers basically needing a small score in order to advance to first place.
Jess, let's take a look at our CT by the numbers. Where we talk about the dependability and the consistency of Brisa Hennessy. Look at heat wins in the 2024 season. She's third in line there with 14 heat wins.
Yeah, that's very impressive. It's very hard to win heats on tour. Mostly like those three men's or three women's heats. It's so competitive. Like your probability, your chances goes down, and just shows how consistent she's been throughout this last few.
Your other half did pretty good. Look, 10 heat wins for Tatiana Weston Webb, Jesse.
Yes, yeah. I mean, I don't think I've ever got that many heat wins in the tour in my whole career. They did in 1 year.
That's why you're the coach. Actually, you're not even the coach.
Not even.
You're just a great husband. and a really good commentator. I love having you on the crew just for all of the insight that you've been bringing us. And yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh.
It's a good time here. And
you make it easy.
I lost a lot, so I learned a lot, you know. You only lose and you only learn.
You either win or you learn something, right? That was when I was coaching like high school surf team. That was always my pep talk to the kids. Like, hey, we're not always going to win, kids. But you're going to learn every single time, or you're going to win.
Even the best of all time, Kelly Slater to go. Lost more than he won.
That's true. I think most.
Or events, not heats probably, but events.
Yeah. 2 minutes for Bella, third priority, and Brisa is a veteran. So Brisa Hennessy is just going to hold that second priority over the head of Bella Kenworthy. Brisa, with 6 years of CT experience, knows how to close out a heat, and she's not giving Bella any room at the moment. There you can see a little cat and mouse there. Now, did Brisa paddle for that wave? Are we going to see a switch? No. Just peeked over.
I didn't think there was enough commitment there
so
for them to.
She can continue to play defense.
No, the wave is kind of breaking out the back. They didn't really have a chance to even like squeeze through, get in that wave. So she played smart, just kind of defense right there, but not enough to lose the priority.
And then what can you do when you're shackled like that in this type of situation?
I really there's not much you can do. You just hope to sell them a lemon and there's a wave behind. But then in this situation here, obviously Moana is going to be paying close attention to them. There you go. You sold it. Let's see how it's going to turn out.
Okay, so Brisa looking down the line. Not a lot of opportunity. That's probably not going to improve upon her score line. She made the most of it. I don't know if that's going to replace the 2.5 that she has. 40 seconds for Bella Kenworthy.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Like, you got to kind of compare it to the 2.5 that she had, or that wave for pipe, like that left. This turns a little bit more lateral. I felt like she forced a little bit more. If it is, it's not going to change so much. And Moana on a beautiful wave.
Moana, long bottom turn, beautiful top turn there, and hangs on. Even with the backwash coming at her, a little bit air underneath the board, solid footing on the chilly surfboard for Moana Jones-Wong, and she's looking strong coming out of this elimination round.
Close the deal. That was a massive turn, even better than the one before. Bigger wave, more critical air drop, kind of disappeared. And Bella just getting caught in the last 5 seconds of the heat. Unfortunately for her, just not finding a good rhythm.
Yep, and so that's going to be it. That's going to be the end of the run at pipe for the tour rookie, Bella Kenworthy. Brisa Hennessy, solid as always. Moving on into the round of 16. And Moana Jones-Wong on the backhand, the queen of pipeline. Rights, lefts, doesn't matter. She's on to the round of 16. And we're on to a commercial. We'll be back after this.
I'm Glenn Pang. I shape for Town and Country Surfboards. Probably started shaping when I was a teenager in the 70s, like early 70s. So I've been shaping for over 50 years now. To me, like hand shaping, you gotta learn hand shaping because you gotta learn foam flow, what it is to do a board from scratch. And then once you learn that, to make you more proficient, of course, machines, makes it a lot easier. So I would say learn hand shaping first. This is probably TNC's most iconic shape. It's the Saint twin fin that Martin Potter used to ride back in the 80s. And the airbrush is, iconic as well. So this one's a 50th year anniversary board that we did a run of. And then the board came out sick with the gold over the black.
Town and Country Surfboards, Glenn Pang showing us his art. And he has a horse in this race. He's got Sally Fitzgibbons on his boards. Sally Fitz on the TNC Glenn Pangs. We got Betty Lou Sakura Johnson in this heat as well. She is on Mayhem surfboards now, as well as Erin Brooks, the exciting rookie with a lot of expectation on her, but she has to get through this 30-minute heat. Erin Brooks, type of girl, along with Jesse Mendez on the call here. What do you think about this heat, Jesse?
That's a stacked heat. That's the heat you don't want to be in round two. So much talent right there.
Sally Fitz is going to get the start here. And she's going to get a score right off the back. We'll see. And Sally's a fast runner. She runs long distance. I'm sure she's going to do the run around. Interesting note, too, that Sally Fitzgibbons is the oldest woman in the draw. Erin Brooks is the youngest woman in the draw. They're in the same heat. Sally's 34. Erin's half her age at 17. That's a generational span right there that we're seeing.
And that's, I think, Lakey had a podcast and we saw a little glimpse of it, and she was saying there's a shift of generations happening the same way she thought there was when she first got on tour. And I totally agree with her. Those young surfers, they're surfing different. They have a little, like, they surf more sure-footed. They're a little bit more balanced stance, and they're amazing in the air, it just shows how dangerous they are in such a young age, and they've been doing damage the last few years.
Yeah, and the evolution, right? It's the evolution of surfing. Of course, every generation is going to stand on the shoulders of the generation before them when you see the evolution of surfing, and we've seen that story is the same all the way through. And Erin Brooks is kind of, the new hot rod, if you would.
But the problem of the young generations, they looked up to all these names, and they just watched them their whole life. There's almost like a crush to it, so it's hard to go against them in heats.
Well, Erin's up for the challenge. Let's hear from Erin about the changing of the guard.
I mean, some of the older girls are kind of, I don't want to say anything bad about them because they've done so much for us, being such inspirations, but they're kind of aging out a little bit, and there's so many girls from the younger generation, like me and Bella and Sierra Kerr coming up, that will definitely come on the scene. And also Caroline and Caity, those girls are not very old, and they're both world champions, and Caroline's an Olympic gold medalist, so I definitely see the new generation stepping up in a very big way.
Yeah, I like it. But, hey, as another note for everyone watching, please play Fantasy Surfer on WSL, but your team is going to lock, okay? Your team is going to lock at the beginning of the women's round of 16, which is, we're one heat away from that. So double check your lineups. If you have Bella Kenworthy, she's been eliminated from competition. You don't want her on your lineup now because you will be losing points there.
So you have about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
To set your team, right?
This happened, we're catching up with that sound bite, and Sakura just had to straighten out. So it's just going to earn her a runaround.
Yeah, the women are actually opting to do the run around every time. Just show how much grip there is and how much power there is in the ocean right now.
And there we go with Sakura. She was a semi-finalist last year where we saw those outstanding, basically setting a new bar in women's surfing. She was part of that performance that we saw last year here at Pipeline, along with Molly Picklum, as well as Caity Simmers. Tom Whitaker there, the coach, with a backup board, giving her some instruction. And when we look at the scoreboard, just a 2.5 for Sally Fitzgibbons, half-point ride for Sakura. Beautiful shot here of the beach and the hillside here in the Ahapua'a of Pupukea.
This is another great example how the ocean's pushing you down the line, but also out the back because of that water exit. She was a little bit too far on that one. It seems like you can never get under enough, and that's such a trouble when you're a surfer. See, once again, that was a great wave, but it was just a little bit under her. And it's so hard for you to position yourself under enough when you have that much water going through.
And it makes the wave really lurch up too. So you kind of can't get a nice glide in. You're going to do an airdrop no matter what, because the water's face coming up the wave face as the wave energy is moving towards the shore.
That's why some guys have so much advantage, like John, Barron, Mamiya, that they're so good at sneaking underneath. They feel comfortable in this situation.
Here's Erin. Dependable backhand carve there, long off the bottom, throws her body into that second torque and kicks out. So get on the leaderboard, get on the scoreboard. Sally Fitz right behind her. Sally Fitzgibbons, another surfer, much like we saw Brisa Hennessy in the previous heat, just always just dependable, solid. Rarely makes a mistake on a wave. Completes their rides 85% of the time, 90% of the time.
I agree, and that's what got her so many times on tour and kept her there for so long. But at this heat, in this moment, I know she wants to start quick, but she needs to find something a little bit more substance, a little bit more critical, and put more risk. Otherwise, the score is going to be in that 2.5 range.
Yeah. Well, let's hear from the queen of Pipeline, Moana Jones-Wong.
The queen of Pipeline indeed, but Moana Pipeline looking a little bit different this morning than we're used to seeing you posting some clips and some big wins in. Still, how did your experience out at this wave help you today?
I mean, honestly, out there, I've never surfed Pipeline or backdoor like this, so I was out there and I was telling all the girls, like, I don't have an advantage, I promise. Like, this is so tricky, and I honestly didn't know what to expect when I got out there. It was like a gnarly current pull. We never caught waves for like over 10 minutes, and I actually had to come in, pass off the wall on the beach, and run all the way back up. That's like a long run when you only have like a 30-minute heat, and oh, that was crazy.
Crazy, but you made it through. And before we let you go get ready for your next round, I want to talk about your board, because it is National Women and Girls in Sports Day, and you had some very special girls riding on your board for you before this event.
Yeah, at my surf club, so I got these pink rails and I wanted them to actually be purple. And then I told my girls, please bring like a purple Sharpie to surf club, and I want you guys to all like write something on my board. So my entire rail of all my, both sides of my board is written, like a bunch of different things written by my girls.
We love to see it. Congratulations, Moana.
Thank you.
All right, Moana Jones-Wong on that Chile surfboard. James Cheel out of Australia making those boards, and that combination of talented shaper and talented surfer has led to some groundbreaking moments in women's surfing out here at Pipeline with Moana Jones-Wong. But Jesse, you said it. This is a wild card in the way of the actual break. This is not what you would expect when you come in to compete at Pipeline. The mood it has today.
Definitely not, but the thing to her advantage, like, it's a different story for you to do turns in every other spot in the world compared to Pipeline. There's so much power, and she's used to that power because she grew up surfing these waves, and that gave her the advantage. She was so critical on that heat, even though it was a low-scoring heat, but she did some good damage on it.
Yeah, she was comfortable. We saw Sakura paddle for that wave, lose priority. Now, easy decision for her, being third in priority, just takes this second wave of the set, finds her corner, and she just gets that carve. And you can see those surfers there are at the next spot over, off the wall, and these surfers running, like Moana said, all the way through, sometimes off the wall, and has to do that run around.
Yeah, and good for her. Like right there, she caught that wave. It's not going to be a big score, but she's going to be right back out. And
Let's break down this spot right now, Jesse, because it's a different shade of pipeline today.
Definitely, and we've been talking so much about the rip and how hard it is for you to position yourself, and that's all because we have a northeast swell that's coming from this direction here, pushing all the water down. And not to mention, that's going to drag you all the way down here to off the wall if you're not an amazing paddler. But this guys, thankfully, they paddle like there's no tomorrow, so they keep themselves there. But not just that. See this area right here, it's a deep water, and all the water that is coming from Pupukea on this side of the screen is getting exiting over here and pushing the surface not just down to off the wall, but also out the back. So it makes it very tricky, like we saw Erin Brooks trying to get underneath enough, and she couldn't because there's so much water pushing her both ways, and it just makes that much trickier for the surfers.
And that sand, look at that, just that bar right there. That thing's been moving around the lineup, that shallow sandbar. We're probably expecting more of that.
Yeah, and that's the sandbank right here. There's one here and one here that we can see on the side, on the right side of the screen. And also, that's what makes that deep water channel right here, moving all that water out and this water from the swell. So it's a combination of rip currents that makes the job of the surfers today much, much harder.
Yeah, you got to adapt to your conditions, and the conditions certainly different here. You can see, looking down the coast to that off-the-wall region. By the way, off-the-wall got its name because back in the 70s, surfers surfing all day long would sit on the wall there, the beach wall of the house. And the owner of the house would come out every day and say, hey, get off my wall, get off my wall. And then it turned into the actual spot name of Off the Wall.
Oh, that's what it did.
Yeah. You see, I think the rock wall is still there.
It's still, yeah. And I could see that. I could see people sitting there and just talking and watching waves all day.
Oh, yeah. Think
in
about
front of
that.
your house.
Yeah. Putting up a camp right there.
I mean, I've done that before, so that's why you can see that.
Hey, it's the North Shore of Oahu. You want to stick around. You never know when a window is going to open up and a bunch of people paddle in. The wind changes, the swell hits the right direction, and you have a magic hour of your life here at some of the best waves of the world. We'll be back to the North Shore of Oahu. Actually, after this break, more from Pipeline, more from the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI after this.
Shall we?
Yeah, it's way better than that medieval dice game you're watching. Play WSL Fantasy and join the Lineup Podcast Mega League. Scan the QR code to register, and the Mega League, we're going to be giving away at the end of the year gift cards for the WSL store. You can play along with all of us cast here at the World Surf League. Sign up and be attentive right now, because after this heat, at the start of the next heat, your women's team will lock. So take a look. And I got a good tip for you. Lakey Peterson, sneaky pick. In the history of WSL Fantasy, at Pipeline, Lakey's actually earned the most points on average, an average of 28.15 points. Lakey Peterson, that she's earned you. Second in line, Molly Picklum. Third in line, Tyler Wright. Fourth in line, Caity Simmers. And fifth in line, with an average of 21.93, earning you on the Fantasy Surf, is Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. But Jessie Mendez, the plot thickens because Betty Lou, to earn you any points, needs to make it out of this heat.
And it seems like she's not in the lineup right now. I don't know if she had to do a run around, she do a lap, or she caught a wave. And
Yeah,
went
she
all the
caught
way
a
to
fractional
offshore wall.
score, yeah. She caught just a 0.63, and it's just eating up the clock for her.
Definitely is.
I like how stoic our rookie is right now. In the white jersey, Erin Brooks has that 383. It's the highest single wave score, and is wisely holding on to priority, not flinching, waiting for a quality wave.
Yeah, and it's she sits in such a good spot right now. Her best score, even though it's only 3.83, it still sits above a point over than the second best score of the heat. So that puts her in a comfortable situation. Not 100% yet, because we obviously have some time in the clock and it's a low scoring heat, but it helps you, your confidence, it helps you dictate when you're going to pull the trigger and when you're going to catch a wave and how you surf. So she sits in a good spot right now.
Paddling on side of her, Sally Fitzgibbons, kind of keeping her honest in a way, keeping close to, that's a veteran move, isn't that, Jesse? Just staying in the space of the rookie with Sally Fitzgibbons.
A little added pressure, yeah. Make sure like she is gonna make the right decision, and you have someone right there, it makes you overthink, it makes you think twice, you know, like, is he trying to sell me? Is that actually a good wave? Mostly when you're talking about someone that's been on tour for how many years? 15 years?
She's been on tour for, this is her 16th year. Yeah, you're right.
So yeah, like it definitely plays a huge factor into it. And Sally knows that, and because she's been through the situation that Erin has before.
And Sally Fitzgibbons is so proven. She gets cut from the tour, goes, okay, I'm not leaving you guys. Goes on the Challenger Series and wins the Challenger Series to come back on tour for 2025.
And that's the second time she has.
And she's done that twice, yeah.
It's sometimes you see that happen when someone falls off tour, like right away, you know, like, and then they fall off tour again and come back. But like after being, what, 12 years on tour and having the guts and having the energy and putting everything together and the courage to just get back on the Challenger Series and come back up here.
Get back on the Changas, and those are tough because those are 4 surfer heats before you get onto like the head-to-head matchups. It's no joke, and there's no non-elimination round on those Changas. There's a weight to every single heat. Sally Fitzgibbons was runner-up 3 times for a world title in 2010, 2011, and 2012. So close to a world title, and she still has a chance to win a world title here in 2025.
Still has the energy. It's hats off to her, because she is definitely such an inspiration for and such a good ad for women's sport.
And then we talk about the rookie, Erin Brooks, out there. When you really look at the analytics of Erin, it's pretty radical because she's already won a CT event, even before she got on tour. And then you look at the schedule this year, she's won a challenger in Snapper, she's won a challenger in Rio, in Itaúna, she's won an actual CT event in Fiji. That's a quarter of the tour that she's already had victories at.
An experience, right? Like, that's great for her. And I wouldn't be surprised if she wins a different spot, because that's just how good of all-rounder surfer she is.
Yeah, well, watch out for her. She's won a specialty event here at Pipeline as well.
And yeah, that's true. And she does the work outside of the water.
Oh yeah.
She builds confidence, builds strength. And she has the fire. Like, she's a full package of what a professional surfer should be in. That was a little bit of confusion right there on the screen.
That was. Well, here we go. A wave coming through here. Priority still sitting with the white jersey with Erin Brooks. Can't get into position. Nobody can get into position there.
They got smoked right there.
Not a good feeling.
And that's just a random wave that comes a little bit bigger. And on this northeast swell, it rarely happens on this size, but every once in a while, a wave like this is going to come and wash through. if you think about the northwest typical swell, like you're going to see waves rolling in and kind of cleaning up the lineup. But this direction, it comes so steep from the right of your screen to the left, kind of breaks underneath. But that one just getting them off guard and breaking a little bit out the back. And as you see, they're going to have to reposition themselves to the right spot of the lineup.
Well, let's see if we have any takers here. A paddle from Sakura. A couple more waves in the set. Erin hanging on to that first priority. And looks like she's going to go. Here we go. Erin Brooks with the backup. Nice slash off the top. And she's going to put the work hat on right there. Just try to get another turn before kicking out. Great effort by Erin Brooks in some marginal conditions. Realizes that, I feel, Jesse. And how to go at it.
Yeah, just a little bit out of position on that wave. Like that wave kind of swept them. It sweeps them very quickly down. And as she take off, she's kind of in the shoulder. There's better potential, probably 10, 15 feet deeper than she was sitting. But it's going to be her backup already. And the situation of the heat's very low. It's going to apply pressure to the opponents.
Erin's getting to the beach. And speaking of the beach, he's everywhere. The Waz, Strider Wazalewski.
Thanks, Kaipo. Yeah, down here on the beach, red flag warning. So Florence Marine, one of our sponsors of the event, making these red flags for to alert people to these signs. You know, it's beautiful here on the beach, but let me tell you, the currents and the riptides in the water are deadly. So you got to be very aware of your surroundings down here. So Florence Marine hooking up all the lifeguards with trunks to wear to go save people, as well as these flags that are going to alert everybody. They're just a little bit worried about people trying to take them. These are they're not for sale. They're pretty cool collector's items. I scored one, but they're worried about the Groms going down there and grabbing them. So they're keeping an eye on the flag. So don't you think about it.
Well, and I think Erin Brooks is heading your way on a beach run right now, Waz.
Yeah, she sure is. She's looking solid. She's been training nonstop. So Erin Brooks, not scared to run around on the beach here. You can see it. But she's probably got the gnarliest training regimen I've ever seen. Jumping on half balls, off the wall, back down onto the half balls, and I'd probably break my ankle trying to do what she does on a daily basis.
Yeah, but don't discount yourself. Strider and I have been actually doing our sand workouts every day.
We've been on it. We've been doing the beach walks, but
maybe not at the pace that Erin was doing, right, Strider?
But you know what? She's right into the current. She's going to paddle back out with the riptide, use that to her advantage, and get her right back out into the lineup within probably 4 or 5 minutes total from when she caught her wave. So pretty impressive the time that she can turn around this transition.
Thanks, Strider. On to Sally Fitzgibbons. And Sal, we just talked about how dependable she is, but not getting the finish there is really going to limit that score. Aggressive turn from Sakura. Just one single turn, however, Jesse, for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
But this is a great point for what he said. This is completely the opposite situation we had. Sally had a better wave, a better section, cleaner, but she wasn't sure-footed. She was a little bit hesitating. Like she felt timid. Like, I don't know if she was worried with the, how hollow the wave got and how shallow it is, or she's just feeling the nerves because it's 5 minutes left. But as you're going to see here, look how beautiful and clean. All the water is blue. A little bit wobbly in the beginning, but she does a beautiful carve. And right here, it's going to steepen up. But she kind of hesitates a little bit, takes a little too long to hit it, and stomps on her back foot as she was hitting the lip, and that just wipes off her speed. And on the opposite hand, you're going to see her just front-footed right there, pushing the back foot, but then driving through the turn and coming out clean. That was a good difference to show that Sally had a better opportunity but didn't capitalize, and Sakura on the other side capitalized on the opportunity she had.
Yeah, Sakura 2.77. If Sally does not improve her situation on that last ride, Sakura can flip this heat with a 2.77 as we see Sally Fitzgibbons again doing that run. She's going to get into the rip. And by the time she gets out there to the lineup, though, she's probably only going to have 2.5 minutes.
I agree with you. And she's, in my opinion, she's probably going to be in trouble because Betty Lou is a critical section, a bigger wave. 2.77 is a small score. It's not that big of a score. She has priority and she's out the back. So it's a win-win for her.
Waiting for those numbers to populate. Judges taking a look at a couple of replays. There's Sakura on the paddle back out. Wants to hear some good news. And she gets good news right now from our beach announcers. A 2.93 turns the heat for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. You can see she checks her watch and says, okay, I got to hold this lead for another 3:30.
how do you hold a 2.57? You know, luckily for her, her opponent's still on the beach trying to make it out, but she's going to get there in time. And yeah, Sally, man, that was an opportunity that she just missed right there. And we have to emphasize that because you don't have many today, and that one was a special one. Not that hard of a wave to surf as well.
Yeah, here she is, just getting off of the beach. So that's another minute to the lineup.
Also, like I saw her, I noticed like she paddled out as that rock that you mentioned the name, that usually it's the typical place you paddle out when you're surfing a northwest pipe. But today is a little different, and she kind of went a little too early. I almost thought she should have ran a little bit down the beach more and went straight into that rip current, which Erin did that, and he got out the back pretty quick.
Like, hey, it's illustrated right here. There's clear water right to on the right of your screen, which you might have a little bit more rip, and she's going to have to be duck diving these waves. And that's not as fast of water, right, Jesse? As just on the peripheral there, that water's a lot faster going out to the ocean.
Yes, and for her advantage right now, the position she's sitting, for the girls to get to them, it's very hard. Mostly if we have a lot of like water exit coming out, so she can maybe try and sneak a very deep wave.
Maybe that's her thought process, more towards the gum or the gums area, and just stay away knowing that she's in third priority.
Yeah, because the girls are going to have a lot of trouble to get to her unless she lets herself get dragged down. So she maybe should be looking for like a deep, low runner. The problem is there's a lot of
Look
sand
at that
there
sand.
that does that. But
we had that aerial view, right, with that big bar right there, that big bank. I mean, that zone right there is pretty much unrideable.
yeah, but then if you get just the corner of that, it's where it starts to slow down and gets a better shape. And she's sitting right there. And for a girl in red to get to her, it's not easy if a wave just pops up right now. They're eventually gonna like gain and get close to her, but if a wave pops up, she can sneak something in. But it's cutting short because they're getting there in a little bit. See, she's paddling under. She's trying to figure it out. Is that it?
They're going to let her go. Here we go. Sally Fitz sneaks into this one. Still gets around this section. Okay, that's a nice rail carve. Nice start there. Little chunky there. A finish could help her out. Just needs a 2.5 at the moment. Sally Fitzgibbons' strategy snuck in the bushes somehow. Undercover. Got that wave from under Sakura. Did that turn the heat?
What a gift.
What a gift.
That's exactly what you want with a minute left. A clean, open face that your opponents were actually pretty close to you and they decided not to go. She is super stoked. She's over the moon right now, but maybe we have Betty Lou right here taking off.
Sakura on the insurance policy here. Good looking wave. Beautiful carve off the top. Smooth top to bottom surfing for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. And she just turned that heat right back her way. So right when she was in the corner, we were suspecting that Sally Fitzgibbons was going to turn the heat. Sakura answered back in a big wave. Erin Brooks, big carve on the backhand, and Brooks is going to take her Mayhem surfboard to the beach, and we are going to wait for 3 important scores in this elimination round, heat number 2.
What a last minute we just had right there. It seems like everything turned around to Sally, and then Betty Lou got the insurance like you mentioned. Best wave of the heat in my opinion. Big section, huge carve, drove down. First incredible carve, and then the second one to finish. But then Erin also got a good turn out the back. Like this is anyone's game right now. I think Betty Lou is going to be in a safe spot. She got the best wave. And then it's going to be in between blue and white right there. Let's see if Erin's going to better her 2.23 because that's going to play out to be probably the difference, the backup score, because Sally's definitely going to get a decent score on her wave.
Okay, so Sally Fitz, her number, a 3.4. She goes momentarily into the second place position. Still waiting for score for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson and Erin Brooks. Brooks coming in with 3.9. She remains in the league. And Sakura with a 7.17 goes from third to first. So our final results here in the elimination heat. Sakura Johnson in first. Erin Brooks in second. Erin and Betty Lou moving into the round of 16. Sally Fitzgibbons, the veteran, eliminated in the elimination round. And speaking of moving to the round of 16, we're going to go away. We're going to come back with the round of 16. Joe Chappelle, Felicity Palmentier, and a very special guest. Don't go anywhere.
What an exciting final exchange, especially if your name is Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, getting her best wave right at the end to go from third to first when she needed it the most. And how good is this? Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and one of the all-time greats, a hero that will never let you down. Tommy Carroll, so great to see you. Thanks for joining us.
See you, Joey. Yeah.
Good to talk some stories with you.
Here we go.
Let's first break down the quiver. A couple of fresh Rossins for this trip.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, got some beautiful boards from Pat. They are always something special. With Pat, he's, you know, I've got such a long-term relationship with him from 1985, and he built all my quivers for pipe and all, you know, all my winning quivers basically on the North Shore, except for one, my first win in 1982, which was on a Barnfield at Sunset.
Oh, cool looking back. And I think Pat Rawson was able to tell a great story about that famous snap seen around the world. And he kind of goes, but wait till you see what happened in the final. There was almost what he calls the forgotten 10-point ride, a packing a 12-footer. And the snap kind of took all the glory because that was just next level. No one was doing turns like that. But the barrel to follow was something to be seen.
Well, yeah. Well, the next day, you know, I can't believe that board actually survived the first day. And it made it through the beating I gave it. I mean, it took a beating. You know, that was a powerful swell, very strong northwest, west-northwest to start. Big, strong, and it just remained for the final day, the next day. And I'll never forget having, you know, competing against the best of the time. You know, Derek Ho was, you know, he could have got a really high scoring wave in the last 5 minutes of the heat when my board finally gave up, snapped, and I came in and I just had to sit on the beach, and I knew that Derek could get a 9.5 ride easy. And we got a rider up and riding.
Cool looking back with Tommy Carroll. Thanks for joining us for the call and telling some brilliant stories already. And we'll introduce the new heat. We're into the round of 16. Lakey Peterson just got the first wave as she takes on the Goofy Foot representing Brazil, raised on the island of Kauai, Tatiana Weston Webb. We're going to have the overlapping format underway. So 40-minute heats at the 20-minute mark. We'll see Gabriella Bryan and Isabella Nichols get started. We'll break down that format as it plays out. But starting with Tatiana, another incredible year on tour last year, silver medalist in the Olympic Games, and at Pipeline, Flick, where she's definitely a favorite to go all the way.
Oh, for sure. I reflect back on her year last year, and it was pretty incredible, right? I mean, her charge to make that final five in Fiji was amazing, and then even on finals day, you know, at lowers, just really great backhand surfing, and I mean, the silver medal at the Olympics as well. I mean, she just had an incredible year. And then obviously, here we go. Tati up and riding on the backhand.
Grabbing the rail, pulling up and under, and end up incomplete on the effort. Got a 10-point ride in Tahiti last year, Tommy, and she called it kind of a career-defining moment for herself in that semifinal last season.
Well, that was an extraordinary effort. You know, Tatiana's just improved, you know, and how do you improve at her level? And she's just really sort of put herself and constantly put herself in the zone. And the way she sort of lifted the game against all this force that's coming up in the younger ranks, she sort of must be feeling it. So she goes, I better get my game and push it and push it. And you could see her just then on that wave. That was a good decision just to sort of feel herself out in the early part of the heat. And feel where she's at and sort of drop the nerves a little bit. You know, she really had a good go at it. I know that, and that's Tatiana all the way through. And that's how she gets 10-point rides. That's where you get them.
Now let's catch up with Betty Lou on the glass with Strider.
Thank you very much, Joe. Wham, bam, thank you very much. Mother Nature, ma'am. That was awesome. You got the highest score of the day for the women.
Thank you. My gosh, rolling the dice to the last second. I'm really happy to just finally be able to get the opportunity to do some turns. So super happy with that.
Got a change of equipment this year.
Yes, I do. I am now riding for Lost Surfboards. I'm on a Sabotage out here. It's 5'9". Yeah, and I love it in the pocket.
And how were the nerves, coming off a great result last year here, and then you coming into an elimination round?
Yeah, it was pretty hard to honestly swallow, but I knew my mistakes were really simple in the heat before, and it was just really big learning and knowing to make sure not to do that again.
Well, congratulations. Can't wait to see you back here on the glass.
Thank you so much, Strider. Thank you, guys.
Back to you guys.
Strider, well done, Betty Lou. Betty Lou, a semifinal last year. She actually had to deal with the elimination round as well last season and went on to that super heat with Molly Picklum. Now changing board sponsors, but also changing coaches as well, with Ross Williams deciding to stay home this year. Now working with Tommy Whitaker this year. So kind of some new feelings for Betty Lou in 2025.
Well, you can see the refreshed turns that she was doing. I mean, Betty Lou's got a fantastic technique, and I love watching her develop since she was such a new little girl. And the amount of passion and energy and just sheer guts that she sort of puts out there, and she's quite a fine, little human physically, but man, you can see that by those turns and the technique and what she's been putting into it, and the love, and she knew which way to go, and she's made some really strong decisions for herself.
Stoked to see what she's done in a short period of time. Remember, Betty Lou, just 19. Here comes the vet from California on the replay, Lakey Peterson flick.
Yeah, this was a great wave from Lakey. That first opening maneuver, great read on that last section too. I mean, she got up to that last section really late, rode out in front, and obviously the little fist pump there, she's stoked with that. But that, I think majority of those points, that's a pretty hefty score to be locking in already this early in this heat, just, with today's conditions, and here she goes again.
Veteran squaring us off here at backdoor and off the wall. We've got Lakey throwing down the wrap and jamming it under the lip. A little bit of froth on the face when she'll step off.
Wow, she's looking comfortable.
Certainly. And she's putting a lot of time with overcoming the fears of the reef here. Has made finals days. It seems like when she puts pressure on herself to improve in an area, she's always coming out on top. So Lakey now embracing that there has been a change in the guard. She's not hiding from that, which I think is really healthy. She's honoring the talent coming up from the younger guard, and it's pushing her to try to redefine her act as well, Flick.
Yeah, I think, we saw that piece WSL posted the other day on socials and on the podcast, and she's talking, I'm registering it. We'll just break down this one. So this is Lakey's second wave, and her board's looking really nice and refined. Those turns are really beautifully done, and I mean that opening carve on that first wave as well. So much power, so much control, and maintained speed the whole way through.
Well done for Lakey Peterson. Already has a 6.17, second scoring ride on the way, and there's one man that we like to bug all the time whenever we go surfing in general, but especially when the CT is off and running. Kevin Wallace, lead forecaster at Surfline, joining us for a call here and an update. Kevin, first of all, always great to catch up with you. We've had about a week of lay days. How has this past week been for you, forecasting what we're seeing today?
Thank you. It's great to be back, Joe, and hello to everyone. I'd say I was pretty stoked to see what we had this morning on offer. I know it's obviously not classic pipe, but given the last few days, it is much more contestable, much cleaner, and just sets us up to finish in really pretty nice waves at the end of this week and into the weekend. So it's been a tough go, kind of a funky, last 10 or so days. We had the one little decent day there a week ago on Wednesday, and otherwise been a lot of north wind and funky northeast swell. Obviously all the sand that's up on the reef right now too. So it's good to see contestable and really pretty fun surf today.
And just thinking about the season, Kevin, we've had a lot of activity, especially competitively with the YETI, with the Vans Pipe Masters event, leading up into the CT schedule, where we saw a sudden shift really of those strong northerly swells, a lot more wind and weather, seeing that sand pile up on the reef. Is that sort of expected this time of year, or was there some surprises as well?
No, this is atypical. Certainly not unheard of. It happens from season to season. I was thinking back to, there was a Pipe Pro, 6 or so years ago where this happened. You kind of had like Pipeline Point with northeast swell and a sandbar setting up like this. So it's not unheard of, but it's atypical. You tend to see more westerly swells this time of year, which is pushing the sand up toward Rocky Point. Just in the case of the last 10 or so days, we've seen a lot of northeast swell, some stronger northeasterly winds and northerly winds, and you can see the sandbar there. It's funny, this I love this shot because you can up to see it's like a lagoon on the inside there, and then that sandbar and the break beyond. But you typically this time of year, as you go through January and February, most of that sand is pushed up toward Rocky Point, and then it hangs around there then it's pushed back seasonally down towards Pipe. Typically in the summer. In the wintertime, most of that sand is up further to the east. So, again, not unheard of, but atypical for this time of year.
Thanks, Kevin. Just watching this live wave here from Tatiana Weston Webb, pulling up and under, trying to get barreled on her backhand. 2 attempts incomplete as Lakey still driving her lead. A 6.17, now her backup, a 4.0. One thing that was really promising, Kevin, in your last couple of reports was Friday really popping up as continuing to improve and reinforcing your thoughts as maybe the best day of the waiting period. How's that looking?
We still look good. I'm really pretty confident it's going to be the best day of the waiting period. I know that's not necessarily saying a ton so far for this event, but it really looks like a nice swell. Much better direction than what we've seen for most of the last week. We're going back to that typical northwest direction. Nice swell period, nice size, good conditions. We've settled back into kind of lighter trades today and tomorrow, and then trades pick up a little bit more Friday and through the weekend, but great direction on the trades, basically straight east, so it's offshore. It's really going to be a nice swell on Friday. It'll taper down into Saturday, but we've got a couple of good to I think, great days of surf coming up.
Awesome, Kevin. Really enjoy your time. Great job forecasting this event like always, and always love our time catching up one-on-one.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Thanks, all, and looking forward to talking to you guys again, hopefully on Friday with Pumping Surf.
Awesome. Thank you, Kevin Wallace, a great human, great surfer, and the lead forecaster at Surfline. You can head over to Surfline and check out all the resources that you have to check out the long-range forecasts and make sure you're getting the best waves that you can in your region. Friday's looking promising. We had a series of lay days off. We talked to some of the rookies specifically, Tommy, of them dealing with the waiting period and being first heat, kind of like Vahine Fierro yesterday was saying she was kind of losing it. You wake up with your game face on, and then you got to turn it off and try again. And after a week, that could really get to you.
It's tough. It's really tough. And just keeping yourself in, this in a kind of cool space and open space so you can deliver your best on the right moment. I think, the amount of effort that you put into each surf and how you're doing anything during that off period is really key to how you're going to perform in your next heat. So, and you can't really do anything until that moment arrives. Yeah, I mean, back in my day, it's hard for me to relate. They just run us back, and we just knew the heat was going to be on. Okay, and particularly in conditions like this, in the way the bank is now, it just reminds me of being put out a pipe with a northwest swell with that sandbar backed up against the left. And I never forget having a heat with Sonny Garcia and a couple others. I just remember Sonny, and we were going straight into a triple suck sandbar from pipe left. Yeah. And it was quite intense. It was intense. Yeah, you're going straight out today, okay. But going back to that sort of sense of having to kind of hold yourself in on the waiting period, it's intense. And I really feel for some of the athletes in these waiting periods.
Earlier, I brought up that wave from Tati last year at Teahupo. I want you to break this one down as we bring up a significant moment, a turning point in Tati's career.
Oh, wow, yes. Beautiful takeoff. Just set a line perfectly from the get-go, nailing it, really leaning into that toe edge rail and feeling the face all the way. Tati just, Chopu on that west bowl really throws. She was keeping herself just grabbing the face. You could see her going, I'm going to make this. I'm actually going to make it. I really, that got me frothing right then because I know that was just lighting her up, and that's Tardy all the way.
Those pinnacle moments in your career where you can get the wave of your life with the jersey on, and she laughs about it now. She's like, I lost that heat at the end. Vahine needed an 8, got it right after that, and it was the happiest she's ever been after losing a heat. And just a reminder, YETI are handing out the coolers this year for all those 10-point rides filled with YETI products, always celebrating those perfect 10s throughout the season here in 2025. Tati's looking now, doesn't have priority, goes to Lakey looking to better of 4. And she's forced to straighten out.
Interesting. Looks like she just didn't get her feet off the takeoff and realized that it was going to run off super fast. She really needed to get right on that tiny little bit of highline opportunity from the get-go that she didn't get to, unfortunately. Yeah, so, yeah, for Lakey, she's in a really good position in this heat, though. She's got some good scores on the board, and she can feel more comfortable about how she's attacking it at the moment.
Definitely. And you'd go, if you're in Lakey's support crew and you had to set up conditions to be favored in a heat over Tati, it would, hey, put sand on the reef, shut down the left, make it mostly rights. And she has that scenario kind of unfolding right in front of us where, you know, Tati's putting her head down, grabbing her rail. Definitely her strength, though, in tube riding comes on her forehand.
For sure. I mean, even you just think about fantasy surfing, you know, we've got basically a long running right-hander right now. I mean, and, you know, potentially you're taking some goofies out of your fantasy surfer right now, but maybe not all of them, because as we move through into Friday, maybe we will see some pipe waves. So, but I mean, right now for Tati, she's going to have a dig no matter what. I mean, Tom, you've already spoken about it. She is not someone to back down from really having a crack, and we've already seen it on her first couple of opportunities. But right now, it's a difficult wave to surf today. I mean, it's not easy pulling it on your backhand. It's not that traditional backdoor that you're used to seeing. And right now, I think Tati's back is against the wall, but I like where her head's at. Like, she's not shying away from a barrel. You know, she's not just going out there to put together a couple of turns on her backhand. She's like, hey, nah, I'm going for the barrel.
I like that. Tati also making a change, working with world champ named Adriana de Souza in 2025. Right now, she's chasing at 8.54. Gonna take a Bonsoy break. Be right back.
The Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing.
The round of 16 continues right here at the Bonsai Pipeline on the North Shore of Oahu. And one man that's been here for decades on decades is Tommy Carroll, a 2-time world champ. Has 25 event wins to his name. That's third on the all-time win list, just behind Tom Curran and Kelly Slater. And also three pipe trophies. 2 of them he won back-to-back, which is very rare to be able to own kind of an era of the sport. First with world titles back-to-back, but also an event this hard to conquer, the holy grail, if you will, of pro surfing. Your relationship with pipe, those first couple of sessions, was it magic right away in those first few rides, or was it a long developing relationship over time?
It's both of those things. And like I never forget my first surfer pipe. You never forget your first surfer pipe. Paddled out on a 7.2 when I was 16 years of age. All my heroes are out there. Looks like we've got a rider up. And finish the story shortly.
Yeah, Tati grabbing the rail for a moment. Nice clean water to work with. Really lining up the pocket well. Second turn, throws some water off the top. Tati's best so far. Switching gears, she was barrel hunting, which is her favorite. And that's a veteran type move, switching to maneuvers.
Yeah, that's what she's seen and heard from the scores or the actual positions where she is in the heat and is understanding and really, calibrating back to moves. I think it's a really good idea.
And I think that's an evolution of Tati's approach out here, Flick. Before she's like, I'm getting barreled no matter what in the early years at pipe, and now she knows how to win a heat.
For sure. I mean, the torque that she got out of the top of that first backhand turn was really good. Obviously, she's looking for this inside section here to get a finish. She doesn't quite get it, but I like the pivot. I like the adjustment here. She's obviously registered, okay, Lakey's dropping some pretty good scores for, a few turns. Like, let's pivot, let's change. And that first maneuver, that was really good. It was really tight in the pocket, and I like the pivot.
Smart move, waiting on scores as we flash back to a 16-year-old Tommy Carroll from Sydney, Australia. 7-2 was the board, right?
7-2 Simon Anderson single fin, pre his thruster.
Hey.
1978. And it was, I'd been just really waiting for my first surf at Pipeline, and I ended up on the beach just, I got a lift down here and I just threw my board on the beach with my towel, and I met up with Joe Engel, who was one of my contemporaries at the time, and actually Chris Byrne, who was also one of my contemporaries at the time. And Chris Byrne had surfed the winter before. He already had some experience. Joe already surfed. He was one of my big rivals, and I'd gone, Joe's already surfed pipe, I've got to go out. And it was pumping. It was solid. It was just coming from second reef, just not a drop of water out of place. Crystal, beautiful barrels, and there's Lopez and Sean Thompson on his pink board. Watched him in free ride. I was just all that energy as a kid, all those stories, everything built up in the system, and I've got to get out. And back then, no leg ropes pipe. No. We didn't even use leg ropes at sunset. So it was a lot of swimming back then. And so that was out, learning to surf these waves was all about losing your board, really. And they said, yeah, you've got to go and paddle right in front of the break down there and get dragged by this current down to Caity, and you may get through the closeout. I'm like, oh my God, a big, thick 7.2, never surfed a 7.2 in my life. And so we got someone looking at that one. And so, yeah, I got, oh my God, I just got an angle as I finally got out past Caity Beach Park into the blue water. And I'm looking towards Pipeline. I've never seen these barrels. These barrels were so big. They had giant crystal cylinder pipelines coming towards me. And I go, oh my God, there's people riding these things. I was tripping out. And, I'd been watching movies. And of course, we had no Instagram, none of this automatic. It was all about watching it at the movies and watching Lopez, particularly Jerry. Other great riders like Jackie Dunn and, Rory Russell, and looks like Tati's taken to her regular go-for-it move,
Definitely.
Love that. What a vision she would have had.
That's what she absolutely wants to do out here. Look for the biggest barrels and absolutely pack it. That one stretched out a bit. She got to enjoy the ride, but look what she's got to wear on the head flick.
That one behind absolutely spat. The one she took off on didn't really have that exit, kind of ended up closing out, but the one behind looked really good, kind of maintained that shape. But you can just see Tati's put the time in terms of the approach on the backhand. She's really put the time in on her forehand, but you can tell she's not afraid. And I mean, if she was coming out of that, she's totally going to turn the heat. She's going to put in the best score. I still believe, even though, of course, we're switching to turns more so, with the conditions a little bit trickier than the morning, I still believe if she would have come out of this, this thing stayed so open. And then it just couldn't find the exit there. Maybe a little doggy door if she was really quick, but, and then this one behind, that was the one. That was the diamond in the rough.
Even that was really hard to come out of.
Yeah.
And I think picking the barrel isn't such a great idea right now.
And we've got the new heat getting started. Gabrielle O'Brien taking on Isabella Nichols. As we can see that nice, powerful front side hack that Gabby features on the tour. She's been improving each and every year. Almost got a taste of the WSL Final 5 last year. Got bumped out at the regular season finale at Cloudbreak. Took about 8 weeks off. Repaired the labrum in the shoulder.
Ooh, that's tough.
You know what that's like, Tommy.
Oh, I know that one.
And came back and just really enjoyed some time bouncing between Oahu and Kauai, where she's from. As we see what happened here, Tommy, what'd you see?
She's got a great heel turn. I watch each heel. I've been watching her surf. There she's bumped. But it's, she's got a great low center of gravity, and she's always in that position, ready to extend out of turns. I think she's, got that lovely strength in her lower part of her body. She can lay into that heel. That's been a real strong move, and it's well placed within her repertoire. The way she comes in and out, it looks like someone else is up and riding up.
Here we go, Bella Nichols hanging on and lighting up that first section. Well played, sizable wave.
Risky move.
And pulls it off. A nice opener here in the round of 16 flick.
Yeah, that was really nicely done. You could sort of see on the takeoff, she got a little bit off kilter, so she did a good job to sort of regain balance and then absolutely put it on the line for that one. And she knew by then, it's one turn, let's go hard. So that was really impressive from Bella.
Be interesting to see how the judges play this out and reward both those rides.
It's always the question at pipe at this size when they are comparing some barrels and some turns as well, Tommy.
Oh, she just made that drop in the takeoff, but she made good use of that end section. Interesting to see how they play this out. Lovely approach. Yeah, lays it right down on the rails. Really clean and smooth, but she was high risk and she popped the tail a little bit, and so those fins just gave out just a little bit at the end, just right for her to make that out of that move and get momentum.
It is interesting when you see a slight bobble, even before a big turn, but it is that slight little disruption of flow, isn't it?
Yeah. And the way she knew it. She knew that move. Obviously, she's been practicing that over and over. It's in her repertoire, and that drop was kind of interesting. She kind of looked a little bit maybe nervous. I'm not sure, but kind of nerves may have played a role. And oh my God, this things just drew up underneath her, and she was able to handle it, which is classic Isabella. She's quite the spirit.
Yeah, she's got some Viking spirit in her for sure. That's where, she always talks about her heritage in Denmark, and she's proud of that. She, growing up on the Sunshine Coast, she got very competitive very early, won herself a World Junior title, had a really stellar rookie season back in that shortened year, the 2021 year, where she had some success against the big names on tour. And right now, she's been putting a ton of time in on the North Shore. She actually really likes the lifestyle around here. Just waking up, kind of like Groundhog's Day, even if it's shredded wind, just get that routine down. I live a couple doors down to where she stays, and I just see the truck moving out of the driveway, and I'm like, wow, I wasn't even going to go to the beach this morning. And it's like shredded windy, and she just keeps her routine really solid, just getting ready for the day she puts the jersey on. So everything's been in place for her for, I'd say, the last month or so to surf in this heat today.
Yeah, I like the fact that she's, putting in some time to. We'll get back to that as you see Gabby.
Gabby Bryan on the wind top. There's that signature move. Oh, my goodness. And now, Tommy, you got Sonny on my mind earlier with your story, where he was just so famous for that just big frontside hack. And Gabby Bryan's got one of those. As we see a wild takeoff, that looked like Tati just slipping off there.
Yeah, Tati just went for the body surf. Oh, there's a few going down. That sandbar's actually, it's pulling out against the reef. So it's, wow, that was Isabella. She went for the late drop. Or what was she doing there? It was kind of interesting.
Yeah, there she is.
She was sort of trying to sand it on that thing, and it all came unstuck. But going back to Sonny and Sonny's approach, and Gabriella's like, she's definitely bringing a little bit of Sonny in there. But Sonny had this way of surfing almost like straight up. I've never seen anyone, actually, this very unique style, and it's wide stance, and used to be able to ride these thick boards, and every turn was just 150%. And being kind of just paddling out in the way of one of those sprays. You felt it.
So you take a look at this wipeout.
Well,
my goodness, Bella Nichols.
Viking spirit right there.
Oof. So it just had to take the chance here, and then Gabrielle O'Brien flick.
Yeah, big power hack there, throwing so much spray. That's great. Super slow-mo here. Just love how she really snaps it hard too and releases the fins. It was good read for that sucky section too, you know.
A tiny little layback in there. Right in the bet, so she really nailed that. The suck up on the sandbar.
I think this might be a year for Gabby Bryan to win multiple CT events. She picked up her first win last year at Margaret River. She had finaled in that event the year before. Seems like she's always improving. She's always going up. She finaled at El Salvador last year. She just really had a solid winning feeling, and that was with that injury she was surfing through. I'm really thinking this is going to be a giant season for Gabrielle O'Brien.
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, one wave that, you know, is back on tour this year, J-Bay, I'm excited to see her there. I think, you know, her strength is obviously this power carve on her forehand. Like you mentioned, Joe, El Sal, she finaled there. She had the win at main break, obviously surfing those rights into the reef. And I think J-Bay will suit her quite nicely.
Definitely. Her sister's going to UH, which is just on the other side of the island. Her brother flew in and his fiance to give her more support for game day today in the round of 16, so she's happy to feel that. Her mom's always traveling with her, her dad always supporting from home, which is great to have that family support, and also working with Richard Dog Marsh, who you probably have a lot of stories to tell about, Tommy.
Oh yeah, Dog. He was he's quite the character, and he knows. Dog knows. He's got so much, you know, time on the mat, they say in martial arts. He knows very well what it's like to be both in the winning seat and the losing, you know, the whole package. And he was a tough competitor. Talk about spirit. We were talking about spirit with Isabella, and he's got it in spades. And we had some great heats, Dog and I, back in the day. And it's lovely seeing him. And, you know, the surfers who are on tour, guys like, you know, Luke Egan and Tommy Witts and the crew coming in and are really giving in this moment for these athletes and being there. Back in the day, we didn't really have the coach situations we have today, which are absolutely necessary if you want to reach your highest performance. We need the sounding board. In my own head, not that great all the time. So we need that trusty sounding board to sort of give us, okay, maybe not that way, Tom, you know. So,
yeah. And also thanking your rivals for pushing you. I just never forget these times. You know, I spent a lot of time with Potts, you know, over the years, and anytime you two would just see each other, sometimes they weren't words. It was like, rah, like these growls would come out of you.
We know each other really well, Potts and I. We've had some amazing, I mean, talk about Potts at Pipe. I remember him surfing this, he went out, he's 15 years of age, and he's surfing in the Masters, and it was like macking pipe. And he's never surfed like pipe. He was like, oh, Potts. He's this like kid, really. And he got this wave. He just knew he had to get a big set. And he just took off way on second reef. And it was like a 610 or something. Back then, that was tiny. And he just like, he was like full survival stance. He got this massive barrel. Like, I was on the beach just screaming for him because I knew what he was, you know, I remember that moment. It's come back to me right now. And that feeling of watching your buddy, you know, doing it. But Potts and I would go head to head many a time. And those heavy rivalries where we get the best out of ourselves. We draw the best. We go beyond ourselves. And literally beyond belief, if you like, because how can I believe I'm going to get there when I've never been there? We need someone there that kind of pushes us over the edge of ourselves.
I love that. Yeah, to see what you're capable of under pressure in those competitive moments, which is why I love trying to catch up to your live meditations that you're doing these days, because for me it's fascinating seeing this absolute frother who's sky high with energy just all of a sudden quiet the noise.
and leading everybody through it. Was that a practice during your tour life or late? We'll get back to that. We've got Bella Nichols stepping into gear here. Quick whip off the top, got a lot of speed, just her second scoring ride in the making, and that one's going to make her chase for a second turn that didn't come true. Setting this one up is the priority heat. Lakey Peterson tags it. Late under the lip, ends up losing it. As
That's
she's
a tricky
still
end section, huh?
Oh,
Joey?
really tricky. More action here. This one stretching out for Gabby Bryan in the non-priority heat with Bella incomplete, and nothing changing there.
Wow. Yeah, so that little exchange there, you could see how Lakey really tried to stretch herself out and find that last move, and I think that was really, really tricky for her and quite a sketchy moment. Nice top turn, but almost let go of the move before she went for it. You just noticed that? She didn't back herself into the lip. Really important at that moment to really back yourself into that lip. And so she had let it go, which is fine. She's winning the heat at the moment. She's in a good space. She's read the waves really well. Isabella, beautiful first turn. Kind of missed a couple little opportunities down the line here. And as a result of that first turn, returning back to the bottom of the wave. Look, that's just a read on, this armchair position. But here we go. Looks like there's some opportunity here. But
Like the breakdown, two-time world champ Tommy Carroll, three-time pipe champ, enjoying the conversation of the rivalries, how important those are, and also that meditative headspace as we look at Tatiana. This one, a solid one on the backhand. She's forced to pin drop.
She would have had to been kind of drawing upon her Italo. Right?
Yeah, totally.
She had.
Like that.
Which she has. It's spectacular in those moments of the closeout and just all in. I love it.
Yeah, exciting year for Italo, trying to get back into that title type position, finishing runner-up in the world last year. As we look at this one again, Flick.
Yeah, I think she just has this idea in her head, knowing that she locked in a 5 for that one big belt on her backhand, right? And it's thinking, okay, well, I need a 5.18. If I take off a really big wave, bigger section, one big belt on the backhand, surely going to go a bit higher than that. I'm going to get the score. I'm going to move up into that advancing position. So, look, I can see what she's trying to do. Obviously, wave selection sort of let her down there. But, it's achievable. And we also saw Betty as well, that the last elimination heat for the women. She took off on that bigger wave. She ended up getting 2 turns, but highest wave score of the women's event so far with that 7. So bigger waves, bigger turns, bigger sections, bigger scores.
Definitely. And there's some big names that are taking a break. Obviously Carissa Moore, really exciting time for her, expecting their first baby. I think they're almost in the any day type process of their due date. And then also Steph Gilmore extending, her break from competitive surfing. And you look at Katie Simmers going into a world title defense, not always the easiest year. And I talked about this with Potts for many years. He said after 89, 1990 was maybe his worst year on tour just because he had celebrated. It had been accomplished. And certain surfers kind of related to that, that feeling of letting go. You're one of those that were able to go back to back. And it's a thing of amazement watching you actually redefine yourself again, even though you're already the best surfer in the world.
Yeah, it's fully recreation at its finest, to come back and back-to-back win. Look at Mark Richards, he'd already done it 4 times. If I did it once, it would have been for myself. If I didn't back it up, and I was driven by that energy from MR to say, back it up, Tom. Otherwise, you're going to be nothing. That's part of my psychology at the time, and I needed to learn a lot about how I could recreate myself in the environment of the following year, which had Mark Ocalupo coming on, Tom Curran coming on really strong. 2 incredible surfers, as you know, today, redefining the sport at the time. And I had to kind of pull something out of somewhere. And I was really down in the low space in the beginning part of that year. It was very, very tricky to lift myself and I needed to draw inspiration. It was literally from Marco Colupo and Tom that inspiration came from. And so, yeah, I've got to be thankful to those guys for many, many different things, but particularly, extraordinary surfing.
Oh, it's fascinating, too. It's like you have this new crop and game changers of the sport, and not to run away from that or hide from it or deny their ability as a competitor. It's almost like getting some of their flame to go your way as well. As we see a slide out snap, incomplete. Peterson not changing her top two. Meanwhile, Tatiana Weston Webb still holds priority and needs a 5.18 to avoid a loss here in the round of 16 quick.
Yeah, this is, I mean, coming into pipe, you know, as we said, let's have a look here.
Now rolling in, pulling up and under. Wave spinning a couple of times. It looked like Bella trying to get drained there in the non-priority heat. Incomplete there, as she's chasing a 4.17 for Gabby Bryan's lead.
I was really waiting for her to come out of it.
Yes, she had a great line, set it up well. The Viking spirit, she's dealt with a couple of wipeouts. Proud of her Danish heritage. Her family's from a town that's about 25 k's away from Copenhagen. Cobblestone streets, she has cousins, family still there, visits them all the time. Steps off, wearing that one on the head. So Bella's got some time, but the one that's losing time is a favorite to win this event. Tati would be a huge name to go down as early as the round of 16.
Yeah, that's the point I was about to bring up. It's like coming into this event, you're putting Tati up there as one of your favorites. And I mean, when you start to look at the swell forecast, and then, I mean, she's come up against a really informed Lakey. I mean, Lakey's obviously identified, hey, I'm just going to stick to turns right now. And it's served her so well. I mean, her boards also are looking incredible, look really good under her feet. As Tati looks like she's going to have one last dig here.
Tatiana Weston Webb under pressure, needs a 5.18, late takeoff and goes down.
You can see those waves coming a little bit more from the northwest direction. There are a few little sneakers from that direction. They're coming left across into the sandbar, so she was really hoping for something kind of quite special there.
Pretty tough one when the lefts are basically shutting down with all the sand on the reef. It will be the veteran from Santa Barbara, California, Lakey Peterson, getting the jump on Tati and moving on into the quarterfinals. Solid time for Lakey in the off season to really prepare for another great year on tour. And she knows that's going to be a key heat win in her season. Still have a mid-season cut. It's moved to 7, but every heat win counts. Round of 16 continues. Caroline Marks versus Nadia Aristarbit right after this.
In the 80s, there's this crew of surfers. Yeah, these surfers. They decided to draw a line in the sand to protect the waves they loved. From that first wave saved, the Surfrider Foundation has grown into a coastal protection powerhouse. We take on the big guys, the major polluters, the powerful corporations. You name it, we've been there. Become a Surfrider member today, because the ocean needs more friends.
Always great to love your ocean. Lakey Peterson does, always picking up trash on beaches, not just at home, but all around the world. And look at that warm reception from the Channel Islands family. High fives from her support crew there. Brent Power on the right of her. And a big hug from Leandro Dora. pretty awesome when you grow up in Santa Barbara. You've got Rincon there. You've got legends like Kim Merrick to look up to. You've got the Merrick family making world-class surfboards. You walk into the CI factory, and it's like surfing history, literally museums of just boards from Kelly, Lisa Anderson, Sophia Milanovic, Tommy Curran, and Lakey's so proud to be a part of that family basically since day one.
It's pretty amazing, isn't it? Like such the heritage, just sort of lying, the layers of it, that's sort of expressing itself today through Lakey on the wave. Here we are.
Here we go. We've got Gabby Bryan, priority heat with some speed to hammer the lip line. She's got a little low road float to tap with those two wedges colliding. And now lining up a big hollow pit. Bella Nichols, how you feeling?
Now she knows. What a fantastic job, really. Like, just dropping in, choosing that wave to start off with. Very tricky. It took her taking that earlier wipeout, understanding where she was in the lineup, where the wave's breaking, sensing, not with her eyes so much, but actually feeling. And she felt that wave come and sorted out and dropped in on the perfect spot, hung in there. That wave opened. All so stoked for her.
Just a rare beauty on a day like today.
She was deep. What's
Chicken
this?
skin type moment.
Such a cool one. Yeah. Good on you, Bella.
How good. How good. She's
Watch
super
this
deep.
angle. Hey, Flick, sorry.
No. She's so deep in the barrel. And that barrel stayed so open the whole way, too. There wasn't much foam. It was just this beautiful backdoor wave and just looks so good from that angle. You can really see how much sand's actually on the reef. Generally there from that drone shot, you'd usually see a lot of reef and whatever, but I mean, look how deep. You can't see the nose of the board at all. I mean, she is right back there. Judges are going to take that into consideration. Obviously, when you're scoring a barrel, you want to be as deep as you can. So, I mean, I think there's going to be a really good score. It's the best barrel of the day from the women in my opinion so far. And she also had that other go a bit earlier as well in her non-priority heat, the one that she pulled into and didn't quite make it out of. And we were thinking, oh, we're waiting for her to come out of that one. So she's done it. She's going to feel really good, and she's going to take a lot of confidence from that.
And she had that nice little claim at the end.
Yeah.
The body claim.
Yeah.
I like that.
I like that a lot. And how about this number locking in for Bella Nichols? Oh my goodness, excellent range without a problem. Only needed a 4.17 as she turns that into an 8.67 and the lead.
Bingo. The high scoring right? In this round, I'm not sure.
Yeah, definitely when you look at the women's draw, because Betty Lou had just gotten it into the 7s. Now it's an 8.67. Now with priority as well. Everything turning for Bella. Up again. Setting up this first turn and just ejects.
A lot of confidence. Woo, let's go for it.
Yeah, that spirit.
Wow, what a turnaround. So it'll be interesting in this heat with Gabby Bryan kind of owning the first half with power and just control and just pure energy and clean rail lines. This is that size of pipe and backdoor where one barrel can just change the whole format here, and Gabby's going to have to react to it.
It's going to be hard right now for Gabby to try and make a comeback against this because we've been speaking about it. These things are rare as hen's teeth, right? So how is Gabby going to try and manufacture one of those? And even when we had Strider in here earlier today, he was kind of noting, okay, there's maybe one of those coming through per heat or in the 40 to 30 minutes that you're out there. So, I mean, look, it'd be a miracle if another one comes through, but otherwise she's got some hard work to do if she's going to cut this with turns.
Oh, yeah.
Isabella Nichols, her previous best wave of pipe, 7.67. Now updating her own stats, turning into an 8.67, her best score so far in her career at the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI. And now Gabby Bryan chasing a 7.85. The solid, hardworking athlete from the island of Kauai. This has been so well prepared for the brand new year to kick off. Spent a lot of time with Matt Viola. She said she hasn't had a bad board from him at all. Every time she gets a board, it's magic and it feels great, which actually says, she's told me, makes for some confusion because she's got a lot of them. And someone's like, well, I love that one for this and this. And they all feel great. She'll just basically grab one and paddle out and knows that she can trust it. I mean, that is an amazing thing to have for your confidence on tour.
Well, Matt's been on a tear, hasn't he, really? Really building some beautiful equipment for these surfers to express themselves fully on. The magic carpet, you know, that allows us to go on the ride. And Matt knows. And yes, it's been really nice watching him put a rider up.
Solid one here. Here's the comeback for Gabriella Bryant. Beautiful wrapping cutback. Driving hard off the bottom, crushing that section. Hitting the third section with a bit of a redirect before it shuts down completely. Next wave setting up for a little backhand whip. Nadia Starbe and a world champ named Caroline Marks just getting started in the non-priority heat. Now let's catch up with winner of the last one. Lakey Peterson got past Tatiana. Lakey's hanging out with Strider.
Thank you, Joe. Started out the heat super strong, but seemed like there was a lot of mental and physical to go through in that heat.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. You like really hope to start a heat like that, obviously, but then I was like, oh my gosh, there's still like 35 minutes to go, and I had a decent heat total for today at least. But I thought, okay, for sure I'll need to get rid of this 4, but I definitely was also super in the heat trying to just keep her off like a 5, just to keep her behind, but it was a long 35 minutes.
Tell me about that really big set that came through right in the middle of your heat.
Yeah, it was massive. I almost got like full wash through. I was like, what is going on? I thought I was out the back and it capped way outside, but maybe it's a good sign. The waves got so much better. It felt like through our heat just then, it's so much better than earlier. So maybe that northwest direction's filling in more and looking a lot better, which is really rad. We've all waited for a while. It's like mentally so draining to go on hold for so long, but I'm stoked that we're finally getting some fun waves.
And what about working with Leandro Dora?
Yeah, it's been awesome. I've always just really admired Leandro and thought he had such a good vibe. And, you know, I've been doing this a while and just feel like I needed something fully different for myself and learning. And I felt like he was the key to that. So he was kind enough to let me come on board, and we have a really good team. And, yeah, it's just good energy and good vibes and great perspective. So I'm really stoked to be part of that camp, and hopefully it pays off and we have a good year.
Well, it seems to be working great. Great combination of being a veteran, having a great coach, and having a good headspace. So congratulations.
Thank you. Also, shout out to my husband. He's been keeping me sane this whole 12 days of waiting period. So love you, babe. Thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
Thanks, Strider. Thanks for ripping Lakey, runner-up in the world in 2018, finished 3rd in the world 2019. She was battling with the all-time great of Steph Gilmore those years. Fell off to her last year, and you know, she had an elimination round exit at Pipe last season, and Tati handed her that, so that was a little bit of payback for 2025. The cut has been moved to now 7 events instead of 5. What are the biggest differences we'll see there, Tommy?
Well, it'll give more of a chance for surfers to establish themselves that have never done the tour before.
Right.
You know, we'll see performances become more established over 7 events rather than 5, which I think is much fairer in many ways. So here we go, a replay of Gabby doing a wonderful job on this wave. You know, getting critical, knows that she needs to score it up. You know, and then we have Isabella finding another little barrel. She sort of started to suss that little spot for herself.
Well done. Well played. Keep getting barreled, Bella. And we've got a 5-5 now as her low score. Up and under. She's got a down flip.
Yeah, she definitely has it down, and you can just feel she's getting in the groove. But hey, back to what I was saying before. I said Gabby's got a hard job ahead of her. She's going to do this with turns. Well, let me tell you, she's doing a good job of it, isn't she, Joe? I mean, that last score for Gabriella, I mean, she's put herself right back in the game.
Really impressed with Isabella Nichols turning this heat around. That's the priority heat with 8 minutes to go. Gabby Bryant in second, eating a 6.85 now. Her last score came in at a 7.33, which is massive, all based on her power and turns. Talking to Gabby in the new scheduling, she was also thrilled that some events kind of moved around in her favor. Now El Salvador is right before Bells and on this side of the cut. So, you know, last 2 seasons she's been going into Margaret River going, here we go, let's see what happens. And she's finaled, then won. But now she's got an event where she finaled in last year nice and early. So it is interesting how where these events are placed, how important that is for certain surfers on what their strengths are as well.
Absolutely, and I think that's a confidence thing too. I mean, just having confidence in their own performances and so on, it's just kind of everything, right? So and having a plan, and sort of, building those visions for themselves through the year and actually how it plays out, and how much they can challenge themselves in between. Sort of like, just like everything happens in the in-between moves on a wave, right? Same as events, what happens between events and how they place themselves for the next event coming up. And so in succession, the events look pretty amazing today. I mean, look at the contrast with the first two events of this year.
Goodness gracious. Yeah,
Really?
what a total change. I talked to Iago, he's got 40 boards because he's got his pipe boards and then he's got his pool boards. As we look at a potential possibility popping up for Bella, she will take it. Nichols now just deciding to kick out. But back in the mid-'80s, there was an event called the Inland Surfing Championships in Allentown, Pennsylvania, about 85. Tommy Carroll took the big win in a total wave system that surprised, I think, the world at the time.
Totally.
Very different type of wave than what we're going to see in Abu Dhabi.
I mean, really turning up in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Here we go. Oh, beautiful hit. She knows she can score on those big moves. Gabby really placing well, just in the most challenging wave she could have got.
Oh, my goodness.
She does have over 5 minutes remaining. But heading on in to get around on that current, getting out, get the best possible position you can for hopefully something that will deliver a 6.85 that she needs to take out Isabella, who's just been having a blinder. So really, Isabella's, here we go, nice replay here. Get to see what she does with all this whitewater. Very challenging wave to ride. She's got strength and power to burn, this girl. And that positioning on a board so strong. Driving through whitewater like that with that confidence says a lot for Gabby.
And it's also one of the toughest things to do when one server's getting barreled at pipeline and someone's trying to outpower the score line to get a switch from the panel upstairs. I think the judges are hoping someone gets barreled to really separate the scale of what this event's made of. It'll be really impressive if Gabby can just stick to big combinations on the face to get the nod in this one.
Yeah, I think it'll be super impressive. Like I said it earlier, it's going to be hard for her to crack just on maneuvers itself. But if anyone's going to do it on the women's tour, it is Gabby with the power that she has. But I feel like now that the judges have it in their brain, they've seen this wave of Bella, it's been Isabella, it's been that amazing barrel. It's hard to shake that sort of feeling that comes with that. And I feel like it's easy to write a score when you see a barrel at the back door. It's like, wow, okay, that's the feeling, that's the moment, Whereas, it's just difficult when you're up against that in your heat, in the context of that heat.
6.0 for last of Gabriella Bryan keeps her in second. Needs a 6.85 in a stellar heat. 350 to go there. As we have Nadia Arostarbe, Caroline Marks just getting started. Caroline looked really comfortable on the first day of competition. Got into the sevens. Really enjoyed flexing her backhand on a wave that we had some really interesting sections. She looked like she was in the comfort zone, picking the right waves, was never really, having any pressure on herself, finishing runner-up in the world last year. She's right back in the mix, Tommy.
Absolutely. Caroline, she's got it in her sights. And she's got her formula that she's developed so well. Alongside Luke Egan, who's really helped her along the way, and what a great coach to have along the side, And Lakey just mentioned in her interview about perspective, and to have those sort of the strength of perspective alongside you to sort of keep growing in your sport. And Caroline's just aiming for that. She's really is aiming for it, and she's comfortable. She has that posture, if you like.
She certainly does, and especially coming off probably what would have been tough to walk away from, losing a world title moment against Caity Simmers, as Caroline is well familiar with. She came from deep on a lower seating standing and went up to take the world title away from Carissa Moore, and she was more than ready to do that again. There was so much noise at the beach at lower trestles, and Caroline sent that into a third and final decision. That's something we don't see too often in that format. But she's definitely in love with the game. She said she frosts out more than anything. She wants to work on her craft. You know, the off season, she's not trying to take vacations away from surfing. She wants to put her head back down and get ready to compete, Flick.
Yeah, I think if you just reflect on her year last year, I mean, she got an Olympic gold medal as well, and then she had a world title that previous year. To really back it up and finish runner-up in the world is actually pretty amazing, really. Like, just all the, you know, everything that came, all the media surrounding this gold medal, you know, she's obviously a world champ as well. There's a lot of other commitments that she had to go to throughout the year, pulling her in different directions, and so to keep her head sort of that level and still show up and still finish it up runner in the world, I think is really impressive.
Yeah, you're right on the money. It's a huge effort for her, you know, taking the limelight in such a big way and in a mature way too. She really, and she's come such a long way since I watched her first come on tour. So it's an extraordinary effort.
Yeah, so cool. You think about the growth you've seen from Caroline winning that first event on the Gold Coast where it was equal prize money for the men and women. Started #1 in the world, beat Steph and Carissa on the same day. We started whispering changing of the guard at the time, and it was really cemented with her first world title, then Caity following suit. Now we've got Erin Brooks in the game who could do what Steph did and win a world title in her first year. As we lock into the barrel, late takeoff and trying to force the exit was Isabella Nichols, who has turned in a brilliant performance, her best score to date in her career at Pipeline, an 8.67 to slow down Gabriella Bryan.
She's really blocking in that move, but hoping that she might kind of scoot underneath. There's a bit of a whitewash coming off someone paddling on that one, but she was looking, she knew that there was going to get a little runner along the bar from there. It was actually along the end of the reef right there where she was by there, but oh yeah, fantastic job by Isabella Nichols in that heat.
And fantastic to hang out with you, my friend. Tommy Carroll, always a pleasure.
Fantastic flick.
Yeah, it was good.
Really love it to tune in. Yeah.
Absolute legend. Thank you so much for your time, your stories, your positive energy. I'm going to join you for a meditation.
Thank you.
Very soon.
Thank you.
Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI continues right after this. The Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI is brought to you by 805 Beer, Properly Chill, by Apple Watch, official wearable technology of the WSL, and by Lexus, experience amazing.
Isabella Nichols coming in with an excellent ride to her credit. Just listen. Yeah, I agree. Well done, Kurt, her coach. And I agree. So Isabella Nichols over Gabriella Bryan in Heat 2 of this round of 16.
Awesome. That was gnarly.
Now we're moving on to more overlapping heats head-to-head in the water, but four surfers priority and non-priority. Welcome to the set. I'm Kuiper Guerrero. This is Jesse Mendez, as well as Ross Williams. Ross, it's on right now, round of 16. And let's just go over this whole format in that we have two head-to-head separate competitions all in the water at the same time.
Yeah, we got overlapping heats here, so benefactor is us. It's the audience, because there's a lot of action, a lot of waves being ridden. But we're going to have two minds out there, two different heats in the water. Even though they're in the water at the same time, they're sharing waves, but we do have the priority heat, which is the red heat.
And let's introduce our new heat. This is the blue heat, the non-priority heat, with Tyler Wright, two-time world champ Tyler Wright, up against Luana Silva in this matchup. That is a tale of two different generations there, Jesse.
Yeah, that's the shift that we've been speaking about the last, few events, obviously. Luana, obviously, the up-and-coming. Grom has been on tour quite a few times, though. She's fallen off twice and got back on twice, and she's just, 20 years old? She just won the world title for the juniors, so she's still very young, but a lot of experience in her belt.
And just a roller coaster in professional surfing. You know, just, Ross, coming on and off tour, once you got off, it's hard to get back on, and Luana's able to do that.
Absolutely, yeah. It can kill your momentum. It can kill your confidence. But Luana is an upbeat person. She's got a lot. She's surrounded by great people, and and she's so young. I mean, she's just getting started here. So that's kind of the name of the game, isn't it? Nowadays on tour, you can almost expect to fall off every now and then and get back on. It's a tight tour. There's not a whole lot of people on, so I think it's easier as far as not allowing yourself to get rattled and just get back on the horse.
Yeah, there she is, the 2024 World Junior Champ, Luana Silva. She got great news when Steph Gilmore declined her season-long wild card at the beginning of this year. Next in line, Luana Silva, and she's taken that season-long wild card because of Steph Gilmore saying, hey, I'm going to take another year off.
She'll take it. Job security back on, and she's a threat too. Especially, Luana's got a wicked forehand, bells, all these point breaks, but a lot of right-handers this first 3 quarters of the year. Luana's a bit of a weapon.
Well, she will have a challenge with the two-time world champ, Tyler Wright. Tyler, Jesse, you and I called Tyler's opening heat. She was looking really, really switched on.
Yeah, I feel like the past few years she brought something more to her game. It looks like Luana's going to paddle for this wave. We'll get back to that after.
Here we go for Silva. Nice paced carve in the beginning. Oh, and catches a rail there. So still plenty of time on the clock. 34 minutes in the non-priority heat, 14 minutes in the priority heat. The priority heat is Caroline Marks up against Nadia Arostabe. Nadia getting the call coming in for Joanne DeFay that pulled on at this event. So Nadia Arostabe from the Basque Country. And we look at Luana Silva making the decision she's going to do another run around. Priority with Caroline Marks, and she uses that priority over Tyler Wright that was taking a look at that one. Marks so far with a 3.83 in her score line. And I mean, hey, when I see in the priority heats, Ross, when I see only 2 waves being ridden, oh, here we go. Maybe a little bit of speed up there, and Nadia goes down in her matchup. 13 minutes on the clock between Caroline Marks and Nadia Arostabe, and not a lot of waves ridden, Ross.
Yeah, that's incredible. I mean, these are the best of the best too. It tells you that I think the main culprit for tricky conditions as far as grabbing a bunch of scores is the current. It's more of what you call a sweep. Like it reminds me of giant snapper rocks or big south swell going the other direction at Huntington Beach, and it's tough to get where you want to go. Your eyes are seeing those waves. Trust me, these surfers, they know where they want to go, but when you're even just 15 feet away from that main peak, scoring potential really goes down quickly. You can kind of go down the line and be at off the wall in just a few seconds. So it's that current is the culprit today. It's making it kind of tricky.
And that current, Jesse, is evident in heat totals. Last heat, we had Isabella winning with 14 points, 13 points for Gabriel Bryant, and went down in that heat. But we look at this current heat in the water, the window hasn't been there. Caroline Marks right now leading the heat with just a 6.33 two-wave total.
And most of the scores they got were actually during the heat of the first half of the heat of Caroline and Nadia. But the problem is with the dual heat happening in the water, sometimes you get the short end of the stick where every time your heat has priority and the other surfers have just surfed, nothing comes for you to ride. So as soon as they get back out, a good set comes, but then they have priority over you. So sometimes that's just how it rolls, and you get kind of stuck. There's nothing you can do, and there's nothing in between. And there's just enough time for the surfers with priority heat to get back out and get another good wave, and you're just sitting there waiting for your turn.
Yeah, so Caroline Marks with control. She's got priority, she's got the lead, and she's back out in the lineup with the red jersey. Tyler Wright may be looking at this one, and Tyler decides not to activate. Swell coming through here, and in the position, pole position for Caroline Marks. Here she goes, Marksy. Quick, up, out, and that's not going to change the situation. So we'll see if there another wave is going to be ridden. It looks like we've got a little break in the action. Perfect time to catch up with last heat winner, Isabella Nichols.
Thank you, Kaipo. Isabella, what a heat. Highest score for pretty much anybody all day.
I don't know where that wave came from, but I'm very happy that it came to me in that heat. I just been putting in the time and surfing it when it's been bad, surfing it when it's been good, and had a couple little sneaky ones through the practice sessions that kind of felt a little bit like that, so it felt familiar, but I don't know, I got flogged a couple times before it, so I think it shook a little bit of sense into me.
So yeah, you had to pay the price of you know, that big set, and then you know, you almost came out of the one, and then did that just set you up for a mental game for the next one?
Yeah, I mean, I was sitting out there. I know I put in the time, and my results here I feel like haven't reflected exactly like how much time I put in out here. And I was sitting out there dreaming, going, you know, imagine how sick it would be if I could get one of these waves and get a vision and get barreled in a heat. And then it happened. I feel like I manifested it a little, and I got Shane Dorian in my corner too, so I've been tapping into a little bit of his magic, and Bottle down here as well, helping with Surf and Oz. But yeah, Shano's been such a game changer for me. It's just been that missing piece that I haven't, like, through the past few years, it hasn't really clicked for me. I know I have the ability, but when you have good people in your corner, everything comes together.
Well, I love it. Sounds like you're stacked with confidence, and I can't wait to see you on the next round.
Thank you. Thanks, Ryder.
All right, back to you guys.
Yeah, Isabella Nichols at her 4th showing here at Pipeline. Best result was back in 2022 where she made the quarterfinals. So she's looking to improve upon her history out here, and she's out to a great start. It sounds like she's got great people in her corner. Ross, one of the other amigos, Shane Dorian.
Shano, he probably told her, hey, don't make sure you get way up top, because that barrel was crystal clear with sand. So she identified that, you know, a lot of these hollow, more slabby barrels are at the very, very top, almost next to gums. And so well identified, she did a good job fighting her way up to the top of the peak.
And what a tricky heat as well for her to overcome, because like Gabby had 13.33 for a day like today. That's a massive combination of scores. Like, I don't think we've seen that yet. So for her to actually find that wave, that was clutch.
Yeah, and Kaipa, on a day like today too, it's easy. You'll see a few really good barrels out there, and you think, this is what I have to do. But you can't forget to get those backup scores in. Speaking of which, this looks like a backup score with 4 for Caroline, and you got to get going. It's at pipe and backdoor. It's really easy to forget to compete. You still got to get those little scores.
Yeah, you know, everyone kind of, it's like going to use a baseball analogy that I'm not really good at baseball, but I'm going to try it anyway. Is that every time you go to the plate, it's not like you have to swing for the home run. Sometimes you just have to get on base and take it in those chunks, and today seems like it's one of those days.
And the problem about those barrels as well, you're 1 feet away from getting an 8-point ride, and if you don't actually make it out, you're getting a 0.5. Like, it's different in a J-Bay that you make your whole wave and you finish in the, you fall on the way in. You're still going to get a decent score, but not here.
Nadia looking to come back. She needs a big number. She needs a 7, and that's not going to help her right there. So the wild card, the replacement on tour, finished up number 6 on the Challenger Series, just nearly missing. All right, first look here at Tyler Wright, and Tyler's been solid, but unable to pull down that last maneuver. Got a message from Tyler's shaper. John Pizell says that Tyler's on a next step. It's about a 5'11", 18 and a quarter, 2.35 thick, and 25 liters. She did a lot of training in the off season, Tyler did, and she added muscle since last year, her shaper tells me. And so John adjusted that board for another half a liter or so to compensate for the added power that Tyler has put into her body through that cross training on the off season, Ross.
But I know she's been putting a lot of trust in John Pizell last couple years. She's been, really enjoying, moving over a fresh kind of take on surfing with a new board. That being said, I will say, she's looked like her boards have been a little loose the last couple of years and kind of skatey, probably because she was experimenting with Pizell, trying to find the right model for the right surf spot. You think about the schedule of the tour, there's so many different waves. It requires a handful of models, and to me, it looked like she was riding pretty loose boards there, but now she's starting to reel it in, and with that extra muscle, maybe she can lay it over it on rail and keep those boards to behave.
At 2.33 is her opener, and looks like she's getting a ride by the Red Bull jet ski.
A lot of people are getting pinned at backdoor and off the wall. It's really tough to make it through. It's not like the waves are 100 feet, but you can get totally stymied. So this is nice for the surfers to get that little shortcut.
And also, like 1 or 2 waves at a duck dive, you're probably past off the wall already. Like there's so much rip going through. Like, I mean, if you can just get a ride all the way around and go through the channel. I mean, there's not the clear channel path today, but there's definitely a water exit that helps you to get out the back pretty nicely and easy.
Yeah, it's behaving like a point break. So right now, Tyler's at the top, back door and off the wall. Everything's to her left. So this is perfect. She's in that little keyhole. She'll be at the top of the peak, and that's where you want to be.
Yeah, and so when we got the announcement at the beginning of this women's round of 16 that jet ski assistance will be in play. The surfers need to move away from the impact zone and position themselves near that inside gutter shoreline spot, and that's where they can pick up. And the drop-off area is just inside of the channel. So brought on the...
She just got worked.
Just because we said we just kind of like in a channel, but
like
I didn't see. I'm sorry, I was reading that. I did not see that, you guys.
But at least the rip keeps pulling you back, like keeps pulling you out the back. So like you're fine. It's different than as soon as you go over that, it's going to start pushing you towards the left of the screen, which that's going to drag you way too far off the content.
Wait, so she got dropped off and still got work on a duck dive.
She got hammered.
Look at the hammer the lip here. Caroline Marks goes up there and puts down a sledgehammer. So 3.83 is her low mark. She may have improved upon that just with a single maneuver. Luana Silva looks for the barrel, finds a nice barrel, speeds up to make sure she makes it out of there. Little clip on the head for Silva. So Luana is going to get her best wave so far. She's got plenty of time on the clock, 24 minutes in the non-priority heat.
Jet ski drivers are going to be busy because this is a nice little break for the surfers to get right out to pipeline, jump out there. Wow, that thing rifled across our screen right there. Some good waves out there, Jesse.
Yeah, there's definitely like you mentioned, they're way up the top. They're way up the top, so it's very hard for you to get underneath enough and just in position for it. I just hear right that wave was draining as well behind Caroline, but she was just a little bit on the shoulder, spit its guts out. But very critical section, and yeah, went as vertical as you could.
Your thoughts on this, Ross?
Yeah, Luana, if she could have it over, she'd be about 10 feet deeper. Yeah, but it was a nice pocket ride. She got barreled there at the very end, which will be where the score comes from. But in general, just a little conservative. She probably should have been grabbing the wall and slowing herself down as much as possible. She could have even squeezed out that last bit of barrel there. So she left some points on the board, unfortunately.
Yeah, being careful just to complete her ride. So we're waiting for scores for all 4 of our surfers. The surfing continues. Tyler Wright drops into this one. Smooth off the bottom, aggressive off the top for Wright. Little check turn. Wave connects down the line, working towards off the wall, and a solid finish for Tyler Wright.
That was another barrel ride in the beginning. It's just that tricky for you to just put yourself in the perfect spot for you to actually backdoor that section and not overrun the wave.
Caity Simmers, how's this next heat coming up?
Who does she have, Kai?
It's going to be Caity Simmers up against Moana Jones-Wong. Two pipe champions coming up in that heat number 5, round of 16 for the women.
Look how shallow it is right now where they're at.
Standing. The minus tide too in the middle of the day. So Caity is one of the best. I mean, she's so young and she's already a world champion. It's a lot of it has to do, obviously she rips, she's a great surfer, but she has a keen eye on where to sit in the lineup. She is really smart. Like all the stuff that we're pointing out right now and how it's tricky and you can sit too conservative, too far in the shoulder, I guarantee you Katie's going to find a spot. She's really good.
I'm with you on that one. Mostly with those runner rights, tube riding, she has amazing skill, just how to position herself and be in the perfect spot for it.
Yeah, and what she does is what I've observed being here on the beach is that she puts her time in out here. She's been paddling out every single day, no matter what the conditions are, Caity Simmers, and just putting her time out there, taking the beatings, being there on the days that aren't so pretty. We haven't had pretty days, really, to tell you the truth. And it hasn't been usual for this stretch of the beach where it's just been really either crossed up or so north that it's just, you know, kind of a river moving down on the rights, or just these crossed up, really slabby peaks. Difficult waves to surf up until today, and today still is providing a challenge for our surfers, Ross.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's been, if you're not careful, you could have been on the couch the last 6 days watching movies.
Yeah.
You know, it's
easy. It'd be easy, right?
It's kind of cold. You know, the waves weren't really inspiring. You could get through all kinds of TV shows, but you're right. You got to stay busy. You got to keep yourself in the water and keep that radar sharp. You know, watch too much TV, you get a little lazy and
it's never good for you.
Get caught off guard.
It's never good for you.
And also, it's been a lot of work, right? Like the swell is so parallel to the shoreline that it's just everywhere you surf, there's so much rip going through, and it makes you like lazy. You don't really want to pedal out. It's not that great already, and it's a lot of work. So,
well, you guys, let's get ready to cap off Caroline Marks and Nadia Arostabi in their challenge in heat number 3. We're just at 25 seconds before the end of that heat, and Caroline Marks has doesn't have Nadia in a combo, but given these conditions, an 8.27 feels like a combo when you have 10 seconds left. So it looks like it's a done deal for Nadia Arostabi.
Yeah, Nadia is a good surfer too. I'm a little surprised. You know, she looked a little loose on those 1 or 2 snaps and maybe just a touch nervous.
Well, Caroline Marks, so horn's going to sound, and it is official. Caroline on to the quarterfinals. We're on to a commercial break. When we come back, a couple of pipe champs are going to be in the water. Caity Simmers, as well as Moana Jones, joins Tyler Wright and Luana Silva.
The Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL. By Neutrogena, sunscreen you'll love to wear. By Pacifico, live life anchors up. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
This is kind of the day, I reckon, where the next generation is going to be like, yeah, this is our tour now.
Caitlin Simmers at back door. Ho ho! Simmering, boiling on the stove and coming out. Wow.
I was terrified out there, but I'm glad I got some.
Here goes Betty Lou.
Dropping in, pipeline barrel, pulls in, under the hook, spat out.
Molly putting her head down, grabs the rail of the pipeline, pulls up and under. She's still going and gets the exit.
Best day of the women's swimming came 100% crazy.
Yeah, it was a great day in women's professional surfing. And it continues on. Last year's champ, or defending champ, Caity Simmers is out in the water against the 2022 pipe champ, Moana Jones Wong, Kaipo Guerrero, along with Jesse Mendez and Ross Williams. And I'm going to go to you, Jesse. Your thoughts on this matchup? Goofy, regular, and two former pipe champs.
I mean, obviously, if you have to pick one, being a fellow goofy footer as Moana, it's definitely trickier surfing on her backhand backdoor. But she knows the lineup very well. We'll see how it ends out.
Ross, from your coaching head, as we take a look at Caity Simmers, from your coaching head, what does Moana have to do to overcome this challenge of a charging Caity Simmers?
I mean, Moana, everyone knows she set the bar for surfing pipeline for the ladies, and she's so good, but I don't see her go right very often. I know she can, and I know she does, but not very often. She loves going left out here, so that is the key factor for this heat. If she's going to put up a fight to Caitlin Simmers, she's going to have to display some pretty crafty backhand tube riding, ideally. And that being said, she's not. She's definitely capable of throwing down some good moves too. I think in the first round she did a really nice forehand snap on the left. So we don't know Moana so much for her performance surfing, but she surfs every day on the North Shore and she rips. So, but yeah, she's up against it. Caitlin's a beast out here.
Here comes Caitlin, just as we suspected, finds the high corner there. Nice takeoff and great control on that cutback over some really chattery water on that Bohr surfboard. So just a glimpse into the town there. Tyler Wright in the priority heat has the lead over Luana Silva. Tyler getting some rhythm through this section and clean rails on her Paizel surfboard. Right behind her is Luana Silva in the exchange. Luana recognizes that wave does not provide, so she kicks out and will establish priority out the back. Here we go. Moana, backhand, drops into this one, squares off the bottom, decides to pull. Oh, indecision right there. So survives that section, is going to complete the ride, but did she make the right decision, Jesse?
I mean, I almost thought it was a better gamble for her to pull in because there was an exit. There's a lot of chandelier. It's very hard to manage that, but she would have maybe gotten a big score if she would have come out of it. As she went around it, it just kind of, there's not any opportunity afterwards. But it was very tricky for you to figure out what you're going to do right there. You could get very smoked on that wave. As you see right here, she's going to take off, and she has a beautiful line. The section gets in front of her, but he comes with the chandelier, and there was some room right there. Like, obviously, if you think of guys like that manufacture barrels better than anyone, John, Barron, Mamiya, like, they would have probably managed to pull that off, but it wasn't easy whatsoever.
Caity here, Ross.
Yeah, really nice drop. I know she didn't get like a lot of cover time there, but that was a very technical late drop. So we're just starting to see glimpses of what Caitlin can do out here. And again, I really want to focus on her positioning. We keep talking about how it's really tough to get far up enough towards Ehukai to get to optimize that barrel that's on the top of the sandbar. So I'm waiting to see Caitlin capitalize on that.
Which she already did, right? And also just sitting under the ledge a little bit more than the other girls. We haven't seen any takeoffs that someone had actually completed that was underneath. Like all the barrels that we've seen, it was kind of driving down the line, taking off a little bit easier, and she showed like a little bit of glimpse of how technical she can get.
She's already identified it.
Yeah.
She's going to hook up with one for sure.
Yeah, great catch there, Jesse. Caitlin Simmers, our defending world champ, coming into this season wearing that yellow leaders jersey. Sometimes that is a little tight on surfers, and there's some weight to it, but it doesn't seem that it's affected this 19-year-old at all, Ross.
No, she is as cool as a cucumber. She's so mellow. I want to give a lot of credit to her parents too. Like, they were on tour with her the last couple of years and hanging out with them from time to time in the competitors area, and they just seem very mellow. She was raised just to be chill. She wasn't raised like by these overzealous parents trying to make a pro surfer. She just happens to be talented, and that's how she behaves. She's a breath of fresh air on tour. She's very mellow.
Yeah, great family, mother Allie, dad Jesse, and her, of course, the dynamic, great surfing brother Timo. Great surfing, by the way, by Caroline Marks. Caroline Marks is on the glass with AJ McCord.
Thanks, Kaipo. Caroline, you just saying it practically felt like a new competition because it's been so long since you surfed your opening heat here at Pipe. How did you approach this heat with all those days off in between?
Yeah, I think everyone was just really excited to get in the water. It felt good to kind of get a heat out of the way before this round, but today's a completely different day. Obviously, we've had a lot of time off. I was joking with my mom. I was like, I could have flown home and then came back and then surfed my heat, but no, honestly, there's been amazing waves around. Just Pipe's been really tricky with all the sand on the reef and stuff, so I've just been surfing a lot and just kind of having fun, hanging out with friends, and then just switch your mind back on to competition mode today. So I was really excited to put the jersey back on for sure.
Switching your mind back onto competition mode is something that I feel like you've talked more and more about in recent years, that you've really honed in on that mental aspect of it. What's the approach to that mentality this year?
Yeah, I think, it's such a long season and such a long year, and I think the first event, especially for me at least, there's just so much anticipation and expectation and all sorts of things like that. So I just really try to be in the moment as much as possible. I think when you're on every day, all year long, you maybe can burn yourself out. And for me, if I'm not having fun, I get burnt out. So when I can kind of switch on and off, it just makes me that much more excited to get in the water and put the jersey on and stuff. And I feel like I've been able to really balance it a lot better these last couple years, and it's just made me feel a lot fresher all year. So it's been working, so I'll just keep it going.
Keep it going. Well done, Caroline.
Thank you.
Just the beginning of the year for Caroline Marks, but she's starting off on the right foot, and looks like she's got it all together, Jesse.
Yeah, she did, and that's, I mean, I just observing her for the last few years, she's just a contest machine. She just does enough in order to win her heat. If someone pulls 17-point right, she's going to put 18. If someone puts 1 point right, she's going to get a 9-point total, and she's just so smart.
Luana Silva with a nice carve off the top in her challenge up against Tyler Wright. Tyler on the paddle here. Wright looks at it, kicks out. It's going to guard the lineup, establish priority over Luana Silva. 3.49 for Silva, and she'll take the lead off of Tyler Wright. So we'll be waiting for the score for Luana Silva for just a single turn. It was a nice carve, Ross.
Yeah, she's got good fundamentals. I think I was talking to Jesse about that the other day. Luana is sort of a sleeping giant. Sometimes I don't know if she realizes how good of a surfer she is. She's a little gun shy sometimes on the wave. Sometimes in my mind, I'm just wanting her to crack the lip really hard because she's got this beautiful style, really nice toe technique. But in general, she's a little on the timid side. So if she really wants to break through and be like a top 5 surfer, that's the gear she's gonna have to find. Be a little more aggressive, maybe dirty up her surfing a little bit, and crack a closeout every now and then.
Yeah, you guys. Well, in the challenge against Caity Simmers and Moana Jones-Wong, we talked a little bit about Moana, normally just excellent on the lefts here at Pipeline, but she's gone right, and she's had some success going right. When we look back at 2021, the HIC Pro, and Moana saying, hey, I never go look for backhand barrels. She's so excited because she got the backhand barrel there. Moana goes on in this event with some brilliant surfing, starting to make a name for herself. She said, I believe I can win this at the beginning of the event. She said it out loud, and I think it's the first time she said, I believe I can win a contest. She went on to win this event in 2021, the HIC Pipe Pro. Then she moved on to get that wild card because of this win in this event to the 2022 CT Pipe competition, where Moana Jones-Wong made history as a wild card, taking out the title.
Yeah, so that was the regional event that you were saying, Kaipo, that kind of kick-started her into that, all that confidence. And well, beautiful takeoff there, Caity, and looks like Kaipo Luana exercising priority there.
Yep. So
there
because Luana was in the priority heat, she gets to go on that one, regardless.
And there she is, like we were saying. Yeah. She's making us look kind of smart. She's she's all the way at the top there, so much so that she's further up than the priority heat.
But it's funny that it's almost easy for us to recognize that, because every surfer has a personality, and you watch them so much that you expect them to do that. Obviously, sometimes it's not going to play out the way we think it is, but in conditions like this, it's almost obvious that she's going to pull that trigger and just go for the barrels. And like you mentioned, she's very free. She's not scared of trying and going big for it.
You gotta love her. She knows she doesn't have priority. She probably knows that she's gonna get dropped in on it, but she would anyways. She's so good. But really nice takeoff there. Luana just had a look. She's like, no, it's my priority. Go.
The thing that blows me about Caity is I oftentimes forget that she's still just a teenager. She's just a Grom. You know, she could be surfing. Luana Silva's a world junior champ. Caity could have gone to the World Juniors.
It's amazing.
You know what I mean?
Like, she won the title a year before that.
Yeah.
That's insane.
It's insane, yeah.
So, yeah, it's really, that changing the guard. I know we talk about it so much. Hopefully people aren't tired of us, but it's the truth. And that's what makes it exciting. And also just having personalities, like a Caity Simmers. Look how calm she constantly is, too.
And the change of the guard is actually good for both sides because that pushes the older girls to actually, they're bummed that this is happening. Like, they want to take over. They feel like they still can. So that's going to push them to a few more years of trying to develop and get better. And they're going to try and they're going to fight for it.
Yeah. Well, in the past, Kaipo, I think being a really good competitor meant finishing in the top 5. Now that's not the case. There's nowhere to hide. Now you have to do big errors. You have to pull in the really big barrels. And it's a beautiful thing because everyone's so excited to tune in because it's really brought the level of excitement up. And just their age, they grew up with Instagram, all these young teenagers, and they've been watching every single wave right in their eyes, just burning all those big airs, all those big barrels. And I think they grew up thinking, this is what I have to do. And this is that generation that we've seen from 2012, that kind of the birth of Instagram, where all these kids are just going for broke.
So you think that the progression has been accelerated because the expectation that these youngsters put on themselves?
And exposure. They've been watching social media their whole lives, and they just expect to do that.
Well, here's Caity with a nice carve there, no barrel, but just wants to smartly get some points on the board, open up with a 3-point ride, wants to get something meaningful up there. Tyler Wright in the priority heat. Off the bottom, swoops off the top, a little caught there, a couple steps in the way, with a lot of foam to deal with. Throws the tail, even in that foamy section. Tyler looking to improve upon a 3.93. She's got the lead over Luana Silva with just under 6 minutes in their heat.
Really tight heat there, nothing in it. So that's going to be fun to watch here with 5 minutes. I don't think that's going to be that big of a score for Tyler, so bit of a grindy one.
And you talk about Luana, Ross, and just, the skill being there for Luana Silva, but it's more the confidence in not being shy or meek.
I think so. Like you were saying, hey, Ross, put your coaching hat on.
Yeah.
That's what I would be doing. I mean, hey, because sometimes I'm not sure how good of a surfer she knows.
She's
she might not be aware, and because she does, she has a beautiful style, really good technique, and she's at this level now where it's okay, there's nothing left to conserve. It's time to go for it. I'd love to see her smash a couple bigger sections.
And she's put herself actually in a good position. Tyler Wright did not improve upon her score. Luana Silva, just under 5 minutes left. Jesse needs a 3.5.
Yeah, she's one turn away from actually getting that score. So she doesn't need much, but it's hard to find any waves out there. Like in that 3.49, it's not so easy in the ice for you to identify sometimes.
Yeah, well, we talked a lot about Caity conceptually, but let's dig into the numbers when we talk about Caitlin Simmers. This is the CT by the numbers, and the heat win percentage in 2024 on top of the pack. It's 64%. Caity Simmers, Ross.
Yeah, it's incredible. And you can see how freed up she is. I mean, this is a tricky lineup right now, and she is nailing it. You can see her yellow jersey all the way at the top at the sandbar. Again, pipe is a really tough wave to compete at because you think that you have to surf it one way. But, Caitlin Simmers seems very freed up. She reads the lineup day by day. She knows how to, solve that puzzle.
Yeah, that's like guys like Kelly and John. Like you see them when they're in the lineup, they find smaller waves that runs down the point a little bit more, maybe smaller in size, but just longer. And then they kind of move everywhere and they find gems. And mostly on a day like today that is full of sand and very tricky to ride, you can kind of find things anywhere. Like you mentioned when you're in the water, you said there's a bunch of waves kind of swinging wide that no one's seeing it.
I wouldn't be surprised if she finds one of those too. She's just a weapon. She reminds me a lot of Tom Curran. She's just so kind of humble and mellow and quiet, but then she'll go out there and just solve the riddle of every single lineup. And that's a tough one at pipe.
I like Tom Curran comparison because there is a little bit of savantness between these two surfers that have something special going on, and it's almost like they're actually probably more comfortable. Both of them, Tom Curran, Caity Simmers, Dane Reynolds, probably more comfortable in the water surfing than on land walking around and doing PR work.
Exactly. Yeah, she never flexes. She's nice and humble. Really easy champion to get behind. She's fun.
All right, you guys, we're under 3 minutes in the priority heat. Luana Silva still sitting on to that priority, needs a 3.5. She can turn the heat, Silva. She's a North Shore surfer. She represents Brazil, but really raised here on the North Shore of Oahu.
Yeah, just so used to those conditions right here. Obviously, I don't know how much time she spent at backdoor with this condition specifically, because it happens every once in a blue moon, like maybe 1 or 2 times during the winter for a period of a week. And most surfers don't even surf. So it's kind of like Moana mentioned Chuchuan, which is Luana's boyfriend. Earlier today, he told me that Moana was surfing this week and she didn't even know where to line up herself because she's barely ever surfed conditions like this out at Pipeline and backdoor.
Yeah, we had that up high shot though, and it seems like Moana, Tyler, there they are. They're all in a pack right there, but look at Caity giving herself a chance separate. Ross, should Luana consider taking Caity's position right there? She does have priority over the entire heat.
Absolutely. You know, 3.49. I think, by the way, if you risk, which I don't think it is a risk, but if you go up another 30 feet where Caity is, you can be back down where the other surfers are in 2 seconds because the current is ripping that way. So I would, every single time I'm in a heat out here, go to the very top. There's just no risk in it. That's where the best waves are. You can always jet back down towards off the wall.
But not the other way around, right? Like
exactly.
You can't really get up there that quick. So if a good peak come up there, she's going to be by herself with less priority on the heat, but she's not going to have anyone.
I mean, look at the position, North Shore, Ross. Is that a takeoff for backdoor, or is that wide gums? What is that?
Where Caity is?
Yeah, what is that zone right there?
I like that. That's a good call. That's wide gums.
It's wide gums.
Gums is probably a little more towards the jet ski, but yeah, she's in the vicinity of gums. And Moana, you know, you got to cut herself some slack. This is not your normal day at backdoor and pipe. You know, this is a northeast swell. Sandy Beach right now is like 8 feet. You know, this is a lot of east in this swell right now.
I didn't think about that. Okay, 35 seconds for Luana Silva to make it work right now. And opportunity coming through. You can see the angles on these swells way to the north. So a lot of that energy is going to go towards off the wall, maybe even skipping these surfers. Tense times for Luana Silva. She's going to have to go on one of these next 2 waves if they're there for her. And it doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it, Jess. You think that's going to be it?
Yeah, that's just lack of stalling and a little bit of more greed to actually get barrel on that first, get deeper on that barrel on that first opportunity she had, because that was going to be the point of difference in this heat. That wave has had way more scoring potential for sure.
So it's going to be Tyler Wright on to the quarterfinals. Luana Silva out of competition. And we're going to take a brew break right now. Froth it up. Choose your bonsai. Oat, soy, almond. We'll be back after that brew break. WSL One Ocean had an activation at Kahuku Point to protect the albatross nesting area, and no more information about this incredible bird that only comes to land probably 20 to 10% of their lives to nest 80 to 90%. These animals spend soaring over the ocean. Thank you to everyone involved, YETI, Lexus, Open Water, and WSL One Ocean for that activation there. Albatross, sign of good luck to sailors. Moana Jones-Wong getting a couple nice carves on that chili board. And Moana sticking to some turns and looking good for a score up against Caity Simmers. We'll see if that's enough to take her to the lead. I think it is. It's Kaipo Girl with Jesse Mendez and Ross Williams. Your thought, Jesse, on that last wave for Moana?
Yeah, I mean, she's going to get the score. That was 2 critical turns. What I was most impressed about is that second bottom turn, how she was able to square up. It's so easy for you to just be so lateral out here when the wave is that A-framey and peaky. And she was able to, that transition, cut that bottom turn short and get it critical. And that's what the judges will love about that wave.
New heat out in the water, non-priority heat. Sawyer Lindblad in her second year on the championship tour up against Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Ross, what do you think?
It's cool. You know, I'm excited for her. She's working with Tommy Whitaker here. This is their first event together. I think I mentioned a little bit about it in the morning show. She's injury-free. She's feeling good. She surfs these types of waves all the time. She spends a lot of time at Backdoor and Pipe, not just at Haleiwa where she lives. So yeah, she'd probably be the favorite in that heat, but Sawyer's she's very confident. She's a good competitor. I think Jake Patterson coaches her. She's a wily competitor. That'd be a good little battle right there.
Yeah, and Sawyer's been another one of the surfers that has been putting in, even on the bad days, a lot of time out here. So she came over to the North Shore. She's been surfing, focused right on this stretch of beach, and she's going to have to use all that knowledge that she's gained, the 2024 Rookie of the Year, that she's gained in this last 3 weeks or so up against someone who lives on the North Shore in the way of Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
And I actually see Sakura actually loves the sandbar conditions here at Backdoor. Like, she's one of the only girls that I see it surf all the time. Like, and you can tell by on clips, even if I'm not here, you can tell when it's sand bottom at Backdoor because it does that bottom out like kind of weird situation, and she's always surfing those conditions. It's gonna help her probably, not in this case though.
Well, you know, but we've been talking about all morning, Jesse, about just how the rips are moving, and it looked like you got a little ripped out there. There was a lot of steps in that wave.
Yeah, and that happens. Like every heat's gonna have a few minutes that it's gonna be way too messy out there, and that's all because of that water that we've been mentioning. On the right of your screen, you can see it right there. It's like moving towards the main peak right there, and it stays a little bit to the right, but every once in a while it creeps in and gets into the lineup, and it just makes everything kind of trickier to ride.
Well, score in for Moana Jones-Wong, 5.17 in the priority heat, and Moana has the lead over Caity Simmers. Simmers just needs a 3.68, little under 15 minutes in that priority heat between those two. Scratching into this one, dropping and ducking. Gets covered, and Moana feels that the momentum in this heat is turning her way. Ross, what do you think?
Leave it to Moana to find a left out there. You know, she's so good at pipe that she managed to find a wave at pipe, even though there's 99.9% rights today. So Moana, you got to hand it to her. I'm actually really proud of her, especially for that 5.17. She knows that she's the favorite out here at Big Pipeline. If it's a Big West swell, I mean, look out. She's going to be so tough to beat. But that 5.1 on the right-hander, she smashed it. It was a really nice backhand snap. And I'm psyched on this little finishing maneuver, too. So she's out there. She's got her competitor's hat on. She is trying to get those scores. Nice little barrel there. Just gets clipped for a second. And, again, she's trying to grind out there. So she's going to make Caitlin look over her shoulder. Right now she's got a quick lead.
Yeah, so we're still waiting for the score for the left for Moana Jones. As we fly over here, Caitlin Simmons has been very patient and unique in her positioning, but still, she needs, you know, you don't want to let the heat get away from you, right?
Yeah,
Jesse, in that, like, if she allows this and just sits and Moana continues to build, she could find herself needing a big score.
Yeah, and that's the problem of, like we mentioned about a lot, like being 2 steps behind. You know, you don't want to have your opponent be too far ahead that once you get a good score, you still need something to back it up. So to her advantage right now, like, it's not a massive lead. She only needs a 5.84. She's a barrel away or one big turn away from doing that. And she's kind of in the position right now that she has to kind of sit and wait. There's nothing else she can do. She needs to identify a clean wave, clean face, or a barrel. It should be clear in her head right now.
Hey, you guys, let's talk shapers and sanders and glassers and all of you that participate in the Whistler CT Shaper Rankings. Lost back-to-back champs. And Ross, if that's not enough with those giant point totals for Lost, they put another CT surfer on their roster. Sakura now on the Mayhem Lost boards.
Yeah, and these guys are competitive too. I was sitting next to John Feisel at the WSL Awards, and he had a lot to say about Matt Biolis.
He always does.
He's like, dude, the guy sponsors half the tour. And you know what? He's got a point. And I propose that you should get docked. If you have a huge spend, if your budget's massive and you're spending a lot of money on tour, you should get docked for that, because, you know, you got people out there like Caity Simmers, you know, is a sole team rider, right? For what's her board maker's name?
Who's that? Caity
Simmers.
Chris Boris.
Chris Boris, sorry.
Yeah.
He's so underground, I forgot his name.
Yeah.
But that guy deserves some props, and he's got the world champ on his roster. So we need to fix his budget problem here.
That's right. And I'm actually going to give, I was explaining to Jesse, Chris Boris, some props, because the guy's crazy board builder. He made his own shaping machine that's only proprietary to him, Ross. And this might be the first time that you hear this about Boris Designs, that it comes off of the machine. Nobody touches it. It goes straight to the glass shop.
Yeah, I heard about that. That is amazing. And for the cool thing for Caitlin is she knows she's going to get replicas that are
every time, and that's his goal. That's his goal, is just so, like, to be so precise on everything and let technology use you that you can do the same. Here's a Mayhem though, with Sakura in this heat. Friendly fire, actually, when you look at heat number 6, and Sawyer Lindblad, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Mayhem has so many riders, Ross, that there's friendly fire happening in the round of 16 already.
Yeah.
It's inevitable. There's a lot of them. Even when they went up on stage, there's like 15
he
of
brought
them.
the whole team up. I kid Matt Biolis, so I like him. He's such a great shaper, and you know, he started from nothing in San Clemente and he worked his way up. So he's got the budget. Good for him. He earned it.
You know, and so the Whistler CT Shaper Rankings, with the Shaper wins is overnight and some waves over at the Surf Ranch. So
that's not bad.
That's a great prize.
The crew is
That's
probably
one that,
frothing on that as well.
yeah, yeah. Oh well, and then just to expand upon that, and you know, since we got time to talk, is that's one thing that Matt Biolis has done, is he supports an entire crew over there in San Clemente, and a lot of the shapers that mentored him now actually work for him. So he's a pretty rootsy guy, and has a lot of respect for the tradition of board building. Here we go. Simmers searching for something. Just finds a carve. Make it 2. Looking for a finish. Difficult, heavy water, and Caity gets bounced. I don't know if anyone could have rode out of that one.
That was the perfect word for that. She got bounced, and she got ejected right there. She did the right maneuver. It just, there was so much reverb off that off-the-wall connecting section there. Beautiful style, though. A couple nice snaps. So this is going to be her form of a backup score. It'll get it back in the heat right here.
But though, I'm going to throw this question at Jesse. She needs a 5.84. 5.84.
I don't see that's coming in a 5.84. Like, as much as like that was beautiful surfing, like she had a little bit of downtime. The wave got a little flat after she went over that section. And then she did some beautiful carves, like extended, drove down very nicely. This one even a little bit more. But this was money right there. That was a critical section, but she just got buckled off. There's nothing she could have done. It seems like as she hit the lip, I was like, wow, she's actually doing a very good work for how hard of a section. And it seems like she was going to ride out, and all of a sudden, the junction of off the wall with backdoor just buckled her off.
Well, we wait for her to get back in the lineup. Red Bull jet ski ride. We wait for the score. And as we're doing that waiting, let's check in with the last heat winner with AJ is Tyler Wright.
Thanks, Kaipo. Tyler, back on the glass again to start 2025. Describe the conditions out there at Pipeline today that you were able to find the waves you needed.
6 foot rip ball onto dry rock and sand. There's a lot of water out there. Like, I rode an inch up, and I think I regretted it a little bit. Just because there's a lot more water than it moving. Like the waves you kind of want, they're not the big ones, but yeah, like I just rode like a little bit up, but I definitely could have had more out there just because of how much water was moving. And it was also like every takeoff was like, I'm sweet, and then it would like suck right under you, and you're like, oh my gosh, like safety stance down the wave. So yeah, it's tricky.
Tricky, and yet you managed it. And you managed it after nearly a week plus of being off after your first heat. We talked in that first interview about just how much more you have the space to process things this season than getting used to what life was like after your surgery before last season. How much did you feel that play out to stay ready for this moment today?
You know, it ebbs and it flows, and I think as you get older, you start to not worry as much about things. You start to kind of like cruise into it, and you start worrying about the small things and start enjoying like just the days that I get to spend with my wife here in a beautiful place. We you know, get to swim at Turtle Bay over there, and so I think it plays into that. And then yeah, like I felt that wasn't my best performance. I was a little bit rusty. I haven't surfed in a couple days, but I was happy that it's hard to perform well with so much water out there as well. So, but I was happy with that. And yeah, it's just balance, and you got to find other things to do. And yeah, we read books and drink tea.
Not a bad way to spend the ladies. Congratulations, Ty.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Back to live action here, and Sawyer Lindblad lining up, snapping off the top for the San Clemente Surfer. Long drawn-out bottom turn, and just gets caught up in the white water. That's the first wave for Lindblad in her challenge in non-priority heat with Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. 26 minutes on that heat's clock, 6 minutes on the priority heat's clock, with Moana Jones-Wong, the wild card, in the lead over our defending world champ and our defending event champ, Caity Simmers.
So Caity got a 3 on the carbs?
2.57 to be exact across the balloons.
They kept it really light there. Interesting. But, you know, she was kind of grooving down the line. It's interesting because if she would have made that big old snap it off the wall, it would have been, what, 6?
Yep, most likely. But I guess they have been rewarding a lot the critical sections, which it makes sense here on a day like today. It's, you know how hard it is to hit the lip and backdoor. It has so much power. It's not your typical type of beach break or point break back home. Like all the energy in the world is right here. So it makes sense that they kept the score on the low ball.
Moana again, good looking wave here. Snaps off the top, hangs on, stays connected over a super steep concave section. Here we go, Caity Simmers pulls in, drainer, second section for Simmers, and she looks like she wants to turn the heat on and turn the heat for herself. She gets the finish, and she's gonna do just that. And there it is, Caity Simmers strikes back in a big, big wave.
That's what champions do. You know, everything was going against her. The momentum was with Moana, and she found a way to turn that around. We saw the last 10 minutes, that huge plume of rip went right through the lineup that she likes, that we identified that, you know, she was trying to get those waves, and that got destroyed. And during that time, Moana found a couple little scores there. So she had everything working against her, and bang, she finally got that wave up on the sandbar. That's the one she was looking for.
And Moana was most likely is going to better her 3.67, so she was going to apply even more pressure. But all of a sudden, like you mentioned, it seems like everything was going against her. She pulled it off. That
you saw Caity too, Kaipo. She was behind Moana on her wave. Yeah. She wanted to go so bad. She was in the spot, but she was lucky it was a 2-wave set.
Well, all the scores other than the score for this wave, well, let's take a look at Moana first. So this was a 4.07, Jesse.
Thankfully for her, Moana had priority because that wave was critical, but just a one maneuver type of turn. And the wave before, it set her a little bit deeper. She kind of took off and identified down the line that the wave was going to stretch out. Beautiful barrel, and just finished it off very strong. That closeout that she felt on the wave before, obviously smaller wave, but she did hit that lip line very strongly, and that's going to be a beautiful score for her.
Well, she needs a 6.24, Ross, on this ride that we're watching right here. Do you think she got it?
Yeah, it's going to be close. I wouldn't be surprised if she gets it. It wasn't the deepest barrel, but it was a critical drop. And of these little extras, the last two maneuvers, check snap, Closeout re-entry right on a sandbar. This is a beautiful little hit right here, nice and clean. It's going to really help her. So even if she doesn't go all the way to the score she needs, she's not going to need a whole lot for a backup score. So that feels nice for Caity. She was waiting a long time for that wave.
Yeah, that was probably one of the best waves surfed that we've seen in this round. And she does a great job of duck diving. Look at the number, way above her requirement. She went excellent, 8-point ride for Caity Simmers. Now she just has to survive this double up section on the sandbar, not break her favorite board.
And that's the sandbar fun. That's why you pedal out days like this, you know? You're gonna get smoked and it's part of it.
100%. She's gonna have so much sand on her pillowcase tonight. She just got rattled on that thing. That was fun.
Speaking of sand, we got Waz in the sandbox right now. Strider.
Thanks, Kipes. Yeah, down on the beach. Was watching the waves and watching surfing like this has been amazing. The fans down here, so excited to hear the score for that last wave. Everybody's hooting and hollering down here on the beach. The vibe is pretty insane. I mean, there's so many people that show up to come and support this place and enjoy this energy down here, which is something that, we look forward to every year. And the fans, you got to give it up to them. They have been down here enjoying it and loving it, and the vibes are insane down here. It feels so good. And I can't imagine what it's going to look like on Friday when it's just absolutely pumping. So come on down, check us out, and thanks for being here. We love you.
Yeah, you can see Strider on the beach, right, Strider?
Yeah, come on down. I'll be on the beach. Ross, good job in the water. We're going to keep you out there.
Strider, what's the selfie count been so far with your beach visit?
It's pretty impressive, but here we go. Whoa, live action.
Yep.
That was a pretty heavy one.
Yeah, that's just going to eat up some time for Moana Jones-Wong. Yeah, come down, like Strider said. Come on down. We got 2 more full days of competition, likely to be, well, for sure Friday. So the question, I guess, when we look at the long-term forecast, is are we going to go tomorrow and then Friday, or Friday then Saturday? It's really going to be a case of what tomorrow looks like.
Yeah, I mean, today, in my eyes, is almost the bonus, because Saturday looks fun. Saturday's a little smaller version of Friday, but it's still all west swell. So there could be really good waves on Saturday. For sure, Friday is going to be great. Tomorrow, a little smaller, but less northeast swell in the water. So just like Caity Simmers turned things around in this heat, the weather has as well. We're looking at more traditional conditions here coming up.
I like what you did with that transition right there, Ross.
Very cheesy, sorry about that.
No, that was great. That was great. Well, we thought it was going to be upset, but no, nobody's upsetting the yellow leader's jersey. It's Caity Simmers right now, just with 30 seconds remaining. She's got heat control. She's got the big lead on Moana Jones-Wong. She has priority. Just needs to paddle out these final 25 seconds. And unless Moana's able to do something really sneaky there, and I don't really see it happening at this point.
Yeah, again, she was looking at that left when Strider was on the beach giving us that hit. She got kind of a big set wave, but she went left on it. So really tough to get a couple of scores on the left.
Caity Simmers, she is on to the quarterfinals, eliminating Moana Jones-Wong. We'll see more of Caity next time we have competition. Right now, we're going to take a break. We'll be back with more action from the Lexus Pike Pro, presented by YETI, right after this. Caity Simmers, 8-point ride.
Never know who you're going to run into on the North Shore bike path. You can just ride right along Kamehameha Highway. People riding bikes, kids riding their bike to school at Sunset Beach Elementary. See all the pros parking on the side of the road, surfing all the different waves here on the North Shore of Oahu. It's great to see the community on the bike path, hanging out, enjoying their time in paradise, enjoying the first stop of the World Surf League Championship Tour. The Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI. Joe Turpel with Flick Palmatier, competed on the CT, recently competed in the YETI Cow event at Waimea Bay. Still very proud of you, Flick.
Thanks, Joey.
What a way to kick off the whole year with a healthy outlook. You were injured the year before, and I'm just so happy you get to do what you love again in the ocean.
I know, it was a long time out of the water. It was 7 months, and it was rough, but I'm back, and it's been an amazing winter so far, and yeah, so honoured to get to surf in the YETI. One thing to be invited, but to actually surf in it is another thing, so pretty stoked.
Definitely. Brisa Hennessy in the water now, taking on Vahine Fierro. Vahine, the rookie on tour, representing France and French Polynesia. Brisa Hennessy representing Costa Rica. Pura Vida is a line you hear all the time there. Pure life, grown up without much technology, just perfect waves in front of her house. But really spent a significant period of her life right here on the island of Oahu. So one of her many homes around the world, and happy to kick off another year. Stop number 1.
Oh yeah, I mean, she made finals day here last year, and I mean, that was a monumental day for the women, and yeah, finished quarterfinal finish, I think it was for her. And I mean, if you'd even just think back, you just listing the locations, I mean, she's grown up in over the world. I mean, we also forgot Namotu as well, which has spent some serious time there. And in the last few years, I've really enjoyed seeing where her surfing's gone, especially in waves of consequence, and putting time in, you know, when cloud break gets big, she's really pushing it out there. And I mean, she's just so solid. It's just such an all-rounded solid surfer. Rail game is incredible, and looking forward to seeing what she's got in store this year.
Yeah, what a weapon. Came off a big off season last year, was just trying to sort out her health issues that she was dealing with. She's been really open about her journey on social media, and came back to the tour, and it was a third semifinal pipe, backed it up with a third at Sunset. Here comes Brisa now, wrapping cutback for the Costa Rican, and hopping out. Next wave now setting up for Vahine, up and out. So Sawyer Lindblad, Betty Lou, the priority heat. Non-priority heat is Brisa and Vahine. So non-priority just means that they've got to let Sawyer and Betty Lou to do their thing. And the easy way to look at your screen and see who has priority is just less time. That heat takes precedence for waves, and there's priority within the heat as well. It's a great system that was practiced first years ago at Cloudbreak to see if it would work. And then it started being introduced at Pipeline. That was usually the only place we had it. Now we get to see it at most venues to really capitalize on the best parts of the swell within the waiting period.
Yeah, it's such a great invention, right? I mean, also you have you want to maximize the surfing time, and surfing's such a funny sport. We all love it, and we love the lifestyle, we love the ocean, we love being in it. But the reality is the time surfing on the waves spent to doing everything else is actually quite little. So you just want to maximize that. And when it's a good day, you want to see as many good waves ridden as possible.
Grabbing the rail, pulling up and under for a moment is Vahine Fierro. Going to off the top and stepping off. Well played on that running right. Had 5 wild card opportunities on the championship tour before this rookie debut. First couple were over in the southwest of France, and then the last few have been at Teahupo'o, where she picked up the big win. And spending full years on the Challenger Series, she's been working on qualifying for a long time. Sometimes you see these surfers that are tube specialists, where we see Vahine really well-rounded coming on the tour. Sawyer Lindblad, last year's Rookie of the Year, punches out the pocket. Second turn, blasts it again and rides away. Sawyer looking comfortable. 2 big backhand whips representing San Clemente, California. She's had a lot of fun in her rookie year. Big barrels. When you focus on backhand hacks, probably the one that Margaret River comes to mind, where she drilled it on a really heavy section. What'd you see on this one, Flick?
Yeah, just that classic. She's just got such a precise backhand, a really tight whip off the top here. It was a tricky wave to surf. It was really nice clean face at the beginning, but let's have a look at what Vahine got done. I mean, nice little cover up there on the backhand. And that's a little finish here as well. So Look, Vahine is no stranger to pulling it. Like, yes, we've seen her on her forehand at Chopes. Well and truly. I mean, she's had many wild cards there. She got a CT victory as a wild card last year, but she's also got a couple of nice right-handers on the island that she grew up on, and she's been putting in the time there and trying to hone that skill as well, and we just got a little glimpse of it just then.
Yeah, she's got such a cool story. Coming from an outer island in French Polynesia, moving really close to Teahupo'o, seeing how important that would be for her career. Driving boats with her 2 younger sisters that are competitors as well. And she's leading the charge as the big sis, as we've got Brisa. A little turbulence under her board and goes down a big turn on a wild section. Can she reappear? It's like Niagara Falls landing on your back. Almost got out in front. That'll tackle her and really affect the score.
Yeah, there was a lot of lump and bump to deal with that then, and you know that every so often that rip comes and goes throughout the lineup as well, and she just had so much turbulence to deal with. But yeah, good luck trying to ride out of that one.
Let's catch up with the world champ. Caity Simmers is with AJ.
Leave it to the world champ and somebody who thrives here at Pipeline to find a pretty good barrel on a day when they are hard to find. What did you see in that wave, Caity?
I just was kind of late to that wave, I feel like, because Moana went on the wave before. And then so I was kind of really far in, but I kind of knew there would be 2 waves, so right after the wave I just started paddling out. I didn't even see the wave yet, but I was like, I just need to be further out for it, because if there's a good wave. And also knowing that Moana probably bettered her score, I was like, oh, I'm probably going to need a pretty good wave. And I kept eating it on all my waves. Kind of just got blown off on a couple, and just a lot of paddling out there, non-stop paddling, and I think I was just a little tired just in general in that whole heat, just from paddling, and then I kept falling, getting waves on the head. But yeah, I just saw that wave and I was like, all right, well, it's gonna barrel, and then I got barreled, so it was fun.
You said that's what you wanted, and then you went out and found a way to make it happen. We've heard about the positioning all day. How did you sort of identify where you wanted to sit in the lineup?
The positioning, I kind of just sit where I always sit. That's kind of what, I saw the waves I wanted, which were kind of those A-frame, just peak waves with hopefully a barrel. And then those were kind of just, I feel like it's pretty reliable. It's a reliable spot for me where I'm I know that probably at least once a heat there's going to be a wave here. But then there was this crazy rip current in the middle of it and on it. So then I couldn't sit there because I couldn't even get there. I was way down, pretty much off the wall and just so tired and just really sad. And then, and then I did it. So yeah.
Yes, you did. Rest up. You got another one coming later. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, all the peeps at home. And thank you to everyone. Yeah.
Thank you, Caity. Oh, we love it. We look forward to her surfing. We look forward to her interviews. She's just her own unique human being, and we are loving her leading the charge, representing the best surfing in the world. We'll see if she can go back-to-back. I mean, Final 5 head to Cloudbreak this year. So Lower Trestles now transitions to a regular season event in June. We're already starting to wonder who will be wearing yellow after Tahiti. Heading into Cloudbreak, we got to see Cloudbreak return to a regular season event last year, which was really fun. But will it be Caity versus a rookie, Erin Brooks, for everything this year? Will it be Molly Picklum getting a chance after a couple tries at the Final 5? As we focus on the schedule this year, it's going to be moving very quickly. In fact, a lot of people are flying to Abu Dhabi on Sunday. Right after this thing ends. It's going to be rapid fire, a whole new groundbreaking event, the wave system, the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro, complete contrast from where we are right here on the North Shore of Oahu. Back in Portugal and Peniche at Super Tubos in March, wintertime, colder, big barrels is what we're hoping for. And El Salvador moves to this side of the cut to stop number 4 before a big Australian leg. Bell's one of the longest running events on the calendar. Always got to celebrate that. Caity's going to be the defending champ there. We also have Snapper Rocks back on. It used to start the tour for about 2 decades, went to the Challengers, which was nice, but now back where the world title points belong. Back to Margaret River, Flick's hometown for the drama of the cut. But that's a big no. Now to 7 events, which is really going to feel different this year.
Yeah, for sure. And I really like that. I think it is a lot more fair. I think as a rookie coming on, it takes a while to find your feet. You know, not necessarily are you going to be ready to go after 5 events. And even if you have an injury or something like that, it just gives you more of a chance to really find your feet on tour. You get a bit of a taste. You know, there's so many different locations there, different countries. And I like this. I really like this change. And I also love the addition of, Snapper's back, and so is J-Bay.
And then you get the Lexus Trestles Pro, which will be that high-performance event, right and left at lower trestles. I think it's so valuable for the tour. I love that it's just post-cut. The tour shrinks down, and all roads lead to the Lexus WSL Finals this year at Cloudbreak. That perfect left, where we saw Erin Brooks get her first CT win last season. Oh, speaking of Erin, she's got Molly Picklum coming up next.
What a matchup. I mean, that's pretty crazy, right? Round of 16 heat, you got Molly Picklum, obviously last year absolute event standout. In my books, probably the favourite to win. And then coming up against Erin, who is just this absolute phenom. I mean, there's been so much talk, and I can't wait to break that heat down.
It's fun being here on the beach. Just in the distance, you could hear the Vissla shaping bay just going off, and boards are being created right here on the sand. Travis Reynolds is in there right now, who spent a lot of his life right here on the North Shore of Oahu, and even in town, living on a boat with his dad. Got really into shaping while he was learning the ropes from a lot of great people over in Wailua. Took his craft to Santa Cruz for a while. He's now living right behind Pipeline with his beautiful family. He said he's making an old school board with kind of a modern day update. It's one of those craftsmen that can do everything from start to finish. Glassing boards, setting fins, always has time for everybody. Big part of the Vissla squad and a great part of this wonderful community here on the North Shore. We've got Brisa going through a couple of speed bumps up and down in the non-priority heat with Vahine. Priority heat is Sawyer and Betty Lou, and Betty Lou chasing a 7.17 now. Hasn't really found too much, but we saw earlier today, she doesn't need much time to come back.
No, not at all. I mean, earlier today, elimination heat, she needed a big score. She got it, a 7, took off on a set, 2 big turns. And up until that point, that was the highest wave of the women so far. And we obviously had Isabella. She got that nice wave, the barrel, backdoor. And then just before, we saw Caity too with that 8-point ride. One thing that Caity said, which is pretty interesting, obviously you've got that rip coming and going at backdoor, making things really tricky. She was like, I'm trying to position in my spot, but I just couldn't get there. Rip wasn't letting me there. It was just that current was just pushing so far down the beach as we see Brisa.
Rolling in, jumping on the Channel Islands team this year. Beautiful bottom turn. Redirect as she's losing open face very quickly. You can see that peak start with a lot of size, and by the time she got around the corner, just about disappeared on her. She's just chasing the 1.75. So yeah, Brisa coming off a stellar season, a series of semifinals from back-to-back semis on the North Shore, semifinal bells, Margaret River, finaled in Tahiti, where she's had a lot of success. Started to really feel like herself again this year, or last year, excuse me, and so now all we're expecting to do is show up at Cloudbreak, which, like you mentioned before, would be like a home court advantage type scenario for Brisa. With now 4 minutes on the clock, let's update everyone on the jet ski assist scenario with Strider on the beach.
Yeah, we're down here right where they're picking up the athletes. So they got the Hawaiian Water Patrol on the Red Bull skis. They come inside here. They're basically waiting for anybody that comes in. Then they throw them on the back, and then they zip them all the way down to the other side where there's that kind of channel that gets back out to Pipeline. But it doesn't really feel like a channel right now. When you get to the outside, there's those big gnarly double ups on the sandbar. So they kind of prepare themselves as they're on the back of the ski to go through another round of battles. But it's definitely a quicker way out that way on the ski. And then the riptide kind of pulls them straight out onto the peak at Pipeline. And then you've got all that sand and all that gargling waves out there that you might take 1 or 2 on the head, but definitely easier and going straight out through these big bombs that are right in front of them when they kick out of the right.
Awesome. Thank you, Strider. Cool update there. Hawaiian Water Patrol, always the heroes of this event, whether it's 20-foot maxed out or whether it's a running rip bowl with sand on the bottom. They know the ins and outs of this entire setup, and great to see them just ruling the lineup on the Red Bull skis, making sure everybody's safe. They always make sure everyone's doing the right thing on the beach as well.
Yeah, they really are the guardian angels, really. I mean, the MVPs keeping everyone safe. I mean, these are the most dangerous waves in the world here in Hawaii, and so much consequence. You've got reef and shallow water and heavy energy coming in, and yep, they're doing God's work out there.
That's right. Head of the Hawaiian Water Patrol, Terry Ahui. Saw him in the parking lot the other day. Just picking a great crew that's here pretty much every single year. Abe Lerner, always a classic to run into. He has so many great stories that he was sharing with me from his father, you know, cooking for the lifeguards over the years. And now Abe Lerner's brother, I think, is like second in command now of the lifeguard department here on the North Shore. Adam doing a great job. Kamalani Ahui, we've got Jared Lau, Omai Ho'opili, Kyle Pa'o, Kavika Foster, Ha'a Foster. So many great warriors out there. Nolan Kealana was featured on the news recently. He had a heroic rescue on the other side of the island. Just passionate human beings that take their job very seriously and make sure everyone comes home safe. Can't thank them enough.
It's a comforting feeling knowing that they're there. I mean, I've always sort of had the attitude, if you're ever going to send it, it's the safest it's ever going to get when those guys are in the water. If you're ever going to have a crack, if you're ever going to have a dig, and they're there, now is the time.
Oh, totally. Now's the time. Forsyth, Cliff Patello out there as well. Just such a great crew. And they're always focused, up on dark, leaving on dark. Can't thank them enough. Down to 1:15 on the clock. Betty Lou with priority. Semi-final last year. Anything less than that would be a heartbreak for her to kick off the season with a loss in the round of 16. Chasing a 7.17. Can she do it again? The similar score that she had to come back in her heat this morning. Taking a look is Brisa in the non-priority heat. Molly and Erin Brooks up next. And shadowing Betty Lou, even without priority, is Sawyer Lindblad. She picked up a lot in her rookie season, didn't she?
Yeah, I think it's smart because even though she doesn't have the priority, you want to give Betty something to think about. You want to maybe force the situation. I think if you give her too much space right now, Betty Lou is she's such a great competitor that you just don't want to give too much space, as we see Leandro on screen. But you just don't want to give her too much space. I feel like what Sawyer's doing right now is quite smart, you know, up in that personal space a little bit, and 10 seconds on the clock. I'm not sure if she's actually going to get another chance here.
This is a big one here for Sawyer Lindblad. Betty Lou, the local here on the North Shore of Oahu, had big plans for this event. Sawyer Lindblad taking this matchup very seriously. A 5 and a 4.17 is enough to move into the quarterfinals and take out one of the favorites to go to the final this year. Hennessy now setting up her forehand, punches out the top on a 6-0. She ends up getting stuffed on the end section. She's on a CI Pro step-up model. Connect well on the first turn, but got clobbered on the second. And Sawyer's going to prepare for a big quarterfinal here at the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. Job well done for the Goofy Foot from San Clemente. Molly Picklum takes on rookie sensation Erin Brooks coming up next. All eyes on Portugal's crazy big wave venue, the wildest beach break you'd ever put your eyes on over there, called Nazaré. The waiting period is open, and the big news came in that Maya Guevara, big wave legend, has now stepped away, opening up a spot for Laura Crane. So big news there, and congrats to Maya on a stellar career, just breaking down boundaries, pushing the limits, and she's so open about talking about when everyone's doubted her, she pushed even harder to create a legendary big wave career. And we know one person who's going to be following that closely is Felicity Palmatier. How exciting is this?
Oh, no, it's super exciting. Obviously, Maya having such an incredible career. Like you said, Joe, trailblazer, absolute trailblazer, icon of women's big wave surfing. But her stepping back gives Laura Crane an absolute amazing opportunity. And she's been putting in the time there over the last couple of years. So I know that she's going to want to seize that opportunity and make the most of it. And let me tell you, that ocean's been very active, very active. So we'll see what happens in the next month.
God, that wave's so scary. Honestly, it is so insane how these giant 30-foot plus pyramids can come in and collide onto that beach break, and it could be 100 foot. It's just wild. I can't wait to watch that as we check out a new heat. Molly Picklum versus Erin Brooks. Molly Picklum, now a couple of laps around the world, has learned a lot. The whole story for Molly's rookie year was actually falling off tour and coming back better.
This is true. This is true. I mean, it was pretty crazy because for her, I feel like she's just needed that fire. She needed to find that fire. And when she came back, I mean, she's been unstoppable. And just, she has been, you know, we always speak, Lakey spoke about it, we've spoken about it. There's been this generational sort of shift, and Molly's been a part of that, but she's been responsible for really pushing the barriers and the boundaries in women's surfing. She was that incredible heat, the semi-final last year against Betty Lou, will go down in the history books as one of the best evers. Seriously, that heat was absolutely incredible to watch. That 10 that Molly got, I will never forget that. I just, honestly, it made me so proud watching those two ladies go for it that hard.
I agree, and so for Molly too, she's going through a change. We've had a lot of coaching changes. We've had surfboard changes. Yeah, so Molly this year, you won't be seeing Glenn Micro Hall next to her at every event. They have still such a great relationship, but she's going to start setting it up differently and maybe work with multiple coaches in a season, which kind of reminds me what, you know, Carissa Moore always did in her career. Carissa, and you think about the West, you think of the Sheridan family, you know, you think of Adam Robertson and Bells. And
for sure, Cale Bell Warren.
Cale Bell Warren, even before Robbo, that's right. So, and she would just have CJ in the channel. And then you look at Erin Brooks on how she's become Erin Brooks. Really, one of the most significant coaches she ever had, really, was Shane Beshin, where he taught her everything when it came to technique. And I think the first idea of working with Shane was, I want to learn to do airs. You know, and Shane did that with Carissa and several others over the years. But then it became technique, not just for airs, for turns, for barrel riding. As we look at Molly Picklum just connecting. Just an easy hack for Molly Picklum standards, because she set the bar with maybe the biggest turn we've ever seen at Sunset Beach. So anytime you see a 10-foot lip coming down, you're like, oh yeah, she's going to hit it.
There's no doubt in my mind. She's one of the most hungriest, you know, driven surfers, and she's never going to back down from a big section, that's for sure. Let's have a look at this one. She's getting things underway straight up into the lip. Really nice timing. You know what, that's maybe the first time I actually have seen her not go for a last hit like that. You know, we actually saw her earlier this morning. Big oncoming section, she hit it, floated across that, matched the speed really well. But yeah, this matchup between her and Erin is going to be spicy, Joe.
That's right, I'm right there with you. As we see more waves coming through, setting up the backhand. Nice patience off the bottom. Vahineg has great timing. You're going to do one big move. That's a great version of it. And holding back on the next one, we'll stick to the last of Vahine for improvement as she's in the priority heat with Brisa. We'll wait for the opening turn from Molly, and let's catch up with Sawyer Lindblad with AJ.
Thanks so much, Joy. Sawyer, that was a pretty important heat for you, punching through this round of 16 to start off 2025. Just how good does that feel? How validating of all the work you put in this offseason?
Yeah, it feels pretty good to make it through today. I hadn't surfed for like 10 days in the contest. Like I had 10 straight lay days. So I was like, I really don't want to lose on the first day that I get to surf in the contest. So happy I made it through and can surf another day.
Mission accomplished. We were talking about just how tricky it is to figure out where you want to sit. Caity was saying it's even tricky to figure out where you want to sit and then how to stay where you want to sit because of the current that's out there. What was your strategy?
Yeah, I was trying to get the rights like a little bit wider because I knew that like that takeoff spot was pretty gnarly, especially on the backhand, and I'm still working on my backside barrel riding, so I was just sticking to turns and trying to do 2 big turns.
It was a good strategy. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Great job for Sawyer Lindblad into the quarterfinals, where she's going to take on her good friend, who happens to be the reigning world champion and event champ, Caity Simmers, in quarterfinal number 3. Caroline Marks has Tyler Wright in quarter 2, world champ seat there, and Lakey Peterson will have Isabella Nichols dropping up and under, and getting the exit. Brisa Hennessy looks to improve on a 2.67.
That was really nice. That was really well done. Almost looks like to me that it's that wind sort of backing down a bit. It looks like it might be getting a little bit more glassy. Throughout the day we sort of saw it pick up a bit over lunchtime, but right now those conditions are looking really quite nice.
Yeah, so stoked when you see the ocean like this. How pleasant it'll look this morning after just a ton of shredded conditions. Just was so welcoming, and seeing the wind cooperate throughout the entire day. We watch the grab rail approach from Erin Brooks. She will now chase a section and has to pin drop to get out of there. Her backhand technique flawless. Will be referencing the 10 at Snapper for years to come. So I think she's one of the most well-balanced barrel riders on tour when it comes to frontside and backside.
Yeah, I'd agree with that for sure. I think I was calling that heat with Ronnie actually, the Challenger Series heat where she got that 10. It really, I said it this morning, but out of the men and women in that whole event, that was the best barrel I'd see go down. The length of it, the technique, the way that she, the arm drag, just everything. It was surfing beyond her years, well and truly. It's
cool when you see her with a heat with Molly, because she's probably the next answer to being that versatile frontside and backside with really solid technique from Molly's 10 and backside for her at Pipeline. And a fun one for Picklum, just to start to get to know Erin in this lineup, see what she's like competitively, see if she can slow down the hype a little bit, see how it motivates her here. Molly's up. Couple of ribs on the face, and she will give way to the priority heat. Brisa Hennessy will step in and step out.
I think it's kind of interesting too. I mean, you just touched on it, Joe, that Molly's that generation, or is, that pushed the envelope, especially last year. But now her sort of being in that other position of, oh, wow, okay, there's someone younger than me now on tour coming up, that, there's that hype around, because it's just an interesting sort of dynamic, because you're sort of shifting into that next stage of your career. Actually, Molly's still so young. As we look at this one of Brisa, this nice little in and out there, that wave staying so open. And see the arm drag there, just trying to stall a little bit more to maximise that time in the tube. But nice little in and out, and you can see that she wasn't quite the deepest there, but she had a really nice read, and she was doing everything she could to really slow down. Obviously, she had that arm in the face of the wave, but nice little tube. Hopefully a sign of more things to come. The conditions look amazing right now.
Yeah, so ideal, and you know that they're out there if you're in the right spot at the right time. Isabella Nichols got her best score of her career at Pipe so far, 8.67, which completely changed everything on a pretty fired up Gabriella Bryan earlier today.
Yeah, it seemed like to me that win really meant a lot to Isabella, it felt like, and I think she was just sort of relieved. There's been a lot going on, a lot of moving and shaking and coming back onto the tour, and you just want to, you're wanting to make it through that elimination heat, and then you want to make it through that next heat as well, and obviously to get your best score is going to feel good, but that whole heat, she just looked in tune. She looked like she just had probably one of the best reads I've seen all day, because she's found multiple waves. And she had a couple of other 2 waves that she pulled in. She didn't make it, but her read today was really, really, really good.
I agree. Yeah, putting in a lot of hard work, and it definitely paid off in that one. Bella into the quarterfinals. We'll have the quarters set before we leave the beach today. Got the men looking at their round of 32 matchups. Couple thrillers in there. Brisa 4.67 and a 4.0. Picking the jersey number 99. Given us a lot over the years. She was one of those athletes out of the junior series that got a wild card opportunity when the season was ending at Honolulu Bay. Ended up upsetting Sally Fitzgibbons when Sally was wearing yellow that year. And for Brisa, she was just going surfing. She had nothing to lose, all to gain, and we saw how powerful that forehand hack was on that perfect right on Maui. As we see Ramsey hanging out, enjoying the action for the women's round of 16. Representing Morocco, coming off a great year. After getting injured before his rookie debut, he missed out on the Rookie of the Year race. When João Chianca hurt himself, he got the call up and made it count. Big performances in Portugal, quarterfinal there. Tahiti made the semifinals, even got past the GOAT for his biggest result to date.
I think that was the most memorable sort of heat that I'd seen from Ramsey so far on the tour. I mean, that day was incredible last year at Chopes. It was as big as it gets. There were so many excellent waves going down. Another one that comes to mind was Yago's wave. I mean, that thing was absolutely incredible. As we have a look here, Erin, just a quick little look at that wave. But yeah, that day was incredible. And I think it was just so cool to see everyone really getting into it. I think Ramsey he wears his heart on his sleeve and his emotions were just like, he's like, I'm going to tell you how I'm feeling. I'm going to tell you how it went down in that heat. And I think there was a bit of chatter between him and Kelly that was going down out the back, which is actually amazing, you know. Trying to get in each other's, sort of in the ear of each other. It was pretty funny.
Oh, it's so classic. You love personalities on the tour, and he's one of the great ones. We've been waiting for him to qualify for over a decade, so this is a great time to follow the Bookium story. 5:30 here on the clock. Vahine trying to avoid elimination. She does a lot of things in her downtime. She will smash through books. She reads about 40 books a year. And it's something that she loves to do, like getting out of the water, going home to a good book. She's reading the book that Jerry Lopez wrote. Surf is where you find it at the moment. What a great thing to do, and while you're competing at Pipeline, is learn from the very best.
Hey, you know what? I think I need to take a leaf out of her book and stop doing so much doom scrolling and doing a bit more actual reading. But what a good way to wind down, you know? Makes a difference not being on that phone all the time.
Right?
It does. It really does. Seriously, I mean, honestly, I think it's really important to have a few different things that you can do in your downtime because, as we've seen, we've had a lot of lay days the last few days. You want to be filling up that time, and even Lakey spoke to it this morning. Her post-heat interview, she's like, oh, you know, just have to say thank you so much to Tom, my husband, for keeping me sane during that time. Oh.
Jeremy Flores reacting with some frustration. Always animated. You always know how he's feeling. Puts his heart and soul into coaching just like he did when he was competing on tour.
Yeah, you can see there was definitely frustration there. I mean, that one kind of did look like it had a bit of opportunity on it. And even this morning too, it was pretty funny watching him. We had a few little glimpses of, Coach's Corner and what was going down. I think there was a couple of moments when he thought that maybe Vahine could have hit an end section, and just you saw that emotion everywhere, you know. But I mean, those end sections are they're pretty scary. They pack a lot of punch. They got a lot of energy, and I don't blame her for sometimes straightening out or actually not hitting that thing. They look pretty deadly.
As we take a look at the lineup here, Vahine was second priority, and she'll have to let that one run through. Jeremy Flores, her coach, a two-time pipe champ, also a champion in Tahiti, Olympic coach. She's been spending a lot of time with Vahine. As we see Erin Brooks in the heat with Molly Picklum up and out.
Interesting wave selection there. That was a real peaky one. A lot of froth on the face. Obviously, non-priority heat. Kind of want to roll the dice maybe, but not much opportunity on that one.
Down to 2:50 on the clock. 3:17, 3.23 for Vahine. And Jeremy probably having some notes to relay to Fierro when she comes in. on maybe some better decision making towards the tail end of this heat. As he knows, it's a long run on tour. One stop, if you get knocked out early, you always have an opportunity to pick yourself back up to perform. She's got Abu Dhabi coming up, also Portugal, where she'll have a lot of backing. She's got one sister in the European region competing on the QS. The other sister is competing in the Hawaii Tahiti region. So they've all split up. And now that she's on the CT, all three Fierro girls are doing their own thing at the moment. Grabbing the rail, pulling in. Vahine has her head down, gets out of a soupy section and steps off. She is chasing a 5.44. And now Erin Brooks will have a look on the backhand. And just up and down, Picklum stays out in front of that one.
Yeah, if I go back to Vahine's, straight away I'm trying to compare that to Breeze's 4.67. And was it better than that or was it not? I mean, obviously Vahine's chasing a better score. She needs a 5.44. I don't think it was. I think maybe Breeze's score, you know, a bit higher, maybe a bit longer barrel. Get back to that Breeza now.
Pulling up and under, nice funneling section, pulls in, attacks the end section, well done. Got enough time in the tube, had enough time to hit it real quick. Judges love a combo, and Leandro gets a high five from Caity Hennessy.
Yeah, I like that she just went for the finish straight after that barrel. I mean, when we had Tom Carroll in the booth before, he's like, I always just love seeing that, you know, when they maximize the wave score. As we go back to Vahine, this is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see how deep she got. I mean, she did so well. It's such a soupy wave. It had so much froth on the face. And then this Breeza straight behind her. A really short little head dip here, but just straight into that oncoming section. And then here we go, Vahine.
Trying to pull up and under, section just shuts down, but there's that real tidy looking backhand snap. Really well positioned at the critical part of that section. And that might be her last effort to try to turn this heat. Critical scores coming in for Breeza's little pocket ride and to finish. And then Vahine, a bigger section to work with for her maneuver. Try to get a spot in the quarterfinals.
I'm interested to see, this is a lot to digest and sort of similar waves, but also different at the same time. I mean, Vahine's, that last one of Vahine's, I think a bit bigger, but the tube time wasn't that long, but her oncoming section was a lot bigger, and I'd say that that last turn was probably bigger than Breeze's, but it's just really difficult to score right now, so we'll see what happens.
Waiting on the decision, Vahine already on the beach, the rookie on tour, competing for the Rookie of the Year with Erin Brooks and Bella Kenworthy. Breeza Hennessy into her 6th season on the championship tour, and last year her best finish, ending up 4th in the world. And finding more consistency, making finals day than ever in 2024. And now working with Leandro Dora. Judges taking their time with this one. Taking another look at the replays. Two different waves completely when you think about a nice little zoning barrel, but it wasn't really deep. So it wasn't like she could really lean on a crazy barrel ride. The fun part about it was a combo. So a quick barrel into a finish. They love big sections though, and that's what Vahine did get.
I know, I'm almost, you know, it's so hard to split right now, but I almost think Vahine might potentially get that jump just with that biggest, meatier section that she had to hit.
Really close. Another look at this one.
Yeah, let's have a look here. So I just want to have a look, how deep did she get in this barrel? Okay, so from that other angle, it almost looked like she had a little tube. She did have a little tube at the beginning, but now that I look at it from this angle, I sort of might be thinking a little bit differently. Breeza actually did get in the tube, met that oncoming section, bit of a lip line. This to me is absolutely splitting hairs.
It is so close. Just the bigger sections, clearly Vahine's on the end. Didn't get barreled at all. And Breeza wasn't ultra deep, but she had a moment there where her body positioning had her underneath the curtain. The section to finish on was small, but she held it off with fluidity. Wow, tough one. That's why it's taken a long time. Anytime it takes a few minutes to decide, judges are probably having a very similar conversation upstairs.
For sure.
Jeremy Flores showing frustration. but also support at the same time for Vahine. Now a big hug. Jeremy's wife's brother, so his brother-in-law is the boyfriend of Vahine. As we wait for the scores to come through, not enough for Vahine Fierro. Brisa Hennessy gets the nod to move on to the quarterfinals. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break and finish up the round of 16 right after this. Let's get caught up. Day 2 of competition here at the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. We got to see some brilliance from California's Griffin Colapinto. Always comfy at backdoor and pipe. One semifinal in the past, but he did have to deal with the elimination round and breezed his way on through. And how about Alejo? 8 years in the making to make his comeback to the CT and picked up a nice, happy win and goofy foot. Callanan having fun on that crazy backhand attack. The Aussie vet looked comfy to breeze on through to the next round. Also Miguel Pupo, the Brazilian vet, didn't mind getting the score at the buzzer. 5-8-3 to move on, losing Hanneman, Dora, Pupo, and Imai Kalani DeVault. Women's round of 16 was exciting for Caity Simmers, getting into the exit range again, defending her event title, getting past the Queen of Pipeline. That was huge. Moana Jones-Wong going down with a 9.24 total. Then how about Nichols stealing the show? It was all Gabby Bryan powering through. And this thing opens wide. Her best single score to date in her career at Pipeline. An 8.67. An important jump into the quarterfinals. Everything turned. And man, Gabby was on fire too. Molly Picklum, Erin Brooks finishing off the day for us in a nice comfy afternoon here on Wednesday on the North Shore of Oahu. One-on-one heats, overlapping format. We got a lot done today. Winner of this heat will move on to the quarters to surf with Brisa Hennessy. That one came down to the wire, and this one's still extremely close. Erin hasn't had a keeper really yet, and Molly is only looking at a 4.
Yeah, this heat's wide open. It really is, and with the conditions the way they are, I feel like the surf's improved a little bit as the days gone on. And I mean, this is a cracker of a heat. These two women, you know, if a wave presents itself that has a barrel, they're going to go, they're going to pull in. So I just pray to Huey right now that we get a couple of sets.
Molly is always so well prepared, getting boards from Darren Hanley. Erin did pick up this wave flick.
Yeah, so let's see what she got done. Bigger set wave for Erin here. Carves off the top there. And just a kick out again. So she's taken off on a few little waves in this heat that you're thinking maybe a little bit wave selection. Obviously, in the non-priority heat, obviously trying to make something happen out of nothing. You're like, okay, if I get a score in this heat, that's a bonus. But now, in the priority heat, you want to make sure that if you're taking off on a wave, it's going to, be sort of count for something.
Big thanks to Eero providing Wi-Fi for everybody here on site. I saw people changing their fantasy teams last minute when the elimination round was coming to a close. Fastest Wi-Fi we've had for this event. Big thanks to Eero for hooking us up. Molly Picklum, Erin Brooks. I think we're going to be talking about these two for a very long time. Wouldn't be surprised if this is a match at the Lexus WSL Finals this year. exactly. So Molly's appeared in back-to-back seasons. We were kind of diving into that story. She fell off the cut and actually forgot how to surf. When you talk to her about it with Glenn Micro Hall, it came down to an event in Bolito where he simplified it in a session where he's like, just do a floater, do something. She honestly got to that level where it was too much. She was just so obsessed with the process. The best thing for her was actually pulling her out of the water and going golfing. Just something else. It could have been bowling, you know, but it was just getting her mind to shift somewhere else. And it's one of the coolest stories of, I think, a coaching role of identifying that in an athlete and going, hang on, the last thing we need to do is overwork here in your craft. You actually need a break.
Let's stop serving altogether and let's play golf. Now she's got a new obsession.
Yeah, exactly.
She's getting quite good.
She put the jersey back on at that event just to finish that story, and then she won it. So it was such a brilliant timeout on a lay day. Changed gears, won the contest, got her spot back on tour, back-to-back finishes in the top 5 for Molly Picklum.
It's just such a good point. You know, you can get so obsessed with the craft and the process and dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's to the point where you sort of almost lose the joy for it. And it's weird to say because surfing really is one of the best jobs in the world, but sometimes you just need to take a step back and be like, oh, let's just stop that. A little break does wonders sometimes.
Yeah, you always wonder about that. You know, you watch Erin Brooks prepare and you're like, she doesn't seem like a person that needs a break. You know, and sometimes these young phenoms, they just take it on. They're like working out constantly, just always watching tape, in the water 8 hours a day. You know, Erin's in that part of her career where she's going through what Molly went through, total obsession, and she hasn't really had a reason to back off since.
No, but I think that's the age thing, I think, for sure. You know, as you get older and you've done something for a really long time, you start to think, oh, okay, like, you're a bit older, a bit more perspective, a bit more of a journey in life, and you're thinking, okay, surfing's amazing, but there is a lot more things out there. You know, I think it's just age, and it'll be interesting to see, you know, how everyone's journey unfolds, but definitely Erin and just the obsession and how long.
Definitely. Molly's still out in front. Erin chasing a 2.11 as they have the lineup to themselves. Picklum winning an event at Pipe a couple years ago, started building her reputation with just loving the challenge of this wave, and using priority gets around Erin Brooks. Wanted to get barreled, changing gears, cool lean back carve, reaching for a big meaty section, well placed on that maneuver, and whips it on the lip, maybe a 4th maneuver, and she will shut it down.
She really sucked the marrow out of that one, just maximizing absolutely everything. And when you're coming up against a competitor like Erin, I think Molly knows that. She knows that. I think she almost thought that if she was a little bit deeper, she could always see she was in 2 minds at the beginning of that wave, like, oh, is it going to barrel, is it not going to barrel, but went for the turns, and it's going to be another great score for Molly.
Molly on the Red Bull ski. That's how she started this wave off. Actually had to get around Erin. Erin's got to be careful there when she doesn't have priority.
Yeah, so let's just break this one down. So she said she did the double arm drag in that section there. I mean, that was really tricky to get around. She gets around this and then gets a couple more cracks off the lip. So just milking that wave for everything that it was worth. And this turn here, big layback jam in the pocket, really draws the nose of the board back around to the pocket there, and then straight up into this turn. That 2-turn combo, that's going to fare really well. I think the judges are going to like that. And really, I just like how she just didn't kick out there. She's like, nope, there's more scoring potential to be done. Let's go.
Molly Picklum, 6.83, extending her lead over rookie Erin Brooks. Let's catch up with Brisa Hennessy coming off a close decision. She's with AJ.
A close decision in Brisa. You get it done here in this round of 16. Just talk me through those final moments of that heat.
Yeah, it's a lot of things going on out there. It's like a washing machine, kind of like a mirage, to be honest. I feel like I see really beautiful waves and I just can't get there. But yeah, I keep saying, I'm so grateful for the Haleiwa cardio training. This has given me the strength. But yeah, super grateful to get through that one. And yeah, it was way closer than I would have liked.
And you switched boards this year. You're on Channel Islands here, and already we're putting this board to the test. Talk me through first, what you like about these boards so far, and then what happened in that heat.
Yeah, I'm super excited for this new chapter. Brent, Britt, the whole team of CIs, just so welcoming. And yeah, I feel like it's a clean slate for me. I'm really motivated than ever, and yeah, I'm super fired up, and so fired up that I hit my face on the board. So yeah, I'm okay, but yeah, pretty hilarious.
Well, hilarious, but also a little bit scary. You made it through the pipeline. I mean, just talk about for this first event how important it is for you to make it through this round.
Yeah, I mean, the first event, like first heat of the year, like I mean, second heat of the third heat of the, I don't know what heat I'm on, but anyways, it just feels like, yeah, brand new. And like, I think what's interesting is like you really want to show your stuff and kind of show the work that you put in, but sometimes the conditions like doesn't really allow you to do that, or you're not in rhythm. And yeah, me and Leandro have a great mentality of like winning ugly, you know, just got to get it done. But yeah, I'm super excited and really grateful.
A win is a win. Congratulations, Breeze.
Thanks, AJ. Appreciate it. And gracias a todos en Costa Rica. Un día muy loco, pero muy agradecida por esta oportunidad. Y sí, me siento muy, muy feliz. Y abrazos. Pura vida.
Gracias, Brisa. It's been a crazy day, but just very happy to get through. Big hugs to everyone that she loves in Costa Rica and around the world. What a great human being. Works incredibly hard. Got a really stellar grip on the format these days. Very consistent. We're going to go through all the action after a week off. Pretty dramatic day. We're going to break it all down on the 8:05 post show with Kaipo. Flick is going to hang around for that. We'll throw in Ross Williams. It's going to be fun to break it all down. Fun to close out the afternoon and look at a view like this and enjoy some of the best sunsets on the planet right here at Pipeline.
Wow, there's been some beautiful ones over the last week that we've been off. I've been maximizing the sunset time, and I reckon peeking over to Canada Point, I reckon it's going to be pretty beautiful. Every time there's a little bit of clouds just between the horizon and the ocean, it always just illuminates really well. So I don't know, Poland tonight, but might be pretty good.
Might be pretty good.
Yeah.
And yeah, Flick, advice for people if they want to go hiking. Wear shoes, right? I heard about that. How you doing?
Look, I don't know if I've recovered quite yet, Joey. I don't know if I'm ready to speak about it, actually. 10 kilometres over volcanic rock is probably best to do with shoes on.
I love it.
Yeah.
5:10 on the clock. Molly 6.83 and a 4. Extending her lead quite a bit. So Erin Brooks in an interesting situation where she needs an 8.5. 5 minutes on the clock. She could do that in 2 more waves. You know, there's a lot of big scores we've gotten for one big maneuver, but it just hasn't been the rhythm she was hoping for in her rookie debut event.
No, I don't think so, but I don't think that's... There's still 4.5 minutes left on the clock. I mean, anything could happen. She could do it in 1 wave. It's looking hard to do it in 2. However, the year's long. The year is so long, and there's so many more opportunities coming up. And it's so easy to get obsessed with, the fact that she came in as a wild card in Fiji and won, and she does have a lot of hype behind her. And there's a lot of expectation coming into the first event of the year as a rookie, and people expecting you to win it straight away, but that's just not the way the cookie's going to crumble all the time. And probably, it really isn't over yet, so I'm not going to write it off completely. But it's a long year ahead, and she's still got 6 more events before the cut, so I'm sure we're going to see some great performances coming up from all the women on tour,
Well, it is also what comes with a big rep, right? When you have a lot of hype, sometimes it just gives you more confidence. Sometimes it feels like the biggest weight on your shoulders to perform. And we've seen people open up about that. I think, Dane Reynolds, man, he really opened up about being horrified about the need to perform with the rep. Everyone knew he was the best surfer in the world, and had stories where he'd just hide in his car and feel sick to his stomach, and didn't really know he was going through all that. It was almost like being uncomfortable in that spotlight, but he knew how talented he was, but it was just a little uncomfortable for him to really transfer that to really, really consistent performances.
Yeah, I think, you know what, that's a good point. I also do think, though, that Erin has thrived in those sort of situations. I just think, it's surfing. You cannot win all the time. It's impossible. At the end of the day, there's only one winner of every event, and the better you get, unless you're, carving out a dynasty like a Stephanie Gilmore or a Tyler Wright or Carissa Moore, you're not going to be winning every single event. I think it's sort of as you're Grom, you can get really used to that, you know, as you're coming up through the ranks and you're winning every event, and then you get on the Challenger Series and you're having all this success, and then once you get to the CT, the Championship Tour, it's just another step, and it's the biggest arena that you can have, and you're not going to win all the time, and I think it's just something that you have to kind of get used to, you know.
Yeah, really
lose
cool.
more than you win.
Oh yeah, and you see that journey, and it's not like Erin's going through a slump at all by any means, but it's like, yeah, what will that pressure do? Will it help her throughout this year? Will it end up being too much at times? And she'll find out. She'll flow. Her support is just insane, and she's just such a calm act when you talk to her. You know, I mentioned Dane before. He did finish 4th in the world. He had the reaction of like, oh, thank goodness. He was almost like, I think I'm good now. I've showed everyone, yeah, I can compete at the world title level. And some people go 4th in the world. Okay, what's next?
Yeah,
you know,
but
and I think that was sort of like, that was great. Now I can move on, and we'll see what type of competitor Erin's going to be. She seems like the one that would want to break Steph Gilmore's record.
Yeah, there's without a shadow of a doubt. And we can't forget, she's so young. She's so young. She's got so many years ahead of her. It's the beginning of her career, and you know, there is big things coming for her. She already has amazed us, but yeah, it's just early days.
805 post show coming up next with Kaipo Guerrero, Felicity Palmatier, Ross Williams. We're out to the heavy part of the waiting period where it's going to be non-stop action from here on out to the finish. Friday still looking like the best day conditions-wise. We'll have the quarterfinals completely set for the women in a little over a minute. And we'll start diving into the men's round of 32 key matchups to look forward to for first thing in the morning. Battling into this one, 56 seconds on the clock, needing an 8.5. Erin Brooks put a lot into that first turn, pushing as hard as she can, not giving up, belts it a 3rd time and a 4th hammer, and steps on the end section. Shane Dorian looking closely at that performance, knowing she had to give it everything she had for a spot in the quarterfinals.
It was great surfing, and just her backhand is so sharp. She surfs with such speed, and she really whips it out of the bottom turn. Her bottom turn's so deep, when she gets up to the lip, she's just really able to project and get so tight and whippy in the pocket. Is it going to be the score she's looking for? I mean, you've got to be thinking, like, they were, what, 3-4 really well-timed turns.
Just giant turns from Erin Brooks. First turn, almost got stuck a little bit, but just kept on swinging. Last number comes in at a 5.0. Good effort to try to keep her head in the game towards the end, but not enough to beat the Aussie who finished 5th in the world last year. Erin Brooks will regroup and prepare for Abu Dhabi, where she'll be a favorite with all of her time spent in the pools around the world. Looking forward to her throwing down big full rotations and ready to take over another event win. For Molly, though, it's another chance to win this event. Runner-up in the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI last year to Caity Simmers. And now she'll have a quarterfinal matchup with Brisa Hennessy.
You know what? I think Molly is going to be hungry to get the win here. I don't think she's going to be satisfied with what happened last year. So, one step closer, Molly.
Just a well-played heat as well as she moves on. Everybody get ready for all of the highlights, all the drama coming up next on the 805 Post Show. We'll see you then.
You ready for it? It's the 805 post show coming at you. Day number 2. Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. North Shore, Oahu, the Mecca, the proving grounds. A little bit difficult today. Lots going on. We saw some eliminations happening. Some upsets, perhaps. We're going to discuss them all here at the 805 post show. I'm Kuiper Girl, along with Felicity Flick Palmentier. Ross Williams, you know him. He's been in the water all day. Lots of knowledge. And we're going to talk, well, first, Flick, I want to start. Ladies first.
Thank you.
Impressions of today, day number 2 here at Pipe.
Well, it was the best day we've had in the last week, that's for sure. Really smooth, glassy conditions in the morning. Wind kicked up a little bit in the, that midday section, but we saw overall every heat there was at least one good tube that sort of came through, and it was capitalised on. And you know what? It was a good day of surfing.
Kind of, yeah. And good day of surfing. Most of the results right, but it was a little shocking that last heat of the day for 2, I think, that were going to be standouts here. Molly Picklum, Erin Brooks, Ross. And before we get into that, because we've been pumping up fantasy so much, don't do what I did. Didn't have time. It locked it around the 16. I had both Erin and Molly on my team, and that's what you don't do because you get friendly fire in the round of 16, which is really bad. Way too early for your own surfers to take themselves.
What about your power surfer? That go?
I'm scared to look at it right now because I forgot if I switched it from, I think I switched it back to Caity Simmers. But there was no time for me to do it, Ross, because we called the heat, and then it rolled right into that round, so I didn't have. That's my excuse.
It's tough. It's a tough job we got.
It was a tough job for Erin Brooks because I picked her as a favorite when we talk about that heat number 8 in the round of 16.
Yeah, well, that's competing on the North Shore in a nutshell. You know, you have to really be adaptable, and the conditions today were nice. You know, it was offshore. We had a return of some conditions that we're used to seeing, but with that northeast swell direction, it is challenging, and you have to be really crafty. I was really impressed with Molly. She had a couple of nice hits right here in the end, but also with Caity Simmers, she sat really high on the sandbar. She kind of identified where those best waves were, and today's the kind of day where it's classic North Shore. You really have to know where to sit and be in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, Erin just, you know, got all the talent, but was having a hard time finding waves out there.
Yeah, I think wave selection for Erin in the end kind of was what undid her, and she had a crack here. This was the last roll of the dice. It only came through at a 5, and obviously not getting the score. She's going to be a bit bummed, but Molly's stoked. Obviously, she wants to get the win here. Finishing second to Caity last year was probably hard to swallow. So, yeah, ended Erin's campaign today, but she needs to hold her head up high. I mean, she's been putting on good performances out here over the winter, and she's got the rest of the, 6 events before the cut.
I still think she's one of the best in the world, Erin Brooks, but this is a shocking moment, Ross, when you're at the pointy end of everything, and these are the best in the world. And she usually waltzes through heats, not so much on the CT.
Yeah, but she's got Molly. You know,
Yeah.
Molly's a beast. She's crazy. So that was always going to be sort of a coin toss for me. But you're right. Erin is, she's the buzz, right? She's the flavor, and everyone's talking about her, and it's warranted because she's so good. But she had a tough time adapting. I was over on the Red Bull Athlete Zone during her heat, and there were good waves. But that being said, I know today was difficult. It was hard to find the right waves. You really had to be open-minded and shift just a little towards off the wall, then maybe paddle, fight that current, get back towards gums, and they missed a few waves there in that heat.
Yeah, you identified that some missed opportunities there.
From the comfort of my stool, sipping on a Red Bull, I saw some good waves.
This is where the smartest surfing happens.
Exactly.
Is when we're sitting here high and dry,
Armchair.
and we can armchair it and discuss all of the options as we see it.
Oh yeah, that and hindsight's 20/20, isn't it?
It is.
I'm a good air surfer from this chair.
Yeah.
I can boost.
Well, I'm an expert on all surfing from this chair, but yeah. Anyway, you know who did the real surfing today, took out the last heat of the day and into the quarterfinals, is Molly Picklum. Molly is with AJ.
Thanks, Kaipo. Molly, still bringing the heat here late in the day at Pipeline. Walk me through what the biggest difference was for you in this round of 16.
Yeah, I think the waves kind of kept cleaning up. I actually saw Isabella Nichols, like she got a bomb and a couple sick rides going down, so I was all fired up.
And then I got out there and there was still some sick waves. I had a couple. It's always hard with those non-priority heats and then you go into priority because you see some waves that you just want to go into, but you can't like commit and then someone drops in on you. So there was a couple unridden gems that I saw that I was just like, oh, I'd so love to have a crack at that. But yeah, obviously so happy to have just got it done. Turns or barrels, whatever, I'm stoked to be making heats.
It seems like you are somebody who just thrives on the adrenaline and the fight and the tenacity that you have to bring to each of these heats. I'm remembering Pipe last year, Sunset last year. How much have you just learned to thrive in the chaotic conditions that seem to come your way most of the heats?
Yeah, I know. I mean, I don't know, I just love it. It's just like fun. And it's definitely, I'm learning that I definitely love that chaotic scenario because it's just probably matches me and my personality, to be honest. So yeah, I just feel like right at home when it's all crazy out there.
Right at home and on to the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks everyone who's tuned in today. We're so happy that the waves panned out.
Back to you, guys.
Yeah, I mean, once you get past a difficult heat like that, Flick, I feel that that's a great momentum for Molly Picklum. So close to being a pipe champ last year. It looks like she's really on her way this year.
Yeah, for sure. I've got to echo what you just said. I mean, coming up against Erin, that heat to me on paper in that round of 16 was like, wow, I can't wait to call this. And Molly just, yeah, I guess she said it herself. She kind of thrives in those situations where she's like, bit chaotic, okay, I've got to bring my best here. And against Erin, she had to bring her best, and she did, and she adapted, and she did well.
Yeah, you know what, Ross? We were looking at another heat that was incredible where we had two former pipe champions. I'm talking Caity Simmers against Moana Jones-Wong. That was heat number 5 in this round of 16. This was one to look forward to. Caity almost let it get away from her, Ross, but as champs do, she performed right at the last few minutes of this heat.
Yeah, she's so cool because she's got a lot going on with what she's good at. She's good at being stylish. She's good at being casual. She finds the right waves at the right time. She knows really how to dial in surf spots. Even though she's so young, she's just a little grommet, and she's already figured out pipe for the most part. So she really adapted well because her strategy actually got blown out, literally. The current went right through the best part of the lineup where Caity was looking until the last, what was this, maybe 8 minutes left, and she finally found this wave. Up until then, Moana was surfing a smart heat. She had a couple of nice snaps. She was really competing well, but Caity got that wave she was looking for.
Yeah, Moana got a great right. She got a decent left. She was in the driver's seat, but then 8-point ride. Caity Simmers, Flick.
That's why she's a world champ, you know, and the pressure was on for her. I mean, she's up against the ropes, event wildcard, Moana, she's won out here before, and like you said, Ross, she was putting together a smart heat, and when that opportunity presents itself and the wave comes towards you, there's a lot of pressure there to be like, wow, I kind of need to do something here. I need a big score, and I mean, she well and truly put it away. The 8-point ride up until that point was, well, yeah, one of the highest scores of the day.
Yeah, here we go with the bracket. There's 8 remaining, the quarterfinals. You got a favorite here, Ross?
Yeah, I think Caity is, you know, by far the favorite in this draw. That being said, Molly is a smart competitor. She's really, you know, she's always going to find her scores. Isabella was pretty feisty, finding that big score, you know, so far today, the biggest score of the day. So look out for her. That can carry a lot of momentum.
You got a favorite quarterfinal out of these 4, Flick?
Wow, I think I'm just going to go with quarter 4. I'm going to go Brees or Molly. I think Brees has come a long way with her surfing in sort of consequential waves in the last couple of years. And then I just can't go past Molly because on paper last year, she was destined to win, you know. The wheels semi fell off in that final against Caity. And I mean, potentially, if things were to go that way, semi-final could actually be a rematch if Caity was to advance and if Molly was to advance.
That's true.
So,
I like quarterfinal number 1 because I think like there's a sleeper right there with Lakey Peterson and Isabel Nichols. You already said it. She put up the biggest score for the women so far out here in this competition. So I like checking out quarterfinal number 1 with those two. All that action is going to continue, but let's take a look at what happened with our men's as we got into our men's elimination round. Bit of a surprise in this one, Ross. Alejo Muniz, Jackson Bunch, Yago Dora.
Yeah, I was in the water in this heat, and I was trying to kind of set up a Yago Dora and a Yago Dora 2.0 with Jackson Bunch. Everyone's been talking about Jackson, much like Aaron Brooks. You know, he's one of those real exciting rookies that's going to make potentially a huge splash on tour this year. We didn't mention Alejo at all, and of course, he found that first barrel. He is, you know, back on tour, but he's a veteran. He's been on tour for a long time, and I'm sure that felt really good. You know, Alejo knew that all the hype was on Jackson
Yeah.
and Yago, and he came and smashed it.
And you know what's the beautifully symbolic thing? You saw Alejo Muniz come up and hug his coach, Adriano de Souza. And I think when you talk about Alejo, you talk about Adriano, you talk about two surfers that have been underestimated in their surf career, but still have been able to achieve it.
Yeah, for sure. And that heat's going to feel so good for Alejo. He kind of said it in the post-heat interview. I can't remember if it was with Strider or AJ, but he just sort of was like, you know, my first heat, it just was, I had a shocker. And then just to actually get, you know, the ball rolling and to advance and to feel good in the heat, it just, I don't know, kind of take a sigh of relief.
So Alejo and Jackson Bunch advanced out of that heat, and Jackson Bunch advanced into this heat in the round of 32. Ross, heat number 5, where he's going to be coming up against the ultimate rookie test. It's the old rookie against world champ clash.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one for Jackson. John's just having a free roll here in this event. He's got no pressure on him. It's the only event he's going to do all year, so you know, and the waves are going to get better too. We got the sand slowly but surely disappearing. John at backdoor is a tough matchup for Jackson, so he's going to have to pull off like a flip or something at pipe.
Well, he does flips.
Big. He does.
Jackson does flips. And what my thing with a Jackson Bunch is, this is it, kid. This is your chance. This is your time to make a big statement in professional surfing. You come on the rookie, you beat the defending world champ.
I thought you were going to break into an Eminem rhyme right there. You got one shot.
Yeah, it is. It's one shot, Flake. It's one shot.
Hey, we did see him have that crazy buzzer beater moment. Was it last year?
It was last year, yeah.
It was last
in
year.
Heat number 1, yeah.
Heat number 1. I mean, that was an incredible performance. There was so much pressure. He needed to score and had that crazy buzzer beater moment at pipe. And it was just, look, he's capable. But it is a very, very hard task. I will say that.
Jackson Bunch, you can do it, okay? We can't wait for that to happen. What's the playing field going to look like for that? Well, let's find out, Ross, because we dialed in Surfline, and here is our Surfline forecast.
Yeah, well, we got through today, and we have that major northeast swell. It was kind of a big event. I mean, there was even big waves all along the east side of the island. And Caity, you know how that is. That's pretty rare. What's that, like once a year we have these east swells? But that is cleaning up and giving way to a much more favorable northwest direction. We're going to hopefully see that sand disappear. We don't have a huge swell, but I don't mind that. And even with a little bit of that residual north swell, we could get some big old A-frames. So I'm pretty optimistic here these next 3 days.
Oh, purple right there, Flick. Looks good. It's Friday, Saturday.
Oh, Friday and Saturday, absolutely on the cook. Tomorrow, too, of course, we're going to come down. We're going to have a look. I mean, it's offshore 4 to 6 foot, but Friday, Saturday, I mean, Friday's the day, right? I mean, look at that, 8 to 12 foot, offshore all day. I mean, we've waited a long way, but I think it's going to be worth it.
Yeah, I love all the forecasts, but of course we're going to be here early in the morning, every day, the remaining. And hey, could surprise us. The Pacific, like some of these swells have overperformed. So tomorrow could be a go day. Let's review today with the Eero top 5 moments of today. We got some moments to go over for you. Started at number 5. Hasn't been in the elimination round, Ross, ever at pipe. And Griffin Colapinto met that challenge.
Yeah, I like Griffin's energy out here at backdoor and pipe. He's really, he has a lot of tenacity. He looks around, he doesn't just chill. And today required that kind of action. He really needed to be open-minded and look for waves up and down the sandbar. I was in the water during his heat, and yeah, he was constantly searching for scores, and it paid off for him.
Number 4 in the elimination round, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, Flick. She went big with this 717.
Yeah, she did, and she actually went big. There was not much time left in the heat, and she needed a score. She did just that. She took off on one of the bigger media waves of the day, 2-turn combo, dropping that 717.
Sawyer Lindblad, number 3, Ross. Backhand attack.
Sometimes on your backside, things get simplified. You know, you just look for that section and crack it. So Sawyer throwing out a little bit of a smoke screen on that one. Nice snap.
She's going to be meeting up against her good friend and childhood rival, Caity Simmers, in the quarterfinals. Those two have been surfing against each other since they were in single digits, 9 years old, 8 years old. Sawyer Lindblad on to come up. Number 2, speaking of Caity Simmers, Flick, Caity Simmers.
World champ, doing world champ things. I mean, she was up against the rope. Moana was putting together a nice heat, and this wave came, only a few minutes left in the heat. Biggest wave of the heat so far, biggest barrel, and then finished it off with a couple of turns. Just, I mean, that's world champ surfing right there. One of the highest.
And number 1, Ross, Isabella Nichols, 867 for this gem.
Yeah, nice throaty, like pretty ledgy sandbar section right there. We've been watching those waves on the top, and Isabella did a really good job taking off steep and deep, and she got pitted.
Good stuff. Coach Reynolds Hayes, always giving the... We're giving you some aloha here. Final thoughts, Flick?
I'm really excited to see what the next couple of days bring, because today was good. We made the most of it with what we had, but with that northwest filling in and a bit more bump in the swell, let's see it.
What do you got for me, Ross?
I think it's interesting. You know, I love watching Marty when there's big decisions to make. He's got that little sweat on his lip, and he's all psyching. And the funny thing is, I think tomorrow will probably be better than today.
Yeah.
We got through a grindy day today, but then you have Saturday as that little carrot, because Saturday is going to be really good too. The cool thing is we got 3 fun days of surf coming up. We're going to see some surfers get barreled.
Yeah, we can pick and choose. We got plenty of time at the end of the window right now. Remember, check in tomorrow morning, Hawaii time, 7:45. We'll be making the call for the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. Until then, I say aloha and a hui ho.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.